300 years ago, the will of heaven appeared. Countless secret kingdoms and dungeons descended to Earth. Along with them came numerous powerful demons who proclaimed the apocalypse for humanity. After the initial chaos, the awakened emerged. The job changers possessed a powerful power that helped them defeat those monsters and save the world from its near destruction. To fight against the monsters, the job changers continued to explore the secret kingdoms in order to obtain wealth and materials. Nations began working hard to cultivate these job changers, allowing everyone to awaken at the age of 18. The day came to awaken a class for students turning 18. To awaken a class, one had to touch a magical blue crystal. Several students touched the crystal. One student named Wang Wei from the 3rd year of Class 2 failed to awaken a class and was labeled as a student without a class. Another student named Lai Wei from Class 3 of the year successfully awakened the swordsman class. Another student named Wang Hao from Class 3 of the 2nd year successfully awakened the crafter class. The awakenings were usually divided into 3 categories, according to their class: combat, support, and creation. The combat category was the most practical and everyone wanted to obtain it, while on the other hand, no one wanted to obtain the creation category, since in this category were those who couldn't fight and were considered the weakest and despised by everyone. Several more students touched the crystal and a student with purple hair became happy as he awakened the combat category called Magic Swordsman. On the other hand, another student became sad and started crying because he had awakened the creation category. He began to wonder why he had managed to awaken this class that was not good for combat. After the awakening ceremony was completed, the class range was also divided, usually into 4 categories: common, secret, and divine. Among them, a divine rank was the rarest. This rank could only be seen once every 100 years. It was our protagonist's turn, Jiang Chen, to touch the crystal and awaken a class. He touched the crystal and it began emitting a powerful light. Upon seeing this, the other students were astonished. A brown-haired boy pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and told everyone that he was the prodigy of the academy. Another student informed the others that this was a sign of an awakening. While Jiang Chen was touching the crystal, it began to emit a powerful light that started advancing rapidly towards the sky. The students began to wonder what rank this class was. Several thought it could be a divine class, as Jiang City hadn't produced a divine talent in hundreds of years. In a matter of seconds, the crystal started emitting a powerful light that formed a giant tree in the sky, visible from every corner of the city. It was said that every time a divine rank class awakens, a phenomenon occurs that can shake the heavens and the earth. Several seconds later, the awakening of the class was successful, and while Jiang Chen was touching the crystal with one hand, he put his other hand in his pants pocket and simply stared at the sky. At that moment, Director Wang appeared. He approached Jiang Chen and congratulated him for being the pride of the school. Although he knew that Jiang Chen could awaken a combat class, he did not expect him to awaken a divine class. After saying this, Director Wang asked Jiang Chen which class he had awakened. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly towards the director and was somewhat surprised. With a smile, he explained to Director Wang that the class he had awakened was not a combat class. Upon hearing this, Director Wang was shocked. With a surprised look on his face, he started looking at Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang hadn't awakened a combat class, he asked him if he had then awakened a support class. Jiang Chen turned his body towards Director Wang, extended his hands to the sides, and plants made of spirits appeared in the palms of his hands. He revealed to everyone that he had awakened the creation class of divine rank called Spiritual Master. He also added that this talent was meant to assist with the growth of plantations and small creatures. Upon hearing this, both the director and others were shocked. With a surprised look, he began to stare at Jiang Chen and explained that this was bad because the creation class did not have combat abilities, so even divine rank was considered useless. The professor accompanying Director Wang asked Jiang Chen not to be discouraged since even if he couldn't fight, at least he could be safe. He explained that spiritual masters were quite popular in the field of research. He also added that the recommendation he had promised was no longer possible. He advised Jiang Chen to enter the research field as a professor could get him a letter of recommendation. Just before the professor could finish speaking, Jiang Chen interrupted him. He turned his head towards him and thanked him with a smile. He put his hands in his jacket pockets and while walking away from the professors, he explained that he had something to do. One of the students started laughing and told his classmate that this was a farce, as he had thought Jiang Chen had obtained some kind of divine combat class, but it turned out to be just a creation class. The other student put his hand near his face and told his friend that life was full of surprises. He also added that everyone thought Jiang the prodigy of the academy, would awaken a combat class, and now no matter how much he excelled academically, he would be considered useless. Jiang Chen put his hands in his pants pockets and began heading towards the exit, while the students nearby started mocking him. One of the students told the others that this was quite enjoyable to watch, as Jiang Chen had been the king of hard work since he entered the academy. Another student told the others that he had worked so hard only to end up getting a creation class. Another student told the others that Lin, the school beauty who always came in second place, had awakened a secret combat class. Upon hearing so many jokes, Jiang Chen simply smiled and thought that just a moment ago, those two students had been very cruel to him. He hadn't expected that awakening up with a creation class would change things so drastically. Thinking about this, he had no doubt that in this world only strength mattered. He began to wonder what was wrong with the creation class, so he reached out his hand and a system window appeared above the palm of his hand. According to the system notification, Jiang Chen had successfully completed his class awakening. He had awakened the class called Divine Rank Spiritual Master, and the conditions for opening the Natural Calamity Insect System had also been fulfilled, with the initial Mother of Insects being unlocked. Jiang Chen turned his head to the side, and as he stared at the system window, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that this class was a perfect fit for him. The name of our protagonist was Jiang Chen. After dying, he was reborn in this awakened world. After the Dark Era ended, the whole world became filled with various monsters and dungeons. It was from that day that this world began to respect the strong. He had been reborn as an orphan to survive in this harsh world. Despite having nothing in this world, he gave it his all before turning 18. He thought he was going to have to rely on his own skills to make a living. To his surprise, a month ago, on an ordinary day, a system window appeared in front of him to inform him that the Insect Calamity system would be merged after class awakening, and the system would activate after a successful transfer. Jiang Chen put his hand on his chin, and while looking at the system window, he thought that the insect race, which had once devastated humanity during the Dark Era, was an extremely powerful race. He had heard that the last time a natural calamity occurred, 9 out of the 12 kings of the human race were sacrificed to seal it. He clenched his fist tightly and thought that in this world, strength was everything. There was nothing to doubt. He began to stare fixedly at the system window, and while his body emitted a powerful energy, he thought that as long as he could use the strength of the insect race for himself, the insect race would have no chance against him. Without thinking any further, Jiang Chen activated the system, and by doing so, he was teleported inside the system. He started looking around and became somewhat confused. He began to look ahead. He put his hand near his head to cover his eyes and thought that this was his own sea of consciousness. In front of him there was a great spiritual tree. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen began to wonder if this was his talent. He had not expected it to be a tree. More system windows appeared. Jiang Chen had several class talents. These talents were evolutions of all things, and sacrifice was required. They could be used once every 10 days and were limited to 1 use per target. The first talent was called Fruits of All Things. Through sacrifice, Jiang Chen could advance the growth progress of fruits, and a special fruit could randomly fall. The second talent was called Improved Growth. This ability allowed him to increase the growth rate of living beings. Currently, this ability increased the growth rate by 10%. By using this ability, Jiang could accelerate the growth of all living beings, and the duration of cooldown was 8 hours. Jiang Chen put his hand on his chin, and while he was looking at the system window, he thought that this system was good since it had even proactively analyzed his talent. Although these talents seemed to lack combat ability, each one could be applied to his system. While he was distracted, a system window appeared asking him if he would like to start summoning the mother insect. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen asked the system to summon the mother insect. At that moment, an evil energy began to emerge from the ground, and a system notification window appeared to inform him that the mother insect was being summoned. As Jiang stared at the energy, he thought that the mother insect had a strong presence. Several seconds later, another system window appeared to inform him that the summoning of the natural calamity rank mother insect called 9 Wings of Miasma had been successfully completed. The mother of the insects was a gigantic creature. She began to stare at Jiang Chen, who took several steps back and was amazed. The status window of the mother of the insects appeared. She was called 9 Miasma Wing. From the abyss she was known as the Sovereign of Death. Once as a calamity, she caused a catastrophe as great as a natural disaster and then disappeared during the Third Era. The current devouring value of her was 0%. Jiang had a 100% affinity with the insect mother. Jiang had to proceed with the devouring and start breeding the next generation of insects to unlock abilities. The insect mother approached Jiang, who was amazed and began wondering why she was so enormous. The insect mother began to stare at Jiang and addressed him as a master. She introduced herself as Little Nine and explained that she was very hungry and wanted to devour fierce beasts. Another system window appeared to inform him that the growth rate of the insect mother had increased by 10%. Now, Jiang could use a sacrificial object to enhance this target. The first enhancement would not consume any sacrificial objects thanks to his talent. Jiang slightly raised his head, and while looking at the system window, he thought that now that he didn't need to use a sacrificial object, there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, he asked the system to upgrade the insect mother. The body of the insect mother began to envelop itself in a powerful green light, and while Jiang was observing this, he thought that she needed to devour in order to level up, so she wasn't going to be easy to please. The body of the insect mother started emitting a powerful aura, and quickly Jiang assumed an offensive stance. Little by little, the insect mother began to evolve and take on the form of a human woman. Several seconds later, the insect mother successfully evolved. Her body began to emit a powerful aura. She had white hair and wore armor. With a murderous look, she started staring at Jiang. Slowly, she began to advance towards Jiang, and a system window appeared above her head. The queen of the new plague had undergone a vital transition and leveled up. Along with leveling up, she gained new abilities. The first ability was called Nurture. With this ability, she could share the experience 10 times with the host. The second ability was called Poisonous Mist. With this ability, she could transform into deadly miasma, corroding everything. The third and final ability was called Communion. This ability allowed her to enhance all of the host's abilities by 20%. Upon seeing the form of the insect mother, Jiang was surprised. The mother insect gained momentum and pounced on Jiang to give him a hug. She explained to him that Little Nine had evolved. Jiang was somewhat confused as he didn't know what was happening. He turned his head slightly towards her and couldn't help but blush upon seeing that the insect mother had evolved into a human form. She stopped hugging Jiang, and he started stroking her head. She closed her eyes, clenched both fists, and referred to Jian as a master. With a smile, she explained that Little Nine wanted to devour flesh and blood. While Jiang was stroking her head, a status window appeared above her head. Her name was 9 Miasma Wing, and she had 4 abilities: Poison Mist, Feed, Fury, and United. Currently, her devouring value was 0. Once the devouring value bar was filled up, she could start spawning offspring. She had 2 passive abilities called Experience Return and Attribute Enhancement. While Jiang was stroking Little Nine's head, he started looking at her stat window and thought that the spiritual master talent could accelerate the devouring growth of the insect mother, as well as her experience growth, which in turn would speed up his own improvement. Furthermore, the insect mother was capable of increasing all his attributes by 20%. Jiang's class in this system were a perfect combination. With this, he didn't need a combat class. He extended his hands to the sides, and a bunch of insects started coming out of the palm of his hands. He turned his head towards the insects and was amazed. As long as he killed and devoured quickly, he could soon have an army of insects. Jiang turned his head towards the great spiritual tree and thought about what the system message had just mentioned. Insects, abyss, a catastrophe as big as a natural calamity. Combined with this incomplete information, it was clear that this was not something that could easily be shown to others. Being discovered could lead him to his demise. He put his hands in his pockets, and while he was looking at the spiritual tree, for now he decided to use his class identity as creation, and the poisonous miasma abilities of the insect mother as cover to devour monsters and increase his strength. Hiding was not Jiang's style. He wanted to become strong enough to show off his skills to the world. While he was lost in thought, the sea of consciousness water began to move. Seeing this, the insect mother quickly jumped up and started flying. As they both looked at the water, Jiang explained to her that this could only mean one thing. At that moment, with a murderous look, the insect mother turned her head back and caught Jiang's attention. While she was looking back, she started to smile and explained to Jiang that she felt there was a threat. At that moment, Jiang exited the system space, and upon seeing what was in front of him, he was shocked. In front of him there was a man much taller than him. This man had black hair, a beard, and had a scar on his eye. The man approached Jiang and started staring into his eyes, remaining silent for several seconds. The man asked Jiang if the awakening phenomenon that the whole city had seen before had been activated by him. While Jiang was staring at the man, he clenched his teeth tightly and realized that he was at least a master rank or higher. He became alert and started wondering why he was being sought after. While the man was staring intently at Jiang, His body began to emit a powerful green aura. The people around approached, and even though the man was quite far away, they could feel his strong aura. They started wondering what level of awakened he was. Seeing that he was talking to Jiang Cheng, they began to wonder if there was some kind of conflict. The man began to stare into Jiang's eyes, and upon seeing this, he became somewhat nervous as it was quite strange. This man had been pressuring Jiang for a while now without even saying a word, and he didn't know if the man was testing him. At that moment, the insect mother appeared. While she was licking her finger, she approached Jiang and with a murderous look in her eyes towards the man, she told Jiang that this man was a threat to him. To her, the man seemed delicious and she wanted to devour him. Jiang panicked and knew something was wrong. His suspicions were not incorrect as several warning windows from the system appeared. The insect mother had detected a threat to Jiang. The system considered that the man would provide a high value for devouring, and the insect mother was about to start devouring him. Jiang's body began to emit a powerful aura, which started spreading in all directions. He quickly realized something was wrong because now Little Nine had detected a threat, and she was going to start attacking. Jiang's powerful aura reached the students who were previously mocking him. They began covering their faces with their arms and wondering why Jiang had such a cold and sinister aura. Jiang became furious. With a murderous look, he began to stare into the man's eyes. He realized that when the devouring value was low, the aggressiveness of the insect mother increased. To prevent this from happening, he needed to find some monsters for Little Nine to devour as soon as possible. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from Jiang, the man simply started smiling. And upon seeing the man's smile, Jiang quickly realized that he wanted to test his strength, but unintentionally activated the insect mother. The good thing was that Jiang was still able to suppress the insect mother. Without hesitation, Jiang suppressed the insect mother and a system window appeared. He had temporarily suppressed the insect mother and her devouring value was low, so that this would not happen again. Jiang had to start with the devouring and breeding of the insect mother as soon as possible. While the man had his hands in his jacket pockets, he began to stare at Jiang and couldn't help but congratulate him. Although Jiang had just finished his awakening, he was already able to face the man's tests, and even counterattack. The man told Jiang that he was worthy of a divine awakening, and he also added that his future was limitless. Jiang simply stayed silent, listening. He felt relieved as he hadn't been discovered. He approached the man and while staring into his eyes, asked him who he was. The man began to smile, then extended his hand and introduced himself as Jai Gang, the leader of the Night Watch. He admired Jiang's strength and asked if he wanted to join them. Upon hearing this, Jiang was surprised as he did not expect Jai Gang to be part of the Night Watch. The Night Watch was an organization specially tasked by Grand Zia with resisting demons and hordes of beasts. Whenever there was a wave of beasts or a new secret realm or dungeon was generated, the Night Watch would always be the first to investigate or eliminate them directly. Due to the constant fight on the front lines, the mortality rate of the Night's Watch was extraordinarily high, and most people avoided it, but for Jiang it was different. The insect mother needed to continuously devour the flesh and blood of monsters to accumulate devouring value and produce offspring. Currently, Jiang needed an opportunity to confront large monsters, and once the devouring value was complete, the insect mother would start reproducing, and no one knew how much commotion she would cause. For this reason, the wild nature was a good place for breeding the insect mother. As long as Jiang joined the Night Watch, whether by devouring or reproducing, the risks they presented could be easily dealt with. While Jiang was looking at Jai Gang's hand, he couldn't help but smile since the Night Watch organization was perfect for him. The students started saying that the Night Watch had a high mortality rate. Most people didn't even go there, so the students thought that Jiang Cheng wouldn't join the Night Watch. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang forced a smile at Jiang and told him that all the rumors about the Night Watch were a thing of the past. In order to prevent Jiang from rejecting the offer, Jai Gang told him that as long as he was willing to join them, he would receive comprehensive training. Due to his divine rank, his resources were very valuable to the Night Watch. Without thinking twice, Jiang shook hands with Jai Gang and called him leader, telling him that there was no need for further explanation. Jiang began to stare into Jai Gang's eyes and told him that in order to restore the glory of the Night Watch, their generation should not shy away from their duty. After saying this, he explained to Jai Gang that he was willing to join the Night Watch. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang became somewhat confused. What he didn't know was that Jiang planned on relying on them for the insect breeding. Jai Gang was shocked and asked Jiang if this was true. Just before Jiang could answer his question, the mother insect appeared and started sending system notification windows to Jiang. She was very furious. She explained to Jiang that she was not happy with this because she wanted to eat the man. After saying this, she started telling him that she was very hungry. Upon hearing this, he became nervous, closed his eyes and told Jai Gang that what he was saying was true. After saying this, he left with the excuse of having an important task to do. He began to distance himself from Jai Gang, slightly turned his head towards him, waved goodbye and told him that in 3 days he would be punctually present at the Night Watch headquarters. Jai Gang simply turned his head towards him and remained silent. He may have thought that this was going to be more complicated. He hadn't expected it to be so simple. He had forgotten to ask Jong what hidden profession he had. At that moment, 2 men fell from the sky and landed near Jai Gang. One of them was the 8th elder of the Martial Arts Academy. Jai Gang turned his head towards them and told the elder that if he was here to snatch people from the Night Watch, then he had arrived too late. The elder asked Jai Gang where the guy who awakened a divine rank creation class was. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang became somewhat confused. He turned his head towards the old man and asked him what he was talking about. The old man approached him and, while looking into his eyes with a surprised expression, asked if he was planning to let a divine ranked awakened from the creation category join the Night Watch just to die. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang realized that Jong had the divine ranked creation class. At the same time, Jong went to the city. A man named Uncle Wang asked him if he had been the one who caused the phenomenon in the main city. Jiang replied yes. A woman with purple hair approached Uncle Wang. She put her hand on her waist and asked him to lower his voice or he could die if someone looking for trouble came. Uncle Wang put his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and started laughing. He told her that he was always talking non-stop. Jiang approached them, closed his eyes, and with a smile he reassured Uncle Wang not to worry because this was not something embarrassing. Uncle Wang turned his head towards Jiang and told him that even though the creation category couldn't fight, he had heard that companies always cultivated spiritual plants that needed people from the creation category. He told Jiang that if his parents were here, they would be very proud of him. Throughout the years, Jiang had been able to survive thanks to the support of everyone living in the same building as him. With a smile, he told them all that he wouldn't forget them in the future. Uncle Wang asked him not to worry about these small things. He also added that Jiang had arrived at the right time as they were about to go to a beginner-level secret realm to obtain some equipment. Uncle Wang wanted Jiang to join them and level up together. Jiang accepted the proposal and thanked Uncle Wang. At that moment, a system message appeared because he had completed the team formation. Several minutes later, Jiang and the others crossed the portal and entered the secret realm. While Jiang had his hands in the jacket pockets, he began to look around and started wondering if this really was the interior of the secret realm. At that moment, the torches of the secret realm lit up because the matching had been completed. All the monsters inside started looking towards Jiang and the others. This secret realm called Temple of the Dead was a C rank one, and it was currently open. The secret realm guaranteed a 100% drop rate for items and equipment. Experience points were going to be calculated after completing the secret realm. Voluntarily leaving halfway meant giving up on both experience and equipment. Uncle Wang became somewhat nervous as he realized that these monsters were undead soldiers. He began to wonder why the secret realm system had matched them with a dungeon of this level. Jiang started looking at the undead soldiers and realized that this secret realm was not going to be easy to deal with. The girl with purple hair approached them and explained to Uncle Wang that because Jiang was a divine ranked awakened, the celestial system had assigned them a higher level secret realm. Uncle Wang slightly turned his head towards her and reminded her that Jiang Cheng had awakened in the creation category. The girl with brown hair also approached Uncle Wang, and while looking at the undead soldiers, she asked him why they didn't abandon this secret realm. Just before she could finish speaking, Uncle Wang interrupted her. He began unsheathing his sword and told everyone that there was no problem, as they didn't come across secret realms of this level every day. He also added that this time, thanks to having Jiang with them, they would be lucky and get some great equipment drops. Seeing Uncle Wang unsheath his sword enraged the undead soldiers. Uncle Wang gathered momentum and while advancing towards the monsters, he asked Jiang to step back a bit since these undead soldiers were more dangerous than average C-rank monsters. Uncle Wang asked Jiang to stay behind while they advanced towards the core of the dungeon first. Uncle Wang attacked one of the undead soldiers with his sword, delivering a strong blow to its head. He turned his head back and asked Xiao Zai to quickly improve his talent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zai clasped her hands together and activated her power, causing Uncle Wang's talent to improve. Thanks to this enhancement, Uncle Wang ended the life of the undead soldier monster. While Uncle Wang and the others were fighting, Jiang simply stood by watching from afar. He began to wonder if they fought against monsters every day just to survive. When thinking about this, he had no doubt why they always came back covered in wonder, yet Xiao Zai had always supported him. He had heard that she became an adventurer because she was forced to heal her brother's eyes. While he was staring at Uncle Wang and the others, he thought about becoming stronger quickly, and when he earned money, properly thanking them. While he was distracted, the insect mother began to manifest herself. She put her hand under her chin, and while looking at the undead soldier's corpse, she told Jiang that there were many monsters and blood here, and she wanted to devour them. While Jiang had his hands in his pants pocket, he turned his body towards the undead soldier's corpse and started smiling. He thought that Little Nine had already detected the corpse. Given this situation, Jiang decided to first test Little Nine's abilities. He reached out his hand to the side and used the level 1 poison barrier skill called Corrosion. A fog of poison appeared in his palm, and he ordered Little Nine to devour the undead soldier's corpse. She thanked him, and the poison fog began to advance towards the corpses and slowly started to devour them. In a matter of seconds, the monster corpses began to disappear. Jiang realized that the monster corpses corroded as soon as they made contact with the poisonous fog. After seeing this, Jiang had no doubt that Little Nine's poisonous fog was very powerful. After Little Nine devoured the corpse, the devouring value rose to 10 points. The level of the monsters was too low, causing the growth rate to be slow, so Little Nine needed to devour more monsters. While Jiang had one hand in his pocket, he slightly turned his head back and thought that Uncle Wang and the other two were truly partners who had been working together for years. In such a short time, they had already advanced to the depths of the dungeon. Since the poisonous mist was an area skill and Jiang still couldn't control it accurately, there could still be accidental injuries. To avoid this, Jiang decided to follow Uncle Wang and the others from behind and take care of the monsters' corpses. At that moment, Little Nine caught his attention. She told Jiang that she felt something. Jiang turned his head to the side and saw more monsters starting to emerge from the ground. Little Nine told him that she sensed freshness and blood in that direction. These monsters were level 10 shadow lurkers. They had a strength of 20 points, agility of 15 points, defense of 10 points, and stamina of 5 points. These monsters were lurking in the shadows to hunt down the weaker stragglers. While Jiang was staring at the shadow lurker monster, he began to wonder if its name was in red because its level was much higher than his. However, in terms of attributes, these monsters were completely inferior to Jiang, who had the skill enhancement united. A statistics window of Jiang appeared. He had a devouring value of level 1. His identity was the Lord of Insects. His occupation was Divine Rank Spiritual Master, and he had 3 level 1 talents called Growth of All Things, Divine Evolution, and Ancestral Tree of All Things. Jiang possessed the insect mother named Little Nine, or better known as Nine Miasma Wing. She had a natural Calamity level. He didn't have any equipment. He had 35 points in Strength, 31 in Agility, 27 in Endurance, and 20 in Constitution. His combat power score was 41 stars. Currently, he had 2 active passive abilities called Experience Return and Attribute Enhancement. The current devouring value was 100 and the current experience was 0. Jiang decided to test his skills. He reached out to one side and gave Little Nine the command to transform into a poisonous mist and follow him. She listened to him and transformed into a poisonous mist, which began to stick to the ground. At that moment, the monsters called Shadow Lurkers started advancing rapidly towards Jiang. He brought his hand close to his face, and while his hand was releasing the poisonous mist from Little Nine, he started staring at the monsters. Several seconds later, he began running towards them. Upon seeing this, the monsters tried to attack Jiang, but he dodged their attacks and in the process touched their bodies with his hand, infecting them with the poisonous mist. The monsters began to look towards the body part where Jiang had touched them, and upon seeing poisonous mist, they became confused. While Jiang was staring at the monsters, he extended his hand towards them, then clenched his fist tightly and started smiling. At that moment, Little Nine's poisonous mist grew thicker and slowly began to corrode the bodies of the monsters, gradually destroying them. Jiang simply turned his head towards the monsters and remained silently watching. At that moment, several system windows appeared, and he gained 200 special price. While Jiang was looking at the corpses of the monsters, he thought that they were no match for him. He began to smile as he saw that the devouring value was also increasing rapidly. As he was lost in his thoughts, Little Nine appeared and informed him that more blood food had appeared. Behind them, more shadow lurker monsters began to appear. Jiang simply put his hands in his pockets and remained silent without making any movement. Then he turned his head towards the monsters, and while staring at them intently, he felt worried about Uncle Wang and the others as he realized that there were actually many hidden monsters in this dungeon. He decided to quickly finish off these monsters to go check on how Uncle Wang and the others were doing. He asked Little Nine if she would be able to deal with the monsters. Little by little, she began to manifest herself through the poisonous mist. While staring at the monsters, she reached out her hand towards them and asked Jiang to leave them in her hands. As for her, all these monsters were small prey. Several minutes later, Jiang went to where Uncle Wang and the others were. Upon arrival, he saw that Uncle Wang was quite injured. The two of them were surrounded by monsters. Uncle Wang was holding the sword with both hands and had his back against Xiaoyi's back. She had both hands extended towards the monsters and was ready to use her ability to defend herself against the attack. Gradually, the monsters began to advance quickly towards Uncle Wang and Xiaoyi, preparing to attack. While the blood from Uncle Wang's wound was falling onto his face, he clenched his teeth tightly, and while staring at the monsters, he explained to Xiaoyi that each time the monsters were becoming harder to defeat. Therefore, if they continued at this pace, there was no way they could defeat them and come out alive. Uncle Wang turned his head towards her and ordered her to find Jiang and leave here first. Upon hearing this, she turned her head towards him and asked what he was talking about. While he was distracted, an undead soldier gained momentum and started advancing quickly towards Uncle Wang with the intention of attacking him by surprise. While Uncle Wang held the sword with one hand and looked at Xiaoyi, he felt the presence of the undead soldier and began to wonder what was happening. Quickly, he turned his head towards the monster, and upon seeing that its sword was rapidly approaching his head, he clenched his teeth tightly and thought that this was not good. At that moment, Jiang appeared. He reached out towards the monster and used Little Nine's poisonous mist ability. Just before the undead soldier's sword could impact Uncle Wang, the poisonous mist stuck to its body and slowly began to corrode it, destroying it in the process. While little by little the body of the undead soldier was disappearing, Uncle Wang turned around, and upon seeing this, he was surprised and confused at the same time, and began to wonder what was happening. At that moment, Jiang asked Uncle Wang and the others if they were okay. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, Uncle Wang turned his head back, and upon seeing Jiang, he clenched his teeth tightly and remained speechless. As Jiang slowly approached them, he reached out his hand to one side and used Little Nine's poisonous mist, infecting the undead soldiers and destroying them in the process. While little by little all the undead soldiers were being corroded, Uncle Wang turned his body towards Jiang. While holding the sword with one hand, he stared at Jiang and asked him how a creation class awakened like him was able to do this. Jiang stopped in front of Uncle Wang, and while his body emitted a powerful energy, he turned his head towards him and explained with a smile that he had a hidden ability called Poisonous Mist. After saying this, he extended his hand to the side and used Little Nine's Poisonous Mist ability again. Seeing that Uncle Wang was injured, Jiang asked Xiaoyi and Xiaolai to quickly take him to the portal of the secret realm. He also added that he planned to stay behind to cover them. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. With a surprised look, Uncle Wang started to stare at him and told him that even though Jiang possessed a divine class, this was too dangerous. Xiaoyi also began to look at Jiang with a surprised expression and asked him to join them instead of staying here fighting against the undead soldiers. While they were talking, Xiaolai simply put her hand near her mouth and remained silent. Jiang turned his back on them, and as his body emitted a powerful energy, he slightly turned his head towards them and reassured Uncle Wang not to worry because he wouldn't have any problems. After saying this, Jiang turned his back on Uncle Wang and the others, and as his body emitted a powerful energy, he slowly began to approach the monsters. At that moment, the system notified everyone that due to the number of people in the last level of the secret realm meeting the requirements, the boss of the secret realm was being summoned. While Uncle Wang was watching Jiang move away from them and advance towards the monsters, he tried to stop him, but just before he could speak, Xiaoyi interrupted him. She turned her head towards him and reminded him that Jiang was not a reckless person, so she asked him to trust him. After much consideration, Uncle Wang decided to trust Jiang. He threw him the sword and asked him not to forget to return it later. Upon hearing this, Jiang reached out and grabbed the sword, assuring Uncle Wang not to worry as he would return it later. This sword was called the Novice Conqueror's Sword. It had 25 speed points, 30 strength points, and a 2% attack speed bonus. It also had a passive ability that was already active. Jiang brought the sword close to his face and stared aggressively at the monsters. For him, this was great because now he could increase the attack range of the poisonous mist with Uncle Wang's sword. He activated the poisonous mist, causing it to slowly emerge on the blade of his sword. The undead soldiers gained momentum and attempted to attack Jiang, but in the blink of an eye, he evaded their attacks and using Uncle Wang's sword, cut the monsters into pieces, infecting them with the poisonous mist in the process. These monsters were no match for Jiang, as he was the best swordsman in the entire school. While Jiang was distracted fighting against the undead soldiers, a much stronger monster gained momentum and began to advance towards him at high speed. The monster unsheathed its sword, and as it slowly approached Jiang, it prepared to attack him by surprise. Although Jiang didn't initially feel the presence of the attack, once he turned his head to the side, he saw the monster approaching him at great speed. Jiang gathered momentum and made a big leap, dodging the monster's attack and causing its sword to strike the ground. The monster's attack was so strong that it even shattered the ground into pieces. Upon seeing that Jiang had dodged the attack, the monster began to stare at him with a murderous look, then tightly gripped the sword and, upon seeing that he was in the air, attacked again. Luckily, Jiang managed to block the attack in time using Uncle Wang's sword. However, due to the difference in strength, the sword that Uncle Wang had lent him broke in half, causing Jiang to be thrown backwards. Quickly, Jiang stepped on the ground and managed to stop his body in motion. Then he turned his head to the side and, upon seeing that Uncle Wang's sword had broken, he was surprised. This boss was stronger than he had imagined. Jiang was more worried about the sword than the boss, as he didn't know how to explain to Uncle Wang that his sword had broken. The boss of the secret realm was called Undead King and was level 15. The Undead King stood up and, while holding the sword in one hand, started staring at Jiang with a murderous look. At that moment, the body of the Undead King began to vibrate, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Jiang and prepared to attack. Upon realizing the presence of the Undead King, Jiang became terrified and started wondering how the boss had moved at such a high speed. Jiang turned his head towards the Undead King, and while looking at it with an aggressive gaze, he called for Little Nine. Just before the Undead King's sword could strike Jiang, Little Nine appeared and grabbed hold of the blade. She began to stare fixedly at the Undead King and asked Jiang if she could eliminate him. Without hesitation, Jiang replied yes. Upon hearing this, Little Nine became happy and, using only her hand, she broke the blade of the Undead King's sword into pieces. She extended her hands to the sides and her body started emitting a powerful energy that began to move in all directions. Upon seeing this, the Undead King became alert. Now that it had lost his sword, it decided to attack using its fists. Taking advantage of Little Nine's distraction, the Undead King began to advance quickly towards her with the intention of attacking her by surprise. At that moment, Little Nine opened her eyes and her body changed drastically. With a killer look in her eyes, she started staring directly at the Undead King and used the tentacles to defend herself. She adopted an offensive stance and, using her tentacles, she began to attack the Undead King with a series of blows. Her tentacles were as sharp as swords. Little by little, her sharp tentacles started to destroy the body of the Undead King. First, she cut off its left arm and then its right arm, and finally she cut off its head. She impaled the tentacle into the head of the Undead King, then turned around, and the boss's body fell to the ground. She took the head of the Undead King in her hand, and while her body was emitting a powerful energy, she began to approach Jiang. Seeing how powerful she was, Jiang couldn't help but smile. He couldn't believe that Little Nine was so calm in front of a secret realm boss. He thought that now that the boss had been defeated, the portal would open. Little Nine gained momentum and landed near Jiang. At that moment, an energy crystal appeared in front of him. While he stared at the crystal, he started to wonder what it was. The energy crystal began to rise in the sky and slowly started extracting magic from the corpses of the monsters. Upon seeing this, Jiang was amazed. Several seconds later, the energy crystal began to glow, causing a giant monster to appear. This monster was called Undead Tyrant, and it was 20 times bigger than Little Nine and Jiang. With a killer look, the Undead Tyrant began to stare at Jiang and Little Nine. Seeing that the crystal had transformed into a monster, he started to wonder if the energy crystal was the true boss of this secret realm. Jiang turned his head back, clenched his teeth tightly, and ordered Little Nine to destroy the energy crystal inside the Undead Tyrant. While the monster stared at Jiang, it began to roar. The monster struck Little Nine with a mace, but in the blink of an eye, she gained momentum and propelled herself off the wall, dodging the attack. Upon seeing that she had dodged the attack, the Undead Tyrant prepared to attack again. It attacked Little Nine once more, but she gained momentum and made a big leap in the air, evading the attack in the process. This caused the monster's mace to hit the ground, shattering it into pieces. While Little Nine was in midair, with a murderous look on her face, she began to stare intensely at the Undead Tyrant and then extended her hands towards it, causing sharp tentacles to quickly advance towards it. She began to attack the boss using her sharp tentacles, but effortlessly it dodged all the attacks as if nothing. Seeing that the Undead Tyrant, being such a large monster, was able to move at such high speed, Jiang was surprised. He clenched his teeth tightly and started thinking of a plan. Looking down at the ground, he saw several plants among the debris. Upon seeing this, he decided to take advantage and use his divine creation class called Spiritual Master. He began to stare at the plants and thought that he only had one chance. Jiang realized that the undead tyrant was too fast and each of its attacks were also powerful. The undead tyrant lifted the mace from the ground and gained momentum. For Jiang, it was like a raging bull that had gone out of control. But this was also a weakness. Little Nine tried to attack the undead tyrant using her sharp tentacles, but it started spinning its body at high speed and dodged them effortlessly. Gaining momentum, it began to quickly advance towards Jiang. Several seconds later, it made a big leap. Jiang lifted his head towards the undead tyrant, and while staring at it intently, he thought that this was not good. He had already sensed it just now. There were many hidden roots beneath the ground. While the undead tyrant was in the air, it grabbed the mace with both hands, and as it quickly advanced towards Jiang, it prepared to attack. As Jiang watched it slowly getting closer, he decided to use his talent at the moment when it got close enough, and this would stop it in its tracks. Several seconds later, once the undead tyrant got close enough, Jiang started staring at it and decided that this was the moment. He reached out his hand towards the ground and a green symbol appeared in it. He used his talent, and gradually the spiritual roots hidden beneath the ground began to emerge. Jiang turned his body towards the undead tyrant, and while giving it a deadly stare, he extended his hand towards it. In a matter of seconds, 4 spiritual roots emerged from the ground and attacked the undead tyrant, piercing through its body in the process, and trapping it in mid-air, rendering it unable to move. While Jiang had his hand extended towards it, and his body was emitting a powerful aura, he began to look at Little Nine and told her that it was now her turn. In the blink of an eye, Little Nine reached the undead tyrant. She placed a hand on its head, and while preparing her claws with the other, she stared at it with a murderous gaze and responded to Jiang with the understood master. Upon realizing that Little Nine was ready to attack, its expression changed drastically as it realized that something bad was about to happen. It tried to defend itself, but it was in vain. Just before it could make a move, Little Nine gained momentum, and using her sharp claws and tentacles, she attacked it, piercing its body in half and destroying the spiritual roots in the process. In a matter of seconds, the undead tyrant's corpse fell to the ground, while Jiang had his hand extended towards the sky and was controlling the spiritual roots. He began to stare at the undead tyrant's corpse and couldn't help but feel proud. He had managed to defeat the undead tyrant. Jiang's ability was secure enough, so as long as he used his skills properly, he could still play a great role in battles. While he was lost in his thoughts, a system notification appeared to inform him that the growth acceleration was on cooldown for 8 hours. Because of this, slowly but surely, the spiritual roots began to disappear. Several seconds later, the core emerged from the undead tyrant's corpse. Upon seeing this, Jiang decided to break it immediately. Just before the core could fly away, Jiang approached and grabbed it with his hand. He then clenched his fist tightly, shattering the core into pieces. As the fragments of the core gradually fell to the ground, Jiang started staring at his fist with an aggressive look and thought that this was the end. At that moment, several system notifications appeared, congratulating Jiang for clearing the C-rank secret realm called the Temple of the Undead. The system began calculating the contribution and a few seconds later successfully generated the secret realm score. Jiang Cheng, who was level 0 and had the class of Spiritual Master, obtained an S rating in this secret realm. Wang Yi, who was level 12 and had the class of Swordsman, obtained a B rating. Liu Ying, who was level 11 and had the class of Warlock, obtained an A rating. And Yi Qiang, who was level 10 and had the class of Boxer, obtained a B rating. The heavenly system began generating team rewards, causing a window to appear in front of Jiang. Several seconds later, the system successfully generated the team rewards, making the window longer. Jiang could choose from several weapons. The first one was a dagger, the second one was a scepter, the third one was a heavy axe, the fourth one was a light axe, and the fifth one was a hammer. As the spiritual roots slowly returned to the ground, Jiang started staring at the system window and remained lost in thought for several seconds. He put his hand into the system window and grabbed the dagger. Once he took the dagger out of the system, its statistics appeared. This was Edmu's Swift Dagger, ranked D, granting 50 attack points to the user and a 5% speed bonus. This dagger was related to swords and granted 2 professional attributes. Jiang held the dagger with one hand while checking the blade with the other. He thought it was good and decided to use it as compensation for Uncle Wang. He turned his head to one side, and while looking at the system window, he thought there was a lot of equipment. It didn't take him long to realize that all of the equipment was geared towards combat. He wasn't sure if there was anything suitable for the creation classes. He approached the system window, put his hand inside the system, and decided to take a look at the attributes of each equipment. He grabbed the hammer from the system window, and once he pulled it out, the hammer hit the ground because it was very heavy. This hammer was called Call of the King, granting 100 strength points to the user and deducting 100 agility points due to its weight. The attribute of this weapon was that the user had a 10% chance to trigger 5 times more critical damage. While Jiang was trying to lift the hammer from the ground, he began to feel a new sensation. A notification window appeared to inform him that the experience was being rewarded. Upon seeing this, he quickly realized that the system was giving him the experience points he had obtained from this secret realm. Although the hammer was very heavy, thanks to the experience, Jiang gradually became able to lift it. In a matter of seconds, he was able to lift the hammer as if it were nothing. Another notification of the system appeared to inform him that the United ability was in effect. Now all of Jiang's attributes had increased by 20%. While his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, and with one hand he was lifting the hammer, he put the other hand in his pants pocket and turned his head towards the hammer. Under the passive ability of the Insect Mother, he had reached level 6. In this way, the effect of United was also more prominent. He also realized that the physical combat ability increased along with the level. While he was lost in his thoughts, Little Nine approached him. She grabbed his shirt and got his attention. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang snapped out of his trance. She turned her head towards him and while pointing at the system window with her finger, she asked if she could eat all this as a reward. He put the hammer on the ground, turned his head towards her and while looking into her eyes, he pondered for several seconds. He turned his head towards her and told her that Little Nine couldn't eat the equipment, as it was for Uncle Wang and the others to exchange for money. He also added that if Little Nine ate it, then she would have a stomachache. Upon hearing this, she placed one hand behind her back and while touching her lips with the other, she began to look at Jiang with a sad expression. Then, she turned her body towards the undead tyrant's corpse and asked Jiang if she could devour it. He had completely forgotten about the remains of the boss. The devouring value was precious and could not be lost. While his body was surrounded by a powerful aura, he turned his head towards the corpse of the undead tyrant and gave Little Nine permission to devour it since it belonged to her. Without hesitation for a second, Little Nine approached the corpse of the undead tyrant, which was gigantic. While Jiang was looking at its corpse, he began to wonder if this boss wasn't a bit too big. Due to its large size, if Little Nine used the poisonous mist to corrode it, then it might take her some time. Little Nine extended her hands to the sides, closed her eyes, opened her mouth and told Jiang that she was digging. At that moment, her body started vibrating and in a matter of seconds she returned to her natural form. After returning to her natural form, she began to look at the corpse with a murderous gaze, opened her mouth, and started approaching it. Despite the fact that the undead tyrant's corpse was gigantic, compared to the mother insect's natural form, it was minuscule. Seeing that she had returned to her natural form to devour the corpse, Jiang was terrified. She opened her mouth and while rapidly advancing towards the boss corpse, she began roaring. She began to devour the corpse, creating a strong gust of wind in the process. Jiang took advantage of this and removed all the equipment from the system window. While holding the hammer with one hand, he started covering his face with the other. Little Nine's roar was too loud, but luckily they were in the secret realm. If this had happened in the main city, they would have been discovered no matter how well they tried to hide. Once she finished devouring the corpse, a system notification appeared and granted Jiang 400 devouring points. While Jiang was covering his face with his arm, he realized that the devouring value was increasing rapidly. He thought that, as expected, the value of the boss's meat was different. He realized that they needed to eat more boss-type monsters to increase the devouring value. While he was lost in his thoughts, someone started approaching them. Upon hearing the sounds of footsteps, he quickly turned his head back and clenched his teeth tightly as he realized that Uncle Wang and the others were coming because they had heard the noise Little Nine had made. The current devouring value was 8876 points. He approached Little Nine and asked her to quickly return to the other form. Upon hearing his order, she started smiling and replied with a "Understood, master." For Jiang, this was a pity as the devouring value was so close to being filled. Several seconds later, Uncle Wang and the others arrived. Upon seeing the equipment on the floor, he realized that Jiang had indeed passed the level. Jiang explained to Uncle Wang that he had broken his sword, but in exchange, he gave him the dagger. Without hesitation, Uncle Wang took the dagger and upon seeing that it was a rare item, he told Jiang that he would not pursue the matter of Jiang damaging his equipment. Xiao Zai approached Jiang and explained that this necklace was also a rare item which could be sold for a lot of money. Yiqiang asked him how the hell he had defeated the boss alone. Jiang put his hand behind his head and replied that his poison seemed to be more effective in suppressing monsters like this boss. After saying this, with a serious look, Jiang began to look down at the ground. The secret realm had been perfectly cleared, but after a secret realm was cleared, it would not refresh again. Getting the devouring value from another boss should be enough to start breeding the swarm of insects. If Jiang wanted to find a new boss, then he had no choice but to go to the desert. Uncle Wang started looking at Jiang and told him that it was a shame he was going to the research department. Seeing that he wasn't even level 1 yet could already defeat a boss monster, he told him that in the future, if Jiang leveled up, then he would be strong. After saying this, he asked him what his plans were now. Jiang turned his head towards him and with a smile explained that he hadn't told him before because he was afraid of worrying him. But actually, he was preparing to join the Night's Watch. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang was shocked and asked if he really intended to join the Night Watch. Jiang placed his hand on top of his head and answered yes. He revealed to them that he was going to go to the Night Watch in 3 days. Before going, he wanted to increase his level, so he planned on heading towards the wilderness soon to continue leveling up. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang was shocked, and Yiqiang put her hand over her mouth as she couldn't believe that Jiang was going to do something so dangerous. Xiao Zai reached out her hand towards him and while looking into his eyes with a serious expression, she explained that the wilderness was very dangerous. Just before she could finish speaking, Jiang interrupted her. He clenched his fist tightly, causing Little Nine's poisonous mist to start emerging in the palm of his hand. He asked Xiao Zai not to worry about him, as he knew what to do. He asked them instead of worrying about him, to worry about those monsters. That same day, a few hours later, Jiang boarded the train and arrived on the outskirts of the city. The conductor asked those who were going into wilderness to get off the train. Jiang got off the train. He was wearing a cloak to avoid drawing attention. He started looking to one side and stood still for several seconds. In front of him there was a bridge which was full of awakeners. After awakening the system, Jiang's appetite had increased. What was even more scandalous is that despite not being very stable, there was actually a slight increase in his devouring value when eating. He took out a loaf of bread and while he was eating it, his devouring value increased by 2 points. Little Nine manifested herself, put her hand near her mouth, and while she looked at the bread with an unpleasant expression, she told Jiang that his food wasn't tasty. Upon hearing this, Jiang decided to find something to eat for Little Nine, so he reached out his hand and made a map appear. He opened the map and started looking at it with Little Nine. He didn't expect Uncle Wang to give him most of the equipment. Not only did he give him the map, but he also gave him an important storage ring and a map after knowing that he was going to the desert. These things were really helpful for Jiang. He began walking across the bridge. According to Uncle Wang, the wilderness was influenced by the power of Heavenly Way, and all electronic devices would be disrupted. It was almost like an apocalyptic scenario where monsters constantly migrated to their nests. These maps had an extremely short usage time. Without the latest intelligence, it was difficult to find groups of monsters, let alone the bosses. Firebird and Thunder Rhinoceros were the most common ones and were easy to spot when they moved. It was said that this place marked with a question mark should be avoided as it was a very dangerous nest with higher risk. According to Uncle Wang, this goblin dungeon was the most suitable for him since it had a low level, enough monsters, and fewer people. While Jiang was looking at the map, he clenched his fist and with a smile decided to go, since with a map in hand, he would be able to find it quickly. While he was lost in his thoughts, someone caught his attention and ordered him to stop. Upon hearing this, Jiang became alert and turned his head back to see who it was. A man wearing a cloak placed his hand on Jiang's shoulder, then he stared at Jiang aggressively. He had been calling for him all this time, so he asked why he pretended not to hear him. He just wanted to ask him something. He asked Jiang if he had seen a girl with golden hair around here. Jiang turned his head towards him and with a murderous look replied that he hadn't and also advised him to watch his mouth. At that moment, the poisonous mist from Little Nine started emanating from his shoulder and stuck to the man's hand. He quickly moved his hand away from Jiang's shoulder and became somewhat confused. While he was looking at his hand, he clenched his teeth tightly and began to wonder if this was poison. He didn't know how this could be possible since Jiang didn't seem to have reached level 10 yet. However, Jiang couldn't harm him as the man was a level 27 main defense warrior. Jiang turned his back and as he walked away, advised him to hurry up and find a healer since his poison must be difficult to cure. He also advised him to take care of his brain. After saying this, he bid farewell to the man. Upon hearing this, the man couldn't help but get angry. He called Zhang's attention and asked if he had given him permission to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang turned his head towards him and began to look at him with a murderous gaze. The man approached Zhang, and while his body was emitting a powerful aura, he stared at him with a killer look and asked how dare he lay a hand on the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Zhang began to wonder if he was referring to the Xiao family and the Battle of Heaven. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhang began to stare into his eyes and soon realized what was about to happen. His suspicions were correct. The man attempted to strike him with all his strength, but to his misfortune, Zhang had already anticipated it. He simply gathered momentum and leaped to the side, evading the attack, causing the man's fist to impact against the ground, shattering it into pieces. While Zhang was in the air and moving away from the man, he put his hand in front of his face and with an aggressive look, began to stare at the man and wonder what the Xiao family was. Seeing the man's attitude, Zhang realized that he wasn't normal. The man was very angry. He clenched his teeth tightly and while staring at Zhang with a murderous look, he began to approach him at high speed. He unsheathed his sword and couldn't help but praise him for being quite fast. Upon seeing that things had reached this point, Zhang removed his hood and extended his hand to the side, causing Little Nine's poisonous mist to appear. He began staring at the man intently and told Little Nine that it was no longer necessary to hold back. Upon hearing this, she manifested herself through the poisonous mist and while staring at the man with a murderous look, responded with an understood. Upon seeing the poisonous mist, the man became even more aggressive. He started shouting and asking Zhang if he really believed he would scare him again with the same trick. Just before Zhang could teach this bastard a good lesson, someone appeared and addressed the man as Zheng Tai, reminding him once again that they had to act discreetly. Upon hearing the voice, Zheng Tai's expression changed drastically. He clenched his teeth tightly and as he slowly turned his head back, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Zhang simply stood silently observing and began to wonder what was happening. A man with blue hair wearing a hood appeared behind Zheng Tai. He was quite angry. He started staring at him with a murderous look and asked him what he was doing here, when he had asked him to search for someone. Zheng Tai was scared shitless. He clenched his teeth tightly, and as he slowly turned his head back, he began to tremble and tried to give an explanation. But just before he could speak, the man interrupted him, turned around, slightly turned his head towards him, and with a disappointing look called him trash that only caused problems. Upon hearing this, poor Zheng Tai became even more scared shitless, and just before he could utter a word, the man delivered a strong punch under his chin, causing him to start bleeding from his nose. This man was part of the Xiao family. While his body emitted a powerful energy, he turned his head towards Zheng Tai and with a murderous look reminded him once again that he was nothing but a dog of the Xiao family who had no right to use the name of the Xiao family. Immediately, Zheng Tai fell to his knees on the ground, bowed his head before him, and apologized, explaining that he would not forget it in the future. Now that there was going to be no action, Zhang put his hood back on, turned his head towards them, and silently observed them. Incredibly, he had not sensed the presence of the man. It didn't take long for him to realize that this guy was more dangerous than the previous warrior. While Zheng Tai was getting up, the man began to approach Zhang and apologized, explaining that his dog tended to bite things. He was willing to compensate the protagonist for this. Zhang simply asked him not to worry as it wasn't necessary. Upon hearing this, the man approached him and with a smile asked if he was going to go to the desert. The man approached him and while his body was emanating a powerful energy, he began to stare into his eyes and asked if he wanted to go to the desert together. Zhang simply started staring into his eyes and remained silent for several seconds. Then he turned his back on them and as he slowly distanced himself from them, he refused to go with him as he preferred to go alone. Upon hearing this, the man simply watched as Zhang walked away and remained silent. He thought that he was quite an interesting person. He knew that Zhang had awakened the divine class of creation called Spiritual Master. Once Zhang had distanced himself enough from them, Zheng Tai stood up, approached the man, and asked him if he should continue searching for the person he had been entrusted with. The man slightly turned his head towards him and while looking into his eyes, he replied that no, because by the time he finished, it would already be too late. Besides, he had already found the clues. The girl they were looking for had escaped from the city and probably wanted to cross the desert to reach the nearest station. He took off his hood using his hand and as he was moving away from Zheng Tai, he asked him not to allow her to arrive alive at the inn, giving him the order to call back all scattered servants and come with him to the desert. Zheng Tai placed both hands on his chest, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and responded with a understood. Humans had spread widely across this planet and had built countless cities. However, with the arrival of the awakened era, waves of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons invading human homes led to the constant remodeling of ancient human dwellings with great power. Nowadays, only the awakened ones who sought power would return to these places to fight against monsters, level up, and obtain wealth. Now these places are known as wild lands. Jiang began to advance through the area, and along the way he came across a bunch of rats. Several hours later, Jiang arrived at a remote and destroyed part of the city. While he was walking, he started to feel as if he had gotten lost. He was heading towards the goblin beast's nest, and he had been walking for several hours already. It was already nighttime and he still hadn't arrived. Little Nine was hungry, so she hunted a rat, climbed onto Jiang's head, and while holding it in her mouth, she realized that it didn't taste good. She came to the conclusion that she couldn't eat just anything. Along the way, Jiang had seen many monsters, but now that he had reached this area, he couldn't even spot a strong monster. These monsters granted a very low devouring value if Jiang didn't find a beast boss nest, considering the time it would take him to return. He couldn't waste much time as it could delay his entry into the night watch. While Jiang was walking, he began to look ahead with a serious gaze and became lost in his thoughts. Just then, the sky started filling up with dark clouds until several seconds later, it started raining. At that moment, a giant spider lurking in the area noticed Jiang's presence, and as it slowly descended towards him, it began to stare at him with a murderous gaze. Jiang reached out his hand to the side, and as raindrops fell onto his hand, he realized that this rain was a magical fluctuation, which meant he had entered an area where some beast lairs were located. He couldn't help but feel joy because even though they had made a mistake in searching for the beast's nest, luckily they had found it. Now the only thing left was to quickly find the monster in order to completely fill the devouring bar for the first time. Several seconds later, Jiang turned his head back and saw the monster slowly approaching him. Both started to stare into each other's eyes and remained silent for several seconds. Little Nine manifested, and while she was staring intently at the monster, she asked Jiang if he wanted her to intervene. Jiang slightly raised his head, and while looking at the monster, he replied to her that it was not necessary since the level of this monster was not high and it only seemed to have a slightly larger body size than the other monsters. Taking advantage of this, the monster descended to the ground and began preparing its sharp legs to attack him. With a killer look, the monster began to attack Jiang using its sharp legs, but without much effort. He gained momentum and started dodging the attacks with small jumps as if nothing. Then, taking advantage of the moment, he gathered strength and took a big leap. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on top of the monster, clenched his fist tightly, and prepared to strike. The monster lifted its head and, upon seeing Jiang, became terrified and started wondering what was happening. Jiang struck the monster forcefully, causing its body to hit the ground, ending its life and destroying the floor into pieces. While Jiang was lost in his thoughts, Little Nine appeared. She placed her hand on her forehead and informed him that more monsters had appeared. Upon hearing her voice, he snapped out of his trance, turned his head to the side, and was surprised. The sound of his strike had caught the attention of all the other monsters hiding in the area. While Jiang was standing on top of the monster's corpse, the giant spiders began to approach him. Upon seeing this, he reached out his hand to the side and used the poisonous mist, summoning the dagger he had obtained earlier in the secret realm. While he and Little Nine were staring at the giant spiders, he told her that it was time to enjoy a good meal. Both of them started staring at the giant spiders with a killer look, and he asked her if she was ready, to which she responded without hesitation that she was. Jiang activated Little Nine's poisonous mist, gained momentum, and in the blink of an eye, attacked the spiders using his dagger, cutting their bodies into pieces and infecting them with the poisonous mist in the process. As they advanced, their levels also increased rapidly. If they kept fighting monsters on the way back, they could at least level up 2 more times. In a matter of seconds, the monsters began to die. Those who had not received a mortal wound died due to the poisonous mist, which started corroding their bodies. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters died, forming a pile of corpses. Jiang approached and asked Little Nine to devour the remains of all these monsters. She became quite happy, extended her hands to the sides, and thanked him. At that moment, she started looking to one side and informed him that something big, powerful, and delicious was approaching. Upon hearing this, he also turned his head to the side, and upon seeing that Little Nine was quite excited, it didn't take him long to realize that what was approaching was the boss. Jiang turned his head in the direction from which the boss was approaching, extended his hand, and with a murderous look, used the poisonous mist and gave Little Nine the order to attack. The boss began to approach them and its shadow started becoming visible through the fog. Upon seeing this, Little Nine did not disobey the order and attacked the boss. Several seconds later, it began screaming in pain. Upon seeing that the boss had a woman's voice, Jiang turned his head towards it and became somewhat confused. It turns out that Little Nine had made a mistake, as the one approaching them was a woman and not the boss. Due to Jiang's attack, part of the woman's clothing ripped, and within seconds she fell backwards onto the ground unconscious. As he stood there observing her, he began to wonder what kind of magical creature this was. Several seconds later, the woman regained consciousness, opened her eyes, and while looking at the sky with a surprised expression, she began to wonder where she was and what was happening. She started to sit up with the help of one hand, placed the other on her head, and as she gradually regained consciousness, she began to wonder what kind of place this was. She remembered not having come here, while she had her hand on her head, and slowly was trying to understand the situation. Jiang approached her, sat down next to her, rested his elbows on his knees, closed his eyes, and with a pleasant smile, asked if she was awake. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, she became alert and began to wonder who he was. Without wasting a second, she stood up and hopped away from him. She adopted an offensive stance, and while looking at Jiang, she asked him who he was and also requested that he not approach her. He stood up, turned his body towards her, and with a calm voice, he asked her not to worry since he was just a job changer who had come to the desert to fight monsters. He also added that he hadn't come to harm her. Upon looking more closely, she remembered who Jiang was. She placed a hand on her chest, began pointing at Jiang with the other, and while staring at him intently, she told him that she knew he was the one who had attacked her before. Upon hearing this, Jiang became somewhat nervous, closed his eyes, and with a smile apologized to her, explaining that he had mistaken her for a monster. Upon seeing that Jiang was quite attractive, she couldn't help but blush. She turned her head towards him and asked how anyone could say that beautiful girls like her resembled monsters. She couldn't help but call him presumptuous. She entered into panic. Quickly she started touching her head and face to see if her nose and ears were still where they should be. Jiang simply stayed silently observing her. He had used all his strength when he attacked her. Now, seeing that she still had so much vitality, and was as if nothing happened, he began to wonder who she was and how she could withstand his attack. Several seconds later, after checking that she had no injuries, she calmed down. Then, she reached out to the side and the golden ring on her finger began to shine and emit a green energy. This ring was like a kind of clock which started projecting the time. Upon seeing the time, she realized that she had wasted too much time. She turned her back on Jiang and while walking away from him, decided to leave quickly before they caught her. While she was slowly moving away, Jiang simply remained silent. He began to stare at her intently and started wondering why she was running away and who were the people chasing her. The woman moved away from him a little, but suddenly stopped abruptly. She put her hand on her mouth and started biting her nails. Jiang didn't take long to realize that something was wrong. He approached the woman, and seeing that she was very nervous, asked if there was any problem. As terror started to take hold of her, she slightly turned her head back, closed her eyes, and forced a smile at him. She replied that there were some monsters ahead and since she wasn't very good at fighting, she decided to retreat and let Jiang deal with the monsters. In a matter of seconds, she stopped being nervous, turned her back to him again, waved goodbye and told him that this was it and decided to leave. Upon seeing this, Jiang's expression changed drastically. With a confused look, he started looking at the woman and thought that her acting skills were truly a pity. At that moment, it started to rain and the woman left. Jiang began walking around the area and thought that if there were monsters ahead, it was good because this was exactly what he wanted since these monsters were not opponents for him. Although they gave him devouring points, there was a problem. Jiang slightly turned his head to one side and with a serious look, he thought that dealing with other job changers was going to be difficult. The desert had always been a lawless place where many people dedicated themselves to killing and stealing goods. He began to question whether it was a good idea to capture the woman from before and ask her again. While Jiang was lost in his thoughts, Little Nine appeared. She started pointing ahead with her finger, and with a serious look she informed him that there were many monsters approaching from that side. Far from being scared or running away, Jiang was happy. He turned his head slightly towards her and upon hearing that there were many monsters, he told her that this was great. His happiness didn't last long. He turned his head to the side and upon seeing what was in front of him, he was shocked. In front of him, hundreds of giant spiders appeared, just like the ones he had just defeated. Among them was one even bigger than the rest, which started to look at him with a murderous gaze. As Jiang's body was surrounded by powerful energy, he began to look at the spiders and thought that this wasn't good for him. Fighting against some of them wouldn't be a problem, but now that there were so many spiders, he wouldn't be able to confront them. while little by little the giant spiders were getting closer to him. With a serious look, he began to stare at them fixedly and thought that the woman was not lying. Despite being surrounded by monsters, he felt relieved. He preferred to fight against these monsters rather than against the job changers. The giant spiders became enraged, and with a murderous look, they gained momentum and began to advance quickly towards him. Upon seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel happy, as he had no reason not to want the devouring value that was approaching him. Jiang unsheathed the 2 daggers, and as his body emitted a powerful and suffocating energy, he began to stare fixedly at the monsters, giving Little Nine the command to activate the poisonous mist. She did not disobey the order and responded with a understood. At that moment, her poisonous mist began to emerge from the daggers he was holding. In the blink of an eye, the giant spiders approached him, opened their mouths, and prepared to attack. While Jiang's body was surrounded by poisonous mist, he stood still for several seconds. One of the giant spiders tried to attack him, but Jiang moved at an incredible speed, and using the daggers and Little Nine's poisonous mist, he gained momentum and in the blink of an eye, pierced its body, splitting it in half and infecting it with the poisonous mist in the process. While he was in the air, he slightly turned his head back, and while staring fiercely at the monsters with a killer look, he thought this was strange because he didn't know why these monsters had become much faster than before. While Jiang was distracted, another giant spider gained momentum and began to advance towards him at a high speed. As it slowly approached him, it started staring at him with a murderous look and prepared to attack. Jiang didn't take long to feel the presence of the giant spider. Quickly, he slightly turned his head back, and upon seeing that it was trying to attack by surprise, he was somewhat surprised. But for the giant spider's bad luck, Jiang was not going to stand idly by. Just before it could make a move, in the blink of an eye, Jiang cut its body into pieces using the daggers. The pieces of its body fell to the ground, and several seconds later Jiang landed on the ground. While he was holding the 2 daggers with both hands, and his body was releasing the poisonous mist of Little Nine. With a murderous look, he began to stare at its corpse and realized that this wasn't right. Although he had reacted in time to the attack, and had ended its life in the blink of an eye, he had received a small cut on his abdomen in the process. At that moment, the small spiders began to advance rapidly towards him, and he didn't take long to realize that these monsters were actually cooperating with each other. Upon closer inspection, Jiang saw a spider that was very different from the rest. This spider had 6 eyes and was much larger, so he quickly came to the conclusion that this spider was the boss. Upon seeing this, he began to question whether this boss was commanding the others. In the blink of an eye, thousands of spiders appeared and surrounded Jiang. While his body was releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist, he started staring at the boss, and instead of running away, he simply stood still. Jiang finally understood that the thousands of monsters living in this area had the same strategy, both in numbers and tactics. So it was not surprising that no one came here. With a serious look, Jiang began to stare at the boss and thought that the only way to defeat these small monsters was by killing the boss. Upon seeing the number of monsters present, he thought this was going to be a bit difficult. While he was lost in his thoughts, Little Nine emerged through the poisonous mist and placed her hand on his shoulder, getting his attention. As she slowly manifested herself, with a serious look on her face, she began to stare directly at the boss and explained to Jiang that she was able to understand the situation. She revealed that these monsters were trying to challenge their master. Upon hearing this, Jiang became somewhat confused. He turned his head slightly towards her and asked what she was talking about. Little Nine thought that these monsters were really arrogant. She extended her hands to the sides, started looking up at the sky, opened her mouth, and let out a loud roar. Upon hearing Little Nine's roar, the spiders finally realized that she was the insect mother, and without a second thought, all the little spiders began to flee. Seeing the spiders fleeing in disarray, Jiang was somewhat surprised and started wondering if the reason could be that these monsters were also insects. Little Nine approached Jiang, slightly turned her head towards him, and informed him that she had severed the connection between the boss and the little spiders. Jiang did not expect that Little Nine's skills could be used in this way. Now that the monsters were disoriented, it was going to be much easier for him to defeat them. He extended the 2 daggers to the sides, and while staring at the boss with a murderous look, he praised Little Nine for doing a good job and decided that it was time to finish off the boss once and for all. Upon hearing this, Little Nine began to return to her original form. She started staring at the boss with a murderous look and replied with a understood, "Master." While Jiang's body was releasing the poisonous mist from Little Nine, he gathered momentum, took a big leap, and ordered her to follow closely. In the blink of an eye, using his daggers, he ended the lives of several monsters, cutting their bodies into pieces. He no longer had to worry about anything since without the boss's control, these monsters were in disarray. Jiang began to move at a high speed towards the monsters, and using his daggers, he started cutting their bodies into pieces. Now that the monsters were scattered and disorganized, they no longer posed a threat to him, so he didn't need to waste any more time. In a matter of seconds, Jiang finished off several monsters. Then, he gathered momentum, took a big leap, and as he was advancing quickly towards the boss, he thought that now there was only one objective left. The boss opened its mouth, and with a murderous look, it began to stare at Jiang and roar. Jiang decided not to back down and return the gaze. He prepared himself to attack and thought that the boss was the one who could provide the highest devouring value. The boss tried to defend itself, but it was in vain. Just before it could make a move, Jiang descended upon it and swiftly attacked its head with both daggers, infecting it with Little Nine's poisonous mist in the process. Despite the difference in size, within seconds, it lost its life and fell to the ground. Jiang landed on top of the boss's corpse. As he held both daggers in his hands, his body began to emit the venomous mist of Little Nine. He stared fixedly at its lifeless body and decided that it was time to breed the swarm of insects. Jiang approached the boss's corpse, started staring at it intently. He couldn't believe that he had finally defeated it. At that moment, a system window appeared to congratulate him for leveling up. Now he was level 14, had a power evaluation of 127 stars, and the passive abilities and level up effects were still in effect. Jiang clenched his fist, and it began to glow. He slightly lowered his head towards it, and with a smile he thought that as the level increased, the strength also continued to increase. He had 127 stars, which meant that his individual combat power was already almost equivalent to that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. He began to turn his head back, and thought that now he only had to devour the corpses of the monsters and obtain devouring points. Seeing how powerful Jiang was, and feeling the power of the mother insect, the small spiders started fleeing from the area. They were intelligent monsters and were fully aware that they had no chance of winning against Jiang. He turned his head back, and upon seeing the little spiders fleeing, he thought there was no longer any threat. It didn't take him long to realize that these spiders had understood the situation and were therefore escaping. Despite wanting to kill these monsters to earn points, he decided not to do so, as the most important thing now was to start breeding insects. He began walking towards the corpses of the monsters, and little by little, Little Nine started manifesting through the poisonous mist. With a killer look, Jiang began to stare at the boss's corpse, clenched his fist tightly, extended the other one towards the sky, and told Little Nine that now it belonged to her. Upon hearing this, she thanked him and then returned to her natural form. She then opened her mouth, took a leap, and started moving towards the boss's corpse. She began to devour the corpse, and a system window appeared to grant him 600 devouring points. While Little Nine was enjoying her meal, Jiang turned his body to the side, and with a serious look, he thought that elite monsters like this boss were different from the others since they could provide a high devouring value. He didn't take long to come to the conclusion that hunting and quickly breeding the swarm of insects was a good way to become stronger and hunt more elite monsters. Several seconds later, another system window appeared in front of him to inform him that the devouring value was full. The system asked him if he wanted to start the insect breeding. Jiang began to look at the system window, and, upon seeing how quickly the devouring value had filled up, he was amazed. He soon realized that elite monsters gave much more points than normal monsters. Several seconds later, Little Nine returned to her human form, knelt before him, placing one hand on her knee and the other on the ground. Then she bowed her head before him and informed him that Little Nine was already ready to reproduce. She asked him to allow her to continue following him with a much stronger power. While Jiang's body was emanating a powerful aura, he turned his head to the side and remained silent for several seconds, lost in his thoughts. He slightly turned his head towards her, and with a smile, he decided it was time to start breeding the insects. At that moment, a system window appeared to inform him that Little Nine had already started the first generation of mass insect breeding. Jiang's body and Little Nine's body began to emit a wave of energy, and the system informed him that the accelerated growth of talents and the blessing of the growth of all things were in effect. With a serious look, Jiang started to gaze at Little Nine, and thought to himself that his passive skills were more effective for accelerating the insect breeding. Several seconds later, the mark of Little Nine appeared on his hand. Upon seeing this, he didn't take long to realize that this was a new ability. His assumption was correct, as a system window appeared to grant him two new exclusive abilities called Insect Nest and Dominion. Then, another system window appeared to inform him that the insect breeding had been accelerated, and there were 8 seconds remaining. Seeing this, Jiang thought that the insect breeding was almost complete. Jiang lifted his head towards the sky, and upon seeing what was in front of him, he was shocked. He couldn't help but be amazed and wonder if this was a colony of insects. In front of him stood little Nine, with both hands extended to the sides and reproducing itself. In the blink of an eye, thousands of insects appeared and started flying around them. The system congratulated Jiang for successfully completing the breeding of the first swarm of insects. According to the system, there were a total of 2,300 insects. Jiang turned his head to one side, and while he was observing the insects, he started to smile and thought that the quantity was truly impressive. He couldn't believe that the first breeding cycle of the insects could reach over 2,000 offspring. This was only the first generation. He didn't know what would happen in the third or fourth generation. One of the insects approached Jiang. Sensing its presence, he turned his body towards it and began to caress its head. He really liked these insects. However, their abilities and little Nines were different. He noticed that the insects had also acquired some new skills. The insect status window appeared. It was called Son of 9 Wings of Miasma. It had 4 abilities. The first one was Poisonous Mist that allowed it to corrode and devour everything it touched. The second one was Camouflage. This ability allowed it to camouflage itself using the reflection of its wings. The third one was Frenzy. When it used this ability, the devouring value was continuously consumed, in exchange temporarily increasing strength and speed. The fourth and final ability was called Self-Destruction. This ability allowed it to explode its body, releasing toxins and causing massive damage in the process. Jiang thought that the camouflage and self-destruction skills seemed quite useful. While he was lost in his thoughts, little Nine approached him from behind and gave him a hug. She closed her eyes and with a smile, she caught his attention. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang snapped out of his trance, turned his head slightly towards her, and couldn't help but smile and feel at ease. He turned his body towards her, began to caress her head, and with a smile thought that she seemed to have changed but not much. Little Nine closed her eyes, placed her hands on her chest, and with a joyful smile informed him that she had finished the process of breeding the insects. Then, she took Jiang's arm with both hands and told him that she wanted to rest. Upon hearing this, he asked her what she meant by resting. At that moment, her body began to disappear. Jiang slightly turned his head towards his hand, and upon seeing this, he became somewhat confused. He started wondering where she had gone. And at that moment, a system window appeared to inform him that little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang started looking at his hand and couldn't help but smile and feel relieved. The system space was incredible. It was a space that could accommodate swarms of insects. Now it didn't matter how many swarms there were. They could all hide within the system, so Jiang would no longer be afraid of being discovered by anyone. The insect nest was a new ability that he had acquired. It was an ability that was granted at maximum level, which meant that it couldn't be leveled up. Jiang activated little Nine's mark, started looking at his hand and saw that she was sleeping peacefully. He realized that after reproduction, insects needed to sleep. Jiang remembered that he had just acquired a new ability called Dominion, so he decided to test it out and see how it worked. He extended his hand to the side and activated the skill. As he did this, his body began to emit a powerful and suffocating energy, and his eyes started to shine. Once Jiang activated the ability, the insects that were by his side turned their heads towards him and started looking at him with a murderous gaze. Jiang turned his head towards them and with a murderous look, he realized how this ability worked. He extended his hand towards the sky and it began to absorb the insects. This new ability allowed Jiang to control the swarm of insects. He turned his head towards his hand and thought that using this skill was as easy as moving an arm. While Jiang's eyes were shining, he started looking ahead and was amazed. By using this ability, he could also use the senses of the insects. Now Jiang could perceive the world in the same way insects did. As he looked around, he saw that this place was filled with monsters, hidden and ready to stalk their prey. Jiang turned his head to one side and upon seeing the behavior of the insects, he couldn't help but smile. He realized that they were also excited. With a killer look, Jiang and the insects began to stare at the monsters. While his body was surrounded by little Nine's poisonous mist, he gave them the order to attack as it was time to test their new abilities. Upon hearing his command, thousands of insects destroyed a nearby building into pieces to attract the attention of all the monsters in the area. Their plan worked, as all the monsters near the area turned their heads towards where they were and slowly started approaching to see what was happening. Jiang decided not to wait any longer and go after the monsters. While his body was releasing little Nine's poisonous mist, he began to approach the monsters, who soon realized what was about to happen. They tried to escape, but it was already too late. Just before they could make a move, the poisonous mist started rapidly approaching them. In a matter of seconds, the poisonous mist stuck to the monsters and slowly began to corrode their bodies, causing them to feel immense pain. Not long after, all the monsters that had been affected by it lost their lives and fell to the ground. Now that they were dead, the poisonous mist slowly started devouring them. Jiang approached the corpses and began to stare at them intently. With the swarm of insects, there was almost no need for him to take action. Now, the reach of the poisonous mist was much larger and it devoured its targets faster and more extensively. Additionally, he now had shared vision with the ability called Dominion. Common monsters could no longer hide from the swarm of insects. Jiang turned his head to one side, and as he watched Little Nine's poisonous mist slowly devouring the monster corpses, he started to smile and thought that soon he would be able to breed more insects. He remembered that he hadn't looked carefully at how much devouring value was needed for the next insect breeding. Thinking about this, he opened the system window. Upon seeing what had appeared on the system interface, Jiang was shocked and began to wonder what was happening and what this was. At the same time, a man arrived at an abandoned warehouse that was near where Jiang was and informed his leader that he had already returned. Upon seeing that he had come back, the leader asked him why he had taken so long and also gave him the order to quickly report on what was really happening in the spider's nest. This man was wearing a hood, had green hair, and was quite scared. He informed his leader that the spider's nest had been annihilated by someone mysterious and unknown, with a crushing annihilation that left not a single monster alive. His superior, who was a tall man with braids, couldn't believe what his ears had just heard. He turned his head towards his subordinate and with a surprised look asked if this was some kind of joke. He couldn't believe that someone had completely annihilated the spider's nest. Another man who was by their side approached them, and upon hearing this, he was shocked. The man with green hair approached them, and with a serious look, he replied that this was true, adding that the city of monsters was in ruins. Upon hearing this, their leader put his hand on his chin, began to look towards the ground. He was unable to believe that the nest had been razed to ashes. This was too terrifying to hear. Although at first he questioned if the culprit could be a member of the Night Watch, he later dismissed this idea as it was not the style of the Night Watch. He came to the conclusion that the responsible party must be some secret operation from a hidden family or a powerful assault group. He decided that it was best for them to retreat now. For them, this was a shame. They had been entrusted with the mission of filling a bottle with the venom of a wolf spider. Now that they had failed, he decided to make up for the losses on the way back by robbing some unfortunate ones. Upon hearing this, the man next to him turned his head towards him and couldn't help but sweat and panic. While they were talking, someone opened the door of the abandoned warehouse. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the three turned their heads back, and the man with green hair revealed to the other two that they had an unexpected visitor. Upon hearing this, they couldn't help but wonder who this person could be. A man put his hand on the door and as he slowly opened it, told them that he had finally found other professionals. Upon hearing this, the leader asked him who he was. This person was Jiang. He entered the warehouse, started walking towards them, dropped an arm, extended his hand towards them, and with a calm look asked them not to worry since he had only come here to level up. He also added that he had come to exchange some food with them. Upon hearing this, their leader felt relieved as Jiang had come alone. He turned his head towards him, started looking into his eyes, and with a smile agreed to exchange some food with him, adding that food in the desert wasn't cheap. After saying this, he asked Jiang what he wanted to exchange. The expression of the man next to him changed drastically. He adopted an offensive stance and began to stare at Jiang. Jiang approached the leader, started looking into his eyes, and with a smile asked him not to worry, adding that he had some very good items to exchange. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed drastically once again. He began to look at Jiang and couldn't help but smile and feel curious about what he wanted to exchange. The leader ordered Jiang to show him what objects he had. At that moment, the two men surrounded Jiang, and with a smile, they started unsheathing their swords. He simply turned his head slightly towards them and couldn't help but smile. From the beginning, he knew he couldn't trust them, so without thinking twice, he activated the ring and extended his hand towards them. In the blink of an eye, several spiders came out of the ring, and with a piercing gaze they started looking at the men. Jiang turned his back on them and with a mocking voice asked if his products were good. Upon seeing the spiders, the men sheathed their swords again, took a few steps back, and went on high alert. The men began to look at the spiders and couldn't help but sweat and feel fear. They were aware that these were wolf spiders. They started to question if they had not been annihilated along with the spider nest. Thinking this, they began to wonder if Jiang was the person who had killed all the spiders. The current level of Jiang Chen was 17. He slightly turned his head towards them, started looking at them with an overwhelming gaze, and with a smile, he asked them not to think that he didn't know what they wanted to do. After saying this, Jiang sat on a rock, slightly turned his head towards them and calmly revealed that he was very angry now. So he advised them to grab their weapons and leave right away from here. Upon hearing this, the three men grabbed their belongings, turned their backs to Jiang, started running, and apologized for bothering him, adding that they were leaving right away. Several minutes later, once the men had fled from the warehouse, Jiang extended his hand to the side, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. He gave the order for the insects to come out. While Jiang was sitting on the rock, with one arm resting on his knee, he reached up and used the poisonous mist to release 2 insects. They began flying around him, with a murderous look in their eyes, searching for any hidden threat. Jiang began to drink a little bit of soup that the men had left. He was getting hungrier and thought he should have known better when he first obtained Little Nine. He didn't expect leading the swarm of insects to have such side effects. When drinking the soup, a system window appeared and Jiang's devouring value increased. Now he had 2768 points out of 1 million. The system advised him to increase the value as soon as possible. Originally, he had thought that the devouring value would increase faster after the insect swarm doubled, but he did not expect that the devouring value of the next reproduction would also double. This complicated things a lot for Jiang, since now the devouring value that a boss could provide was just a drop in the bucket. Even if he eliminated all the beast nests outside the city, it wouldn't be enough to fill up the devouring value for the next reproduction. Jiang started looking down at the ground and sank into his thoughts. He had heard that the beast nests and secret realms controlled by Nightwatch were not going to be made public, which meant that if he wanted to increase his swarm's devouring value, then he had to join the Nightwatch as soon as possible. He began to look at his hand and saw that Little Nine had not yet woken up. Upon seeing this, he quickly came to the conclusion that the burden of reproduction was not small. At that moment, Jiang started to feel someone's presence. Immediately, his expression changed drastically as he turned his head to one side and wondered what this person was doing here. He stood up, clenched his fist tightly, slightly turned his head to one side, and assumed an offensive stance. He could smell the scent of battle and how there were a lot of people chasing after her. He didn't know what was happening here and why she was being pursued. Several seconds later, a girl who was using an invisibility spell entered the warehouse, bumped into Jiang, and fell to the ground. She was the same girl as before. She supported herself with one hand on the floor and began touching her head with the other because it hurt. Jiang turned his head towards her and with a confused look, began to wonder why he had encountered her again. While the girl was lying on the ground, she placed one hand on the floor, put the other on her chest, lifted her head towards Jiang and immediately recognized him as the boy from the spider's nest. She started looking at him with a frightened gaze and asked him not to tell anyone that he had seen her here. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but be shocked. He turned his head towards her and couldn't help but look at her with a surprised expression. She had been so close to him and he hadn't even been able to sense her presence. It didn't take him long to come to the conclusion that the person the man with blue hair was chasing was her. He decided to take the girl somewhere safe, but at that moment he felt someone's presence. Quickly, he turned his head towards the warehouse entrance, and with a serious look, he thought it was already too late to leave. Several seconds later, several people entered the warehouse. Among them were Zheng Tai and the man with blue hair who was part of the Xiao family. They began to walk towards Jiang, and Zheng Tai didn't take long to recognize him. He couldn't help but feel fear and chills. He pointed at Jiang with his finger and informed his leader that he was the same guy they had encountered before. The man with blue hair put his hand in his pants pocket, started staring at Jiang and with a smile praised his subordinate for having a good sense of smell. Jiang sat back down on the rock, rested his hands on his knees, and remained silent. Upon looking more closely, the man realized that this place was empty and Jiang was actually camping alone. With a gaze filled with anger, Zheng Tai began to look at Jiang and asked him if a girl had entered the warehouse a moment ago. He ordered him to respond immediately or else this time he was going to kill him. The man with blue hair started looking at Jiang, put his hand in front of Zheng Tai, and with a smile asked him to wait. He approached him, began to sit on the rock in front of Jiang. He knew that he was from the spiritual master class. He noticed that Jiang had leveled up very quickly. It had been less than a day since they last saw each other, and he was already level 16. The man became more and more interested in Jiang. He decided to set this topic aside and explained that he now had something urgent to do. While he was sitting on the rock, Jiang simply remained silent. He sat on the rock, rested an arm on his knee, drew his sword, began aiming at Jiang's neck. and with a serious look asked him if he had seen a girl with black hair around here. His subordinates approached, stood behind him, and remained silent. Jiang simply remained calm, started looking into the man's eyes, and quickly concluded that based on the aura emanating from his body, his level was very high, surpassing level 30. Seeing that he could accurately detect his class and level, he thought this man must have some detection equipment with him. Jiang turned his head to the side, began pointing towards the back door of the warehouse with his finger, and explained to the man that he had just seen someone's shadow going in that direction. He also added that because he wasn't of the perceptive class, he wasn't sure if that was the person they were looking for. Upon hearing this, the man started to stand up and tentatively decided to believe him. He also advised Jiang to be more honest. Upon hearing this, Jiang turned his head towards him and was somewhat surprised. He stood up, turned his back to Jiang, slightly turned his head towards him, began to look into his eyes, and with a murderous gaze warned him that if he found out that he had helped that girl, then the Yahello family wouldn't let him go. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tai also turned his head slightly towards him and couldn't help but smile. Several seconds later, the man and his subordinates began to leave the warehouse. Jiang turned his body towards them, and as he watched them gradually move away, he remembered that the Yahello family was the most powerful family in Zhengguo. With a penetrating gaze, he started to look at the man with blue hair and thought that the clans in the city had a long history and all of them were feudal officials. They were also extremely mysterious and rarely entered the world unless a great disaster occurred. Some powerful men in the family could even split the heavens and the earth. This guy was more powerful than Jiang had thought. For him, it wasn't good to be remembered by someone like that. Several seconds later, Jiang slightly turned his head towards the warehouse exit, and seeing that the men had already left, he decided to leave as well since it wasn't good for him to stay in this place. The girl came out of her hiding place, approached Jiang, put her hands on her hips, and thanked him for saving her. Jiang stood up, turned his body towards her, and remained silent. He quickly grabbed her arm, and upon seeing this, the girl panicked and started wondering what he had planned to do. Jiang approached her, started looking into her eyes with an aggressive gaze, and told her that she almost fooled him like last time. Since he had helped her again this time, he asked how she had gotten in trouble with these people. With Jiang so close to her, she couldn't help but blush. She began looking at him and explained that her family had a huge debt. The guy planned to take away the things they were escorting and kill them all, but he didn't expect her to escape. He was afraid that the news would leak out, so he was chasing after her for this reason. After explaining this, she asked Jiang if he wanted to silence her. Upon hearing this, Jiang let go of her hand, turned his back on her, and began to walk away from her. Upon seeing this, she placed a hand on her chest, extended the other towards him, and told him that she would always remember that he had helped her and that she would also be very grateful to him in the future. While he was distancing himself from her, he closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and told her that he didn't want to get involved in her affairs. At that moment, Jiang abruptly stopped, opened his eyes, and thought that something was not right. The girl also noticed this, and her expression changed drastically. With a fearful look, she revealed to him that someone had just placed a barrier spell around the warehouse. At that moment, someone who was outside the warehouse gave the order to their subordinates to come out. Jiang started looking towards the entrance of the warehouse and thought that now it was impossible to escape. He knew that even if the girl said she didn't know him, they wouldn't believe her anymore. He activated his insect perception and began walking around the area, realizing they were surrounded on all sides. With a serious look, Jiang began to stare towards the entrance of the warehouse, ready to face any opponent. On the other side, the girl got scared and placed her hand on her chest. Several seconds later, the man with blue hair and his subordinates appeared. Their bodies started emanating a killer aura. With a penetrating gaze, they began to look at Jiang, ready to finish him off. He knew that Jiang had lied to him. He approached him, stared into his eyes, and ordered him to hand over the girl. He called Jiang a bastard and told him that he knew he had lied to him. He gave the order to his subordinates to catch the girl. With a serious look, Jiang simply started looking at him and remained silent. Upon seeing the man with blue hair, the girl's expression changed drastically. She began to look at him and couldn't help but panic and be terrified at the same time. She explained to Jiang that he had already taken everything that the Luo family owned. After saying this, she asked the man why he wanted to kill her so badly. He started looking at the girl and calmly asked if he really needed a reason. Upon hearing that she belonged to the Luo family, Jiang turned his head towards her and began to stare at her intently with a serious look. Jiang and the girl were on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, while the man with blue hair and his subordinates were on the first floor. She clenched her fist with one hand, extended the other to the side, started staring at the man, and told him that if he killed her, then the Luo family would never forgive him. She also added that they would never let him live in peace. Jiang, who was standing behind her, simply dropped his arms to his sides and just kept watching the man. Upon hearing this, the man with blue hair couldn't help but burst into laughter. He asked her if she truly believed that a family like the Luo family was capable of doing this. At that moment, his subordinates began to look at the girl and couldn't help but smile. While he had one hand on his waist, he lowered his head, put the other hand over his face, and couldn't help but laugh at the thought that a second-rate family with a little money really took themselves seriously. He revealed to the girl that without the protection of the Xiao family ancestors 100 years ago, the Luo family would have been annihilated long ago. Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates unsheathed his sword and the others started laughing. Zheng Tai crossed his arms, stared at Jiang intently, and couldn't help but smile. After saying this, he removed his hand from his face, lifted his head, and with a serious look, he told her that in the eyes of the Xiao family, they were no different from humble peasants. He also added that for him, they were just cattle that the Xiao family could slaughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang turned his head towards him and with a look filled with hatred, began to stare at him intently. He couldn't help but become enraged. He couldn't believe that a person could be so arrogant. The man extended his hand forward and his palm started emitting a powerful red energy which began to rise towards the sky. Then, he looked at the girl and with a smile asked her what could the Xiao family investigate if there was nothing to find. Several seconds later, the energy he had released began to create a powerful barrier around the abandoned warehouse. This ability was called the Dragon Prison Formation of the Xiao family. The girl looked up at the sky, placed a hand on her chest, clenched her fist, and couldn't help but be astonished and panic as she now didn't know how she was going to escape from here. Jiang lifted his head and upon seeing the barrier, he couldn't help but be amazed. To him, the man with blue hair was someone very interesting. While Jiang and the girl were standing on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Zheng Tai unsheathed his sword, started staring at the girl, and prepared to attack. He asked the others to listen carefully to the young master and not leave anyone alive. The others responded with an understood. The man with blue hair, who was standing next to Zheng Tai, simply remained silent. Several seconds later, Zheng Tai prepared to attack, but at that moment, the man with blue hair stood in front of him and put his hand up to indicate for him to stop. Then, he began staring at Jiang and with a smile told him that the girl from the Luo family must die today. He remained interested in Jiang as he was fully aware that he possessed the divine rank creation class. After saying this, while he was still looking at Jiang, he explained to Zheng Tai that the creation class called Spiritual Master was a very rare profession. He wasn't like other people who didn't know what it was. Then, he reached out his hand to the side and with a smile decided to give Jiang the opportunity to obtain everything under the sky today. He extended his hand towards Jiang and gave him the order to capture the girl, in exchange for sparing his life so that he could serve the Xiao family. After saying this, he asked Jiang what he thought. Upon hearing this, the girl who had her hands on her waist couldn't help but be shocked. On the other hand, Jiang dropped his arms to his sides and remained silent for several seconds. Jiang began to look down at the ground and couldn't help but smile and praise him, as the bastards of the Xiao family were really good at making suggestions. The girl turned her head towards him and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but panic, wondering if Jiang was really going to accept his proposal. With a murderous look, Jiang stared at the man with blue hair and rejected his offer, mocking him by telling him that the Xiao family could go to hell. After saying this, he tightly clenched his fists, and while his body was releasing the poisonous mist of Little Nine, with a serious look he told him that he refused. He also asked him if he could come for him if he was looking for a fight. The girl turned her body towards Jiang, brought her hands close to her chest, and upon seeing that his body was surrounded by the poisonous mist, she couldn't help but take a few steps back and become terrified. She began to wonder what was happening. Upon hearing that Jiang had rejected his proposal, the man with blue hair couldn't help but become enraged as this was a dishonor to him. He gave the order to his subordinates to finish him off. Upon hearing the order, they unsheathed their swords, gained momentum, took a big leap, and began advancing quickly towards Jiang. While in midair, Zheng Tai started looking at him and asked the others to be careful as Jiang wasn't easy. While little by little they were getting closer, Jiang simply stayed silently observing them without making any movement. Several seconds later, they approached the second floor, and Zheng Tai, upon seeing that Jiang's body was surrounded by poisonous mist, revealed to the others that he could use poison and advised them not to attack directly. Upon seeing that they were ready to attack, the girl hid behind Jiang. At that moment, Jiang deactivated the poisonous mist, extended his hand towards them, and while his body was surrounded by a green energy, he began to stare at Zhang Tai with a serious look and revealed to him that not only could he use poison but also the talent ability of his. Upon seeing this, the girl took several steps back, placed her hand on her chest, turned her head towards Jiang, and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused as she didn't know what this power was. In the blink of an eye, several green spiritual roots began to emerge from the ground. Zhang Tai approached Jiang, grabbed the sword with both hands, and prepared to attack. But at that moment, he looked down at the ground and upon seeing the spiritual roots, he was shocked and couldn't help but wonder what this ability was. The spiritual roots grew enormous and in an instant, they entangled around Zhang Tai's and the others' bodies, rendering them immobile. They panicked as they didn't know what was happening. Jiang, who had his hand extended towards them, revealed that his ability was the evolution of all things. Little by little, the spiritual roots began to tighten Zhang Tai's body. He quickly grabbed the roots with his hands and started looking at Jiang, unable to help but wonder what was happening. Seeing how strong the roots were, he realized that his class was of divine rank. He was also confused because he remembered that Jiang could use poison as well. He decided not to stand idly by, unsheathed his sword, held it with both hands, and used all his strength to cut the roots around his body into pieces. Upon seeing this, the others also began doing the same as him. He advised them to attack the roots since they were very fragile. The spiritual roots began to fall to the ground near the man with blue hair, who started to push them away using his hands. He didn't take long to realize what was happening. With a surprised look, he shouted and called Zhang Tai an idiot, explaining that this was just a distraction. He also added that Jiang was ready to attack. Jiang took advantage of Zhang Tai and the others being distracted to release the insects, which began to look at them with a penetrating gaze. While his body was surrounded by poisonous mist, he reached out his hand to the side, stared at him intently, and explained that it was already too late. The girl sat on the floor, resting her hand on it, lifted her head, and upon seeing the insects, she was surprised. While Zhang Tai's subordinates were busy cutting the roots, the insects began to approach them. He turned his head to one side and upon seeing the insects, his expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but sweat and be shocked, wondering what these things were. The insects began to move at a high speed and started attacking them. Zhang Tai blocked the attack using his sword, but unfortunately for him, the insects were so strong that in a matter of seconds, they destroyed his sword. Upon seeing this, he was in shock, unable to believe that Jiang had actually destroyed his weapon. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't poisonous mist at all, but rather summoned monsters. At that moment, an insect began to approach him from behind and it prepared to attack. He lifted his head and upon seeing this, he was surprised. He started screaming and revealed to the others that this poisonous mist actually came from the monsters. He came to the conclusion that he couldn't dodge the attack. Jiang, who had his hand extended towards him and was controlling the insect, began to look at him with a murderous gaze, and couldn't help but smile as he had finally caught him. Just before the insect could attack Zhang Tai, someone approached him and put their foot on his shoulder, called him trash, and asked him get lost. He turned his head to the side and upon seeing this, he became somewhat confused. Upon seeing this, Jiang also became somewhat confused and amazed at the same time. This person was none other than the man with blue hair. He unsheathed his sword, grabbed it with one hand, gained momentum, took a big leap, and as he slowly advanced towards Jiang, he used the first form of Kongning's 9 forms. By doing this, his body began to emit an orange aura. While Jiang's body was surrounded by little Nine's poisonous mist, he simply remained silent. The girl who was sitting on the ground next to him put her hand in front of her mouth and became terrified. Jiang lifted his head towards him, and upon seeing that he was faster than the poisonous mist, he couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and sweat. He used the secret technique of the Xiao family called chasing dragons. At that moment, a dragon made of spiritual energy manifested itself and began to stare at Jiang. It clenched its teeth tightly and attacked him. Its attack was so powerful that it destroyed the area where Jiang was into pieces and created a smoke screen in the process. While with one hand he was holding the sword and had it extended towards Jiang, he began to stare at him fixedly and with a smile called him a bastard. He knew it was going to be difficult to deal with him, but luckily his level wasn't very high and his speed wasn't fast enough. He thought that by using this blade alone he would be able to defeat him. But to his surprise, several seconds later, once the smoke cleared, his expression changed drastically. He was in shock as he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Luckily, Jiang was still alive, thanks to the girl using her hidden profession ability called Earth Eternal Shield and creating a shield around them. While she had her hands extended towards the shield, it began to crack. She closed her eyes, and while blood was coming out of her mouth, she explained to Jiang that she was in a lot of pain. Jiang, who was standing behind her, began to look at her with a surprised and dumbfounded expression. He realized that she was actually a defensive type. The man with blue hair had forgotten about her, but now seeing that she had blocked his attack using the shield, he couldn't help but become enraged. He started looking at her aggressively, clenched his teeth tightly, and prepared to attack again. Jiang began to look at him and thought that this was a good opportunity to attack. He extended his hand to one side, releasing the poisonous mist. Several seconds later, he landed on the ground. At that moment, several insects began to approach him quickly from behind. One of his subordinates, who was lying on the ground, reached out towards him and caught his attention to ask him to be careful. While holding the sword with one hand, he turned his head back, and upon seeing the insects approaching quickly, he became alert. At that moment, he grabbed one of his subordinates by the hood. Upon seeing this, the subordinate became somewhat confused as he didn't know what was happening. While with one hand he was holding the sword, with the other he grabbed his subordinate by the hood and placed him in front of himself to use him as a shield. Since the insects were not very smart, they attacked his subordinate instead of him. The insect's attack was so powerful that their bodies were thrown backwards. His subordinate was seriously injured. While his body lay beside him, he placed a knee on the ground, leaned the sword against the ground, rested his arm on the other knee, and began to look down at the ground and cough. Jiang came down from the second floor, started approaching him, and couldn't help but think that he was a nasty bastard for using one of his own men to block the attack. The insect's attack pierced the man's chest, who was lying on the ground. Even though he was badly injured and bleeding from his mouth, he was still alive. He began to cough and caught his master's attention. He stood up, started approaching Jiang, slightly turned his head towards his subordinate, and thanked him for enduring the attack for him. He thought that he had not educated him in vain, and upon seeing that he was still alive, he couldn't help but praise him and think that he was truly strong. Jiang, who was standing in front of him, simply remained silent. He took out a dragon yuan pill from his pocket with his hand, opened his mouth and ate it. He couldn't believe that he was being forced to use the dragon yuan pill. In a matter of seconds, his subordinate lost his life. He began to approach Jiang, dragging the sword on the ground, causing small rocks to slowly float. Upon seeing this, Jiang assumed an offensive stance, while on the other side, the girl sitting next to him and covering the wound on her arm with her hand remained still. He tightly gripped the sword, pointing it towards Jiang, and with a murderous look, he warned that his next attack would slice his head into pieces. Jiang simply remained calm, calmly looking at the man in silence, ready to face any attack. Once the dragon yuan pill took effect, the elemental energy dragon grew enormous and appeared behind him. Its eyes began to shine, indicating to him that it was ready to attack. He assumed an offensive stance, stomped forcefully on the ground, breaking it into pieces. Then he tightly gripped his sword and stared fiercely at Jiang, determined this time to finish him off. His energy was so strong that the rocks around him began to float. Jiang started looking at the dragon and couldn't help but be terrified. He didn't know if he would be able to withstand the attack. The man with blue hair began unsheathing his sword and prepared to attack. This time he decided to use technique number 2 of the 9 Kongning styles. At that moment, he used the ability called the Descending Dragon's Cut and launched a powerful attack towards Jiang. In doing so, his body began to emit a powerful energy, and in the blink of an eye, the elemental energy dragon started advancing quickly towards him. It opened its mouth and prepared to finish him off. At that moment, the girl stood in front of Jiang. She extended her hands towards the attack and with a determined look, used the Earth Eternal Shield once again. Jiang put his elbow in front of his face, turned his head towards her, and upon seeing that despite being injured she was willing to block another attack, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. In an instant, a green shield appeared around them. Upon seeing this, the spiritual dragon began to attack the shield, breaking part of the ground and creating a curtain of smoke in the process. While she had her hands extended towards the shield and was blocking the attack, she closed her eyes, clenched her teeth tightly, and explained to Jiang that because the man had taken Xiao family's secret dragon yuan pill, now the strength of the dragon had multiplied several times. Now her shield would not be able to withstand the attack at all, which meant they were doomed. In a matter of seconds, little by little the shield began to crack. Upon seeing this, she decided to use her last bit of strength to hold on as long as possible. Jiang grabbed his cloak with his finger, started looking at the spiritual dragon and couldn't help but be amazed and think that the man with blue hair was really strong since each strike from the dragon was a deadly move. The previous attack had already been astonishing, so he didn't expect him to unleash such power. The man with blue hair jumped, approached them, and began to stare at Jiang. When he saw that the shield was starting to crack, he couldn't help but smile. He used the descending dragon's cut several times, launching powerful slashes towards the shield. Jiang returned his gaze and reached out his hand towards the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Seeing that he was a ruthless and powerful person, he decided not to show any mercy. Several seconds later, once the girl's shield broke, several thousand insects began to emerge from Jiang's hand and appeared in the sky. The man with blue hair looked up, and upon seeing so many insects, he couldn't help but be shocked. He clenched his teeth tightly and started wondering what was happening. While thousands of insects were coming out of Jiang's hand, he began to stare at the man with blue hair and asked him to get ready. The girl who was sitting on the floor behind him put a hand on her shoulder where she had the wound, started looking at Jiang with a surprised look, and began to wonder if he really belonged to the creation class. Several insects appeared around Jiang and began to look at the man with blue hair, ready to attack. Jiang started approaching him and gave the order for the insects to attack. Upon hearing this, he clenched his teeth tightly and couldn't help but panic. He knew that if so many insects attacked him at once, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Upon hearing Jiang's order, the insects began to advance towards him and prepared to attack. Seeing the number of insects, he unsheathed his sword and assumed a defensive stance. With a serious look on his face, he started staring intently at Jiang and used the descending dragon cut. By doing this, his sword emitted a powerful energy. He was not willing to give up, as they were just some smelly insects. With little effort, he started cutting the insects into pieces, while Jiang's body was releasing the poisonous mist from Little Nine. With a penetrating look, he reached out his hand towards him and asked if he truly believed this. The bodies of the injured insects began to regenerate. Seeing that the insects could regenerate, he couldn't help but be shocked and wonder how this was possible. Several seconds later, they started advancing towards him and began attacking again. He began to defend himself from the attack using his sword, in the process cutting the bodies of several insects in half, which quickly started to regenerate again. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but panic, as he couldn't believe that he truly couldn't kill them. While the insects were emerging from Jiang's body, with a serious look on his face, he began to stare at him intently and decided to see how long he could endure. The girl who was behind him turned her head towards him, and with a surprised look, she couldn't help but be shocked and wonder how powerful he was. Upon hearing Jiang's mockery, he became furious, swinging the sword forcefully and using once again the skill descending dragon cut, cutting the body of an insect that was in front of him in half. The spiritual dragon manifested again, opened its mouth, and began devouring the insects. He had used this attack because the dragon could continue devouring the insects without allowing them to regenerate. While he had his guard down, one of the insects approached him from behind and gave him a strong bite on the arm, poisoning him and causing him to drop his sword in the process. Upon feeling the bite, he turned his head to the side, and upon seeing the insect, clenched his teeth tightly and thought that this was not good at all. Now that his right hand was poisoned, he couldn't use the sword. Now that he had no other choice, he put his hand into his clothes and pulled out a red object. The insects took advantage of this opportunity and began to approach him quickly, but he took the object out of his clothes, raised it to the sky, and used the technique called Jade Protection of Life. At that moment, a powerful red energy started to appear around his body. He mocked Jiang by asking if he believed he could kill the great Xiao Yuanwu with a few insignificant insects. Jiang simply stood there silently observing him without saying a word. He reached out his hand towards Yuanwu, began to stare at him intently with a serious look, and asked him what kind of treasure this was and how it had such power. After saying this, he ordered the insects to devour him. The object had created a shield around Yuanwu's body. The insects followed Jiang's order and started attacking the shield, but no matter how hard they tried, it was in vain. Seeing this, he quickly realized that the attack hadn't even made a scratch on the shield. While Yuanwu was covering the wound from the insect bite on his arm with his hand, he turned his head towards Jiang and advised him not to waste his energy, since it was the inherited treasure of the Xiao family called Jade Treasure, which had divine powers. Jiang refused and ordered the insects to attack again. Yuanwu stared at him and explained that once the Jade Treasure was activated, the shield could block all external attacks. With this shield, Jiang would not be able to harm him anymore. Jiang simply remained silent. While the insects continued to attack the shield, Yuanwu began to approach them. Upon seeing that he was able to control the insects and bring him to the point of using the ancestral treasure, he couldn't help but praise him for being amazing. He also added that even if Jiang used all his cards up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to harm him. Seeing the man approaching, the girl stood up and grabbed Jiang by his clothes. Within seconds, he started bleeding from his mouth and approached Jiang. With a smile, he decided to make him an offer one last time. As long as Jiang was willing to follow and obey him, he could allow him to join the Xiao family and grant him the Xiao surname, something many dreamed of achieving. After saying this, he asked Jiang to think it over carefully and not miss out on this opportunity. Jiang began to look at him with a calm gaze and remained silent, thinking for several seconds. He started to stare fixedly at Yuanwu and couldn't help but get angry when he saw that he had become accustomed to being conceited, to the point where he couldn't even see the situation he was in. Upon hearing this, the girl turned her head towards him and with a confused look, began to wonder what Jiang was up to. He approached Jiang, extended his hand to the side, and with a smile asked him to stop bragging. It didn't matter to him if Jiang accepted or not because even if he couldn't kill him today, he could do it any other day. With the influence of the Xiao family throughout the country, he wouldn't be able to hide or confront them. Jiang began to stare at Yuanwu intently and with a smile, he reminded him of his own words that one couldn't investigate if there was nothing to find. After saying this, he asked him what could happen if he died without leaving any trace. At that moment, a giant tentacle struck the ground. Upon hearing this sound, Yuanwu slightly turned his head back and with a gaze filled with terror, he started wondering what was happening. This tentacle belonged to the insect mother. She emerged from the swarm of insects and appeared behind them. Upon seeing how enormous she was, the girl fell to the ground. Yuanwu looked up and upon seeing how huge and terrifying she was, he started sweating. At that moment, Jiang gave her the order to devour him. Upon hearing his command, Little Nine began to approach Yuanwu and thank Jiang as she was very hungry. Upon hearing this, Yuanwu's expression changed drastically. He started feeling a fear that he had never felt before in his life. Little Nine began to smile and using her tentacle, she attacked Yuanwu's shield. Due to her enormous strength, his body was sent flying and crashed into the wall, breaking it into pieces. He started screaming in agony, unable to believe that a monster like Little Nine actually existed. He asked Jiang what kind of monster she was. With a calm look, Jiang explained to him that Little Nine had just finished reproducing herself, so he and the jade were exactly what she needed to satisfy her hunger. Little Nine began to repeatedly hit Yuanwu using her tentacle, creating a large curtain of smoke in the process. In a matter of seconds, the shield started breaking into pieces. He opened his mouth and started screaming in pain, questioning why the shield had broken so easily. He began to bleed from his mouth and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that this was happening. Now the fate of the Xiao family and the jade were going to disappear. Now that the shield had been broken, Little Nine started to stare at him intently. She began to bring her tentacle closer to him and decided to deliver the final blow. With a cold expression, Jiang remained silently observing this. Little Nine attacked Yuanwu, destroying the ground into pieces in the process. Her attack had been so powerful that all that was left of Yuanwu was a pool of blood. She began to lift the tentacle from the ground, and Jiang thought that no one should find out about this since Yuanwu was now dead. He started walking, reached his hand towards the sky, activated the swarm mark, and gave Little Nine the order to transform. Several seconds later, Little Nine transformed, returned to human form, and hugged him. Then, she closed her eyes and with a smile explained that Yuanwu was delicious. She thanked him and also added that she was the one who loved him the most. The girl who was sitting on the floor turned her head to the side and upon seeing Little Nine, she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and scared. Jiang turned his back on her, started to walk away, and decided to take a look at the Xiao family. At that moment, he turned his head towards her and decided to take care of her. The girl who was sitting on the floor panicked and couldn't help but sweat. She remembered that she now knew his secret, and thinking about this, she couldn't help but wonder if he was going to kill her to keep her silent. Jiang began to stare at the girl with a serious look and started wondering what he should do with her. At that moment, his body started emitting Little Nine's poisonous mist, and several insects appeared behind him, staring at the girl, ready to attack. He approached her, started looking at the ground and asked her to give him a good reason not to kill her. Upon seeing this, she panicked, quickly knelt before him, took out some gold coins, bowed her head before him and explained that this was all the money she had on her. It was worth millions, practically her life. She was willing to give it to him in exchange for sparing her life. Jiang picked up a gold coin with his hand, started looking at the girl and thought that she had some sincerity. But since she knew too much and also lied, he decided that it was best to eliminate her. She stood up, closed her eyes, raised one hand towards the sky, and swore by her name Luo Sandao that if she lied to him, then the heavens could punish her with 5 thunders. Jiang was somewhat confused as he didn't know whether to believe that her name was Luo Sandao, since she always told lies without thinking about the consequences. Luo Sandao approached him, handed him her identification card, and looked at him with a sincere gaze. She explained to him that what she was saying was true. She didn't know what her parents were thinking when they gave her this name, but she really wasn't deceiving him. She also added that if he still didn't believe her, then he could look at her identification card. Jiang took her identification card, brought it closer, and upon looking more closely, he saw a chubby girl. Upon seeing this, he asked Luo Sandao if she was sure that she was the same person as in the photo. She grabbed strands of her hair, started pretending to have 2 ponytails, closed her eyes, puffed up her cheeks, and explained that the photo had been taken 2 years ago when she hadn't grown yet and hadn't lost weight. Upon seeing the expression on her face, Jiang turned his head back and started laughing out loud. Upon witnessing this, the insects flying behind him became somewhat confused. Then, he turned his head towards her and with an intense gaze, explained to her that he still couldn't trust her and didn't know if she would be able to keep the secret since, after all, this was something only the dead could do. Just before he could finish his sentence, she jumped, used the storage ring, causing a portal to appear. While she had one hand in the portal, with the other she took out a scroll and started approaching Jiang. With a serious look, she asked him not to worry about this. Jiang began to look at the scroll with a surprised expression and asked her what it was. She began to open the scroll using both hands, and she explained to him that this was a sealing scroll. Once she revealed the secret, she would be executed immediately. She was very afraid of dying, and for this reason, she had taken out the scroll. At that moment, a system window appeared to inform Jiang that she swore to protect his secret with her own life. If she revealed this secret, then she would be executed. Upon seeing this, he was somewhat surprised as he couldn't believe that something like this existed in the world. Several seconds later, he picked up the scroll with his hand, closed one eye, started looking at it with the other, and decided to accept. Now that she had signed the confidentiality agreement, he decided not to kill her for now. Upon hearing this, she thanked him. He turned his head towards her and asked how much this scroll cost. She put her finger on her cheek, started looking at him, and revealed that its approximate value was around 10 million. Jiang tightly gripped the scroll, began to approach her, and with a furious look, he thought that this meant she had just used the only valuable thing she had in the storage ring. She thought she was going to die, so she started shaking her hands and told him that if he accompanied her home, then her parents would treat him well and give him even more rewards. Jiang turned his back on her, started to walk away, and explained that tomorrow morning he had to go to the night watch, so he couldn't waste any more time. After saying this, he wished her good luck. She stood up, and while she was watching him slowly move away, she caught his attention and asked him to take her home since her house was much closer than the night watch headquarters. There was a teleportation station near her house, and she assured him that he would arrive on time. Although at first he refused, later he decided to listen to her, and several hours later they arrived at the Luo family mansion. This mansion was beautiful and very large, almost like a castle. At the same time, inside the mansion, there were a lot of hooded men prostrated before a woman who was sitting on her throne. A man approached her and informed her about what had happened to her daughter. Upon hearing this, she was shocked as she didn't know how this could be possible. The Xiao family not only stole and killed, but they were also going too far with this lie. Seeing that she was furious, the man asked her to calm her anger towards him, as he was a wretched person who had caused her suffering. Several minutes later, Luo Sandao entered the room, approached her mother, sat beside her, rested her head on her knees, and started crying. Her mother placed her hand on her head and then began to look at her subordinates with a furious gaze. She decided definitively to do something against the Xiao family. Her husband approached her, looked at her intently, extended his hands to the sides, and in a serious voice asked her to calm down, since the most important thing was that Luo Sandao had returned safe and sound. He also added that the Xiao family was a powerful family in the country, and they couldn't mess with them being simple merchants. Jiang stayed silently observing and thought that her real name was Luo Sandao. Her father turned his body towards Jiang, handed him a black card, closed his eyes, and with a smile thanked him for saving their daughter. He also asked him not to get rid of this black card. The mother turned her head towards him, closed her eyes, and with a pleasant smile told him that he was their benefactor. She had prepared a meal for him so that he could eat peacefully and then leave using their teleportation, which was very fast. Jiang took the black card, closed his eyes, and with a smile told them that he wasn't going to eat. But at that moment, his stomach started growling. He turned red, put his hand behind his head, and with a smile decided to eat a little. Upon seeing this, her father pointed out the place where the food was and decided to organize it immediately, while on the other side her mother put her hand near her face, closed her eyes, and began to smile. The best chefs in the Luo family prepared the food. In several minutes, Jiang ate several dishes until he stacked them one on top of another to form a column. One of the waiters who was bringing another dish approached him and upon seeing this, became somewhat confused and surprised at the same time. While Jiang had one hand resting on the table and with the other was holding a piece of meat thigh, he thought that as the number of insects increased, his appetite also became greater. Beside him, Luo Sandao was sitting. She turned her head towards him and with a smile asked him not to rush and eat slowly. Next to her were seated her mother and father, who simply closed their eyes and with a joyful smile, silently watched Jiang. Jiang started eating even more. She began to look at him and couldn't help but blush and be somewhat surprised. Her mother, who was enjoying a cup of tea, explained to her father that their daughter said Jiang belonged to the creation class and had divine rank. For her, he was very strange because she didn't know how he had been able to save their daughter from the hands of the Xiao family. Her father put his hand under his chin, started looking at Jiang, and explained to her that although their daughter didn't want to say it, he was sure that Jiang had hidden abilities and wasn't as useless as he seemed. He also added that he was handsome. Both began to look into each other's eyes and with a smile, they thought that if he could help them fight against the Xiao family and protect their daughter for her entire life, then he could be the perfect person. Her mother approached Jiang and with a pleasant smile asked him if he had a girlfriend. She also added that in their family, Sandao also didn't have a boyfriend. Her hidden profession was also quite good. Besides being an expert in business, she could also be a financial manager. Her father stood behind him, gave him a thumbs up, and explained that Sandao's body was also very sexy because she had measurements of 36, 24, 36. He also added that they made a perfect couple, and he had even thought of names for their future children. Jiang, who was drinking a glass of water, left it on the table, spit out the water, and was shocked. Upon hearing her parents' proposal, she began to blush like a tomato and wonder what was happening. Without thinking for a second, Jiang ran out and thanked them for their hospitality. He left with the excuse that he was full and still had something urgent to do. Seeing this, her father asked him to wait a little longer as they wanted to talk to him. Sandao approached her father, put her hand over his mouth, and asked him to be quiet. Her mother turned her head towards her and started looking at her with a disappointed look. She sat on the chair. Her father approached her and said that their son-in-law had left. He also added that as his wife, she should go say goodbye to him. Her mother approached them and asked her not to worry since her father had the location of the black card. Wherever he went, they would follow him. Upon hearing this, she grabbed her knees with both hands, closed her eyes, and with a scream asked them to be quiet. She began to look down and started imagining Jiang. She thought that although he was handsome and strong, he was also terrifying. And even though he was truly terrifying, there was no doubt that he was handsome and strong. At the same time, in the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanchen, the head of the family, learned that his grandson Qianwu had died. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but become furious. With an angry look on his face, he ordered his subordinates to thoroughly investigate the murder. He didn't know who had done it and believed that Xiao Zhangguo was responsible. So he ordered his other grandson to immediately send someone to investigate him. While a man was prostrated before him, another man named Xiao Beihan, who had one hand in his pants pocket, began to approach his grandfather. He extended his other hand to the side and explained that Yuanwu was already over 20 years old and had only reached level 30 of the second transformation, so he was useless. After saying this, he asked him what was lamentable about the death of a useless person and told his grandfather that it wasn't worth getting so angry about it. Xiao Yuanchen, who was sitting in his chair with both hands resting on his knees, started looking at Xiao Beihan and told him that Yuanwu was truly mediocre, nothing compared to him. Therefore, it wasn't a pity that he was dead. He also added that in the end, he was the grandson of him. Even to hit a dog you had to look at who its owner was. He would like to know who in the country had enough courage to kill someone from the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beihan began to smile, extended his hand forward and his hand started emitting an evil energy. He asked his grandfather not to worry about this trivial matter since after finishing the Tanjiao camp issue, it didn't matter who was guilty. He would take care of it in place of him. At the same time, Jiang went to the night watch office. He opened the door and entered where Jai Gang and several other people were. He turned his body to one side and was somewhat surprised to see that Jiang had arrived. He began walking towards them, putting his hand behind his head, introducing himself as Jiang Chen, the new member of the night watch. He couldn't help but wonder why there were so many people here. Jai Gang approached him, placed his hand on his shoulder, closed his eyes, extended the other hand to the side and with a smile told him that they had been waiting for him. Upon hearing this, Jiang was somewhat surprised. Jai Gang decided to introduce him to the new key members of their group. The first one was Yu Xiaok, a level 45 healer who was in the second stage. She used to be the youngest, but now he had taken away that position from her. Upon hearing this, she put her hand near her mouth, started looking at Jiang and couldn't help but blush and think that he was very handsome. This was the first time she had worked with someone so good looking. The second member was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer who was also in the second stage. He didn't talk much but was quite conceited. He put his hand on his hip, placed the other one near his forehead and with a smile told him that he was delighted to meet him. The third member was Chu Bueling, a level 49 warrior. Although his body was small, he was strong and a great talker. He approached Jiang, stood in front of him, closed his eyes and with a smile explained to him that having a professional member of divine level was an achievement enough to boast about for a lifetime. The fourth member was a woman named Jane Tang, a master who was in the third stage. She was level 61 and belonged to the fire class. She was also a sub-commander. She approached them, placed her hands on Chu Bueling and Jiang's heads, began to caress them, and with a pleasant smile asked them to call her Aunt Tang in the future. She assured them that they would have meat to eat every day. With a pleasant smile, Jiang introduced himself as a humble awakened from the creation class. He asked how he could deserve so much enthusiasm from them. Deep down, he knew that even if it was clear, even if it was of divine level, the spiritual master's creation class was not well regarded by people. Jai Gang put one hand in his pocket, extended the other to the side, and told him that there was nothing wrong with being of the divine level spiritual master creation class. He asked him not to pay attention to idiots who had no good eye and only said nonsense. They all trusted him. Jane Tang put her hands on her hips, turned her head towards him, and with a smile told him that he was special because he had chosen to be one of them. The Night Watch. From now on, this would be his home. Jai Gang approached him, put his arm on his shoulder, and decided to talk about the main issue. He extended his hand to one side and with a serious look, explained that if he wanted to enroll in the Tianjiao training camp, he had to have a level higher than 20. He didn't know if Jiang was. With a calm look, Jiang revealed to him that now he was level 17. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised to see that he had changed job just 3 days ago and was already level 17. He grabbed Jiang by the shoulders, closed his eyes, started laughing out loud, and thought that he had not made a mistake in choosing him. He believed that Jiang truly had divine talent and it wouldn't be difficult for him to advance 3 levels in 3 days. He decided to enroll him in the Tianjiao Genius Camp right away. Jai Gang opened his eyes, turned his head to the side, and saw everyone else staring at him with a serious expression. He put his hand in his pocket, turned his body towards Jiang, and with a serious look asked him if he had gotten into trouble with someone very dangerous in the last 3 days, as there was an unknown third-grade master investigating his whereabouts using their divine class. He turned his head to the side, started looking at the ground, and upon hearing that a third-grade master was investigating him, he couldn't help but wonder if it could be a member of the Xiao family. Jai Gang crossed his arms and told Yu Xiaok that he was leaving the rest in her hands. Upon hearing this, she responded with a understood. Then, she raised her hands towards the sky, causing a green energy to emanate and form a barrier. She turned her head to the side and explained to everyone that she had placed a protective barrier against espionage around the headquarters so that they could all speak freely without worrying about being spied on. Jiang simply stood still, began to look at her, and couldn't help but wonder what kind of power this was. In a matter of seconds, her power started expanding in all directions, causing the protective barrier to become increasingly larger. Jai Gang approached Jiang, placed his hand on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and with a pleasant smile asked him if there was something he was hiding, adding that they were all here to help him. The others listened attentively in silence. Jiang lowered his head, began to touch his head with his hand, and with a sad look revealed to everyone that yesterday he had killed Xiao Yuanwu from the Xiao family. Although he had completely eliminated the traces and the body of him, he wasn't sure if the Xiao family had other methods of investigation and tracking. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Jane Tang began to look at Jiang with a terrified expression and asked him if he had really eliminated a member of the Xiao family. Jai Gang reached out his hand towards him, started looking at him with a surprised expression and asked him if he had killed Xiao Yuanchen's grandson, the cultivator who was in the 8th stage of Zhenguo. Chu Bueling couldn't help but be shocked and started wondering how strong Jiang was to have killed a member of the Xiao family. Jiang, who was touching his head with his hand, upon seeing their expressions, thought that he had now caused problems for everyone. Jai Gang began to look at Jiang and explained to everyone that it was well known that the Xiao family had committed many evil acts, The young members of the Zio family had caused many problems in recent years. He couldn't help but praise him for doing good by protecting people. He crossed his arms and with a serious look, he remembered that the power of the 8th transformation was undoubtedly terrifying. But according to what he knew, his last grandson was Zio Yuanwu, the most incompetent and least favorite of him. That being said, it was possible that old Zio Yuanchen would not personally intervene. Jane Tang, who had one hand on her waist, extended the other towards him and started looking at him with a determined gaze. She asked him not to worry because if the Zio family sent someone, they, the Night Watch, would protect him since they were not weak. Jiang began to look at Jai Gang with a pleasant gaze and couldn't help but smile and feel happy. He was an orphan, and even though he had had neighbors who had helped him since he was little, this was the first time he felt like having a home. Jai Gang turned his back on him, started to walk away, slightly turned his head towards him and thought that even if Zio Yuanwu was useless, he probably had already reached the 2nd level of cultivation. He quickly approached Jiang, grabbed him by the shoulders, started looking into his eyes, and with a surprised look asked him how he had managed to kill someone of level 30 in the combat class being an awakened person of level 17 in the creation class. Jiang became somewhat nervous, started sweating, extended his hand towards him and asked him not to get too excited because actually, at that moment, someone had helped him. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang asked him who had helped him. Jiang put his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, he revealed that the 3rd daughter of the Luo family who lived in Jiangnan had been the person who had helped him. He also added that she had awakened a hidden defense class. Upon hearing this, everyone started looking at Jiang with a surprised look and couldn't help but wonder if he was talking about Luo Sandao, the daughter of the wealthiest merchant family in Jiangnan, the Luo family. Jai Gang approached Jiang, grabbed him by the shoulders again, started shaking him, closed his eyes and with a pleasant smile, praised him because even though the Luo family was not a family of warriors, it couldn't be denied that they were rich. So if someday Jiang found himself in trouble, then the Luo family wouldn't just stand idly by. He began to look at Jai Gang and couldn't help but sweat and wonder what he was doing. At that moment, Jiang's body began to emit a powerful purple energy. Several seconds later, once Jai Gang opened his eyes, he saw that Jiang's body was surrounded by a powerful energy. Quickly, he removed his hands from his shoulder, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. As sweat was dripping from his face, he began to look at him with a surprised expression and remembered that Luo Sandao had awakened the defense class, so she didn't have much attacking power, which meant that the person who had killed Yuanwu had been Jiang. Jiang extended his hand forward, and the poisonous mist of Little Nine appeared in his palm. He began to stare at it, revealing to everyone that he was actually an awakened person specialized in 2 classes. He revealed to everyone that his other hidden class was poison. Duanfeng, who was standing behind him, started looking at him with a surprised expression and couldn't help but be shocked and wonder what this power was. Jai Gang tried to shake Jiang's hand, asking him how many more secrets he had that he didn't know. But Jiang moved his hand aside because in the palm of his hand was the poisonous mist of Little Nine, and he explained that this was very poisonous, fearing that he wouldn't be able to resist it. The others stayed silent observing this without interrupting. Just before Jiang could finish his sentence, Jai Gang approached him, shook his hand, then closed his eyes and with a smile reassured him not to worry because he knew how to defend himself well against poisons. Little Nine's poisonous mist gradually began to make contact with Jai Gang's hand. Jane Tang started to stare at their hands, and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but wonder what this strange poison was. Several seconds later, once Jai Gang stopped shaking his hand and pulled it back, he saw that his hand had already been poisoned. Upon seeing this, he realized that this was not good. Jiang put his hand on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and told him that this time he had gone too far. Gradually, the poisonous mist began to spread over his hand. He grabbed his wrist with the other hand, stared at Jiang aggressively, and asked him to stop talking nonsense since he hadn't even tried to defend himself against the poison from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Jane Tang, who was standing behind him, closed her eyes and started laughing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Buling sat near Jai Gang's hand and began staring at it intently while wondering what this poison was. Quickly, Jai Gang turned his head back to where Zio Qi was and asked her to come quickly and help him get rid of the poison. Zio Qi, who had one hand extended to the side, deactivated the barrier causing the energy to slowly disappear. She put her other hand near her mouth, closed her eyes, and while laughing she responded to him with a yes. Jiang reminded him again that he had told him that this poison was very strong. He sat on the couch, and while he had one hand resting on his knee, He extended the other where he had the poison to the side. Xiaoqi approached him, closed her eyes, and with a smile, she placed both hands near his hand and using her power, began to heal him. While she was healing him, he turned his head towards Jiang, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile told him that this poison was very good, adding that the more skills he had, the happier he would be. Chu Buling approached them, placed both hands on the arm of the sofa, started staring at Jiang and silently observed him. Several seconds later, once Xiaoqi had completely healed his hand, with a serious look, he began to look at Jiang, and despite him being very talented, he advised him to forget about enrolling in the Tanjiao camp since it was not good to enroll after what had happened with the Xiao family. Although the Tanjiao camp offered many valuable resources, it was most likely that the prodigy of the Xiao family would also participate, so they should not risk it for just a few resources. Jane Tang, who was standing behind him, put a hand on her waist, closed her eyes and began nodding to indicate to him that Jai Gang was right. Jiang started looking at Jai Gang with a confused look and asked what he meant by resources. While he had his eyes closed, he explained to him that resources referred to the blood of fierce beasts, equipment, and other things. If one could be among the first, then they would also receive rewards such as mysterious fruits and secrets realms scrolls. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but be shocked and wonder if what Jai Gang was saying was true. He began to imagine the insects and thought that those resources were much better than going out to hunt fierce beasts oneself. No one knew, perhaps the insects could reproduce again at that moment. While his body was surrounded by the poisonous mist, he began to stare at Jai Gang with a serious look and asked him to let him enroll in the camp, as he was not afraid of danger. He had confidence and knew that he would be able to protect himself. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang asked him to wait as he needed to think about it. At the same time, somewhere on the west lake belonging to the Xiao family, there was a temple in the middle of the lake. Someone entered the water and using their power moved it aside, creating a large crack in the ground. This person started approaching the temple. This person was Xiao Jia Tanjiao's son named Xiao Beihan. Upon seeing how powerful he was, the others realized that he was the strongest genius in the Xiao family, and his combat power had reached a new level. As drops of the water from the lake fell like rain, Beihan, who held a sword with one hand, turned his head back and with a serious look, asked his subordinates to stop talking nonsense, and also asked if they had found what they were looking for. 3 men wearing hoods placed their hands on their abdomen, bowed their heads before him, closed their eyes, and one of them revealed to him that he had found out that the young master Yuan Wu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sandao. He also added that she had been traveling with someone named Jiang Chen. Beihan slightly turned his head back and with a serious look remembered that the girl from the Luo family was not from the combat class. He asked his subordinate who this guy called Jiang Chen was. The man revealed that Jiang Chen had awakened a creation class of divine rank. The last thing they knew was that he had gone to the Night Watch headquarters. One of the men placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head before him, closed his eyes and revealed that they had discovered that he and Luo Sandao had enrolled in the camp. He also added that however these 2 people were only suspects and there was still no concrete evidence. Upon hearing this, Beihan couldn't help but smile. With a penetrating gaze, he began to look to the side and thought that they were indeed suspects in this crime. A person who had awakened a creation class of divine rank was very interesting to him. Knowing that they had enrolled in the camp, he couldn't help but feel relieved as now he wouldn't have any need to make a special trip and search for them. After 3 days, he simply decided to kill them at the camp. At the same time, at the Night Watch headquarters, Jai Gang and Jiang went to his office and sat on the sofa. Jai Gang, who had one arm resting on his knee, extended his other hand to the side, began staring intently at Jiang, and explained that even though he had already enrolled him in the Tanjiao camp, he was still very worried. He had already found a powerful ally among the people registered for him. This person was the little princess Mu Hankui from the Mu family, who had cultivation at the 7th level of transformation and was known as the Sealing Queen. Before going to camp, Jiang had to accompany her to explore a secret realm, in which he would not only be able to improve his level but also establish relationships with his companions in advance. Jiang, who was sitting in front of him with his elbows resting on the arms of the sofa, simply remained silently listening. Jai Gang approached him, took his hand, started looking at him and with a smile explained to him that he had heard that Mu Hankui was not only extremely beautiful but also the same age as him. She would be arriving soon, so he asked Jiang to use his charms to win her over. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but start sweating and become somewhat confused. He forced a smile at Jai Gang and replied that he was going to give it a try. At the same time, someone began knocking on the office door and Jai Gang gave them permission to enter. ManhwaCapped and a man opened the door and began to enter inside. She rested her elbow on one hand, supported her head on the other hand, and started looking at Jiang. She told them that Jai Gang had asked her to accompany someone to a secret realm. The man put his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and started smiling. She asked Jai Gang if he had changed his mind. Jai Gang told her that it was an honor for them to meet her in person. ManhwaCapped crossed her arms and began to look at the ground, feeling somewhat confused. The man started touching his head and smiling. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Both stood up. Jai Gang rested his arm on Jiang's shoulder, put the other one on his waist, started looking at her and explained that he hadn't answered them yesterday because he was angry with her grandfather. But today he was willing to accept this but with a special condition. That condition was that she had to take Jiang Chen with her. Upon hearing this, Jiang's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but be somewhat surprised and start wondering what was happening. ManhwaCapped placed her hand on her hip and as she walked towards them, she told him that she had already given him the level 30 secret realm scroll. After saying this, she asked if he still wanted to impose more conditions. Jai Gang, who had his hand resting on Jiang's shoulder, told her that everyone had their own conditions. Upon hearing this, she thought that he was looking for someone reliable to level up with since Jiang couldn't enter a secret realm lower than level 50. She came to the conclusion that they were looking for her for this reason. The man put his arms behind his back, and with a smile, he began to walk towards them in silence. She approached Jiang, started looking into his eyes, and asked him what level he was and what class he had awakened. He began to look at her and with a calm voice, he explained that he was level 17 and had awakened the creation class. Upon hearing this, she placed a hand on her waist, started pointing at Jiang with the other hand, looked at him disdainfully, and upon seeing that he was a level 17 novice of the creation class, she called him trash. Jiang couldn't help but get angry and think that she was a spoiled brat. Jai Gang exploded with rage, clenched his fist tightly, and with a hateful look, he prepared to teach her a good lesson. He called her an empty-headed brat and asked her to show more respect since Jiang had awakened a hidden divine rank. Seeing this, the other man grabbed him by the hip, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile asked him to calm down, explaining that ManhwaCapped's boyfriend had just left her and that's why she was behaving this way. She turned her head back and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but start to feel scared. She thought that this time she had gone too far. Jiang turned his head towards Jai Gang and upon seeing his attitude, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised and confused at the same time. She became nervous, turned her body towards him, closed her eyes, extended her hands towards him, apologized to him and asked him to calm down. Jiang started touching his head with his hand and thought that this situation was strange. To the secret realm they were going to was called the Village of Light. It was level 30, and the entry requirements were that only a maximum of 5 people below level 50 could enter. The conditions to complete this secret realm were to eliminate all the monsters, kill the boss, or destroy the sacrifice altar. Several hours later, they arrived at the portal. Duanfeng, who had one hand on his waist, turned his head towards them and with a serious look asked everyone to listen carefully. This time he was going to be the leader. He asked everyone to remember that if they accidentally separated or found themselves in danger, then they should immediately return to this teleportation point. Although the probability of this secret realm becoming unstable was low, caution had to be taken. In case of any eventuality, everyone had to return here immediately and leave the secret realm. ManhwaCapped, who had her arms crossed, began looking at him with a smile as she silently listened. Chu Bueling approached Jiang, reached out his hand towards the portal, closed his eyes and with a smile told him that a level 30 secret realm scroll cost at least 1 billion. Xiaoqi, who was holding onto her elbow with her other hand, also stayed silent listening. ManhwaCapped, who had her arms crossed, turned her head back and started looking at Jiang. She called him a newbie and asked him not to start crying like a baby after entering the secret realm because it would only hold them back. Jiang simply started staring at her and remained silent. Everyone entered the portal. Chu Bueling turned his head back and with a smile, asked him not to worry as he would take care of protecting him. Jiang began walking towards the portal, and despite this secret realm being only level 30, he had a strange feeling. Several minutes later, everyone entered the secret realm. Its interior was a green mountain, full of trees and grass. In the middle, there was a mysterious village, surrounded by snowy mountains. Everyone approached the summit, and Chu Bueling, who was at the back of the group, thought that this village was truly beautiful. He also asked why they couldn't see any monsters. Jiang simply stood silently observing the beautiful village. Duanfeng, who had his hand resting on his waist, began to look towards the village and explained to the others that it was likely that the monsters were hiding in the villagers' houses. He decided to search each one individually. Some time later, everyone descended from the mountain and arrived at the village. While they were walking, Du Fen asked the others not to worry and assigned Chu Buling the task of attracting the enemy's attention and facing them, while he himself would take care of dealing damage. Little Qi would be in charge of healing, and Jiang Chen and Mu Hankui would follow behind them. He asked the two not to lag behind. Upon hearing this, everyone responded with understood. Somewhere in the village there was a rock on which was written the Shining World, emitting a strong and evil aura. Du Feng, Xiao Qi, and Jiang approached the stone. Du Feng raised his hand to the sky, signaling them to stop. He realized that this stone was suspicious, so he asked them to be careful. Xiao Qi, who was standing beside him and holding the magical staff with both hands, explained that she disliked the atmosphere of this village a lot. She concluded that it had a dark nature. Jiang simply remained still and didn't say a single word. Xiao Qi decided to first apply a purification buff to the village. She closed her eyes, extended her hand towards the sky, and her hand began releasing blue magic. The buff she had applied started spreading throughout the entire village. Jiang brought his hand closer to his face, started looking at the magical dust, and with a surprised look thought that this buff was incredibly powerful since it not only cleared people's minds but also significantly increased their attributes and energy. At that moment, the wind started to blow and a cloud of smoke began to form. The sky changed color and turned red. The lights of the town turned on, and an evil energy began to gather in the sky. They approached and couldn't help but be shocked and alert at the same time. This evil energy came from the stone. Du Feng quickly realized this and thought it was not good. He turned his head back and with a serious look, he ordered the others to run. Just before he could finish the sentence, the stone started absorbing him. Just before disappearing, he asked the others to stay away from the stone and also gave them the order to call for reinforcements immediately since this was a mutation. A brilliant light descended to the ground just above the town, creating a magical barrier around it to prevent them from escaping. Several system windows appeared, warning everyone that this secret realm of level 30, called the Beautiful Town, had undergone a mutation and was now called the Village of the Dead. This secret realm was nightmare level, and the conditions to complete it were either to eliminate all the undead in the Village of Light or kill the final boss. The system left them a note: the light fades away, darkness flourishes, and that's when the door to the Kingdom of Death will finally open. The smoke dispersed everyone. Jiang was teleported inside a house. As he read the system information, he realized that the secret realm had just mutated directly from normal level to nightmare level, and the others had also been scattered by the mutation. He couldn't help but be shocked, while a drop of sweat was falling from his cheek. He remembered that this secret realm was level 30 and had nightmare difficulty. With his current level, fighting alone would be too dangerous. He recalled what Du Feng had told him: if one accidentally got separated and found themselves in danger, they should immediately return to the teleportation point. Jiang decided to listen to Duong Feng and decided to return first using the teleportation stone. Without hesitating for a second, he approached the wooden wall of the house and gave it a strong kick, breaking the wooden planks. But instead of finding the way out, he found himself in a room where there were lamps hanging from the ceiling, coffins on the floor, and on the wall there was a picture of an old man. Jiang entered the room and after looking carefully, he realized that there was no way out, only coffins. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. The old man in the photo began to look at Jiang and started to smile. He started to wonder if this was an illusion. He didn't know why the old man in the photo was smiling at him. At that moment, the lid of a coffin began to open, and someone with sharp claws started to emerge. Upon hearing the sound of the coffin lid, Jiang turned his body towards the noise, and with a confused look, began to wonder what was happening. Several necromancers opened the coffins and emerged. They started staring at Jiang. According to the system, they were level 30 and had skills such as charge, decapitate, corrosion, among many others. Their main characteristic was that they were immune to normal physical attacks. The necromancers began to approach Jiang quickly and prepared to attack. Upon seeing this, he assumed an offensive stance, raised his hand, and his hand started releasing the poisonous mist of Little Nine. While he watched as the necromancers were getting closer little by little, with a serious look on his face, he thought that if normal physical attacks had no effect on them, it was better to use poison. Just before the necromancers could make a move, Jiang moved at an incredible speed, releasing the poisonous mist of Little Nine in the process. Within seconds, it began to spread throughout the room. After doing this, he left the house, took a leap and landed on the roof of another house. In a matter of minutes, the necromancers came out of the house unharmed as if nothing had happened. He stood up, started staring at them intently and thought that indeed poison was also considered a physical attack, which didn't have much effect on necromancers. To deal with them, he needed to rely on the help of a mage. He had to find a way to meet Xiaoqi as soon as possible. While he was lost in his thoughts, Little Nine manifested herself. She clenched her fists and brought them close to her chest. She began to look at the necromancers with a hungry gaze, opened her mouth, and as drool was dripping from it, she asked him if she could devour them. Upon seeing that she had appeared and wanted to eat the necromancers, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. With a confused look, he asked her if she would be able to devour the necromancers. He also added that devouring was also considered a physical attack. The necromancers began to approach the house. While Little Nine's body was surrounded by a powerful aura, she started looking at them and explained to Jiang that she was going to be able to eat them. For her, they were delicious. Jiang started looking at the necromancers and gave her permission to go ahead and try eating them. But he also asked her not to push herself too hard. If she found herself in trouble, he would help her escape. Upon hearing this, she gathered momentum and with a murderous look began to advance towards the necromancers, thinking that they were simply food. Jiang, who was standing on the roof, started to watch her and couldn't help but think that she was impressive. Just before the necromancers could make a move, Little Nine began to move at an incredible speed, piercing through their bodies, cutting them into pieces, and devouring them in the process. She sat on the ground, pulled her knees together, placed her hands under her cheeks, closed her eyes, and with a smile, started to enjoy the meal and feel as if she were in heaven. To her, they were very delicious. Upon seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but be amazed. He began to look at her with a surprised expression and remembered that she came from the abyss, so essentially she was like an undead, both belonging to darkness. Now that he had the divine evolution, she could grow and become the mistress of the abyss, whose essence surpassed these necromancers completely. Upon remembering this, Jiang extended his hands towards the necromancers, and at that moment, his body began to emit Little Nine's poisonous mist. He started looking at her and smiled because she was capable of devouring the necromancers. He decided it was time for the other insects to also come out and enjoy a good meal. Jiang's body began to emit a powerful energy, releasing the swarm of insects. He gave them all the order to separate and also asked them to be careful not to be discovered by his companions. In the blink of an eye, thousands of insects emerged from his body and started attacking the necromancers. The insects began to attack and devour the necromancers. A system window appeared to inform him that his spiritual pets had killed 3 low-level necromancers, granting him 15,021 points. Little Nine also started devouring them, obtaining 4,602 points. As the insects were slowly devouring the necromancers, another system window appeared and congratulated Jiang for leveling up. He went from level 17 to level 18, gaining 1 point in each attribute and 10 potential points. Jiang entered the house again, extended one hand to the side, clenched his other fist, started looking at it and couldn't help but smile when he saw that this was too fast. In just a few seconds, he had obtained over 500,000 experience points and leveled up. He thought that this secret realm was simply a paradise tailored for him. Now that there were no necromancers in the house anymore, he turned his head back and decided to investigate the old man's strange photograph. Before, the old man was smiling, but now he was terrified and trembling with fear. Jiang approached the photo, put his hands on his waist, started looking at it and with a smile asked the old man why he wasn't smiling. Little Nine manifested herself. She started looking at the photo and informed Jiang that everything outside had been eaten. He began to point at the photo with his thumb, and with a smile he praised Little Nine for having done a good job. He asked her to look at the photo and also if she could devour it. Upon hearing this, she started looking at the photo with a hungry gaze. Seeing this, the old man became even more afraid and couldn't help but start trembling. At that moment, the old man's photo exploded into pieces, leaving them in shock. They couldn't help but wonder what was happening. A system window appeared. They had successfully scared off the level 35 elite Death Guardian. As a reward, the system granted them 8701 experience points. The pieces of the photo fell to the ground. Jiang and Little Nine started looking at the pieces and felt a little depressed. At the same time, somewhere else in the village, someone hit a necromancer in the face with a bow. This person was none other than Duan Feng. Several necromancers surrounded him, but he drew his bow, held it with both hands, clenched his teeth tightly and with a determined look began to swing it forcefully, hitting one of the necromancers in the process. Another necromancer tried to attack him by surprise, but he reacted in time and using the sharp string of the bow, he cut its hand. He couldn't help but feel fortunate since he had a longbow as a weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with these undead creatures. He began to worry about the others, especially Jiang Chen, who was not even level 30. If something really bad were to happen, he didn't know how he would explain it to his boss. While he was lost in his thoughts, a system window appeared in the sky to inform him that his teammate had killed a lower level Spectre and an elite rank Guardian of level 35. As a reward, he obtained 12,161 points. Duanfeng lifted his head, started looking at the system window and couldn't help but be shocked. He began to tremble and started questioning what was happening and who was doing this. A horde of necromancers appeared and started chasing him. He grabbed the bow with one hand and began to flee. He clenched his teeth tightly and with a serious look, he remembered that this was a secret realm that had mutated. He didn't know who was killing so many monsters in seconds. He came to the conclusion that the responsible person could not be someone weak. At first, he thought it could be Chu Bulong, but then dismissed him since his physical attributes were very passive. Then he thought it could be Xiaoqi, but dismissed her as well since she was a mage who could restrain necromancers but wouldn't be able to kill them in seconds. He immediately ruled out Jiang since he was low level. He had awakened the poison and growth class of all things, which would have no effect against the undead. With a surprised look, he began to look ahead and started questioning if the person who was killing the monsters was Mu Hangui. He didn't know if she was that strong. The necromancers slowly started closing in on him. Seeing this, he began to run even faster. Now that there was someone on the team who could defeat the monsters instantly, he thought there was time to save the others. He asked Jiang to hold on a little longer. At the same time, in some other place in the village, someone put their hand on the wound they had on their shoulder. This person was very injured. She was none other than Mu Hangui. Behind her there was a horde of necromancers who were chasing her. She was very injured, with scratches all over her body. While she was holding the wound on her arm with her hand, she opened her mouth and started bleeding. She was very desperate because she didn't want to die. She was the only one who had a hidden profession in her family. She still had to participate in the Young Talents camp and revitalize her family. Her hopes for life slowly began to fade away. Soon, she would run out of energy. She couldn't even use her primary ability called speed properly. She started crying because she wanted to go home and didn't want to die. At that moment, she saw several necromancers running away, and upon seeing this, she began to question whether it was her teammate who had just killed the undead. She started walking even faster, and several seconds later, she reached the end of the alley. At that moment, Little Nine's poisonous mist began to appear from around the corner. Upon seeing this powerful energy, she couldn't help but be somewhat surprised and feel relieved. Thinking that she was saved, she just had to hold on a little longer. But for her bad luck, her strength completely ran out, causing her to fall to the ground. While she had both arms supported on the floor, she closed her eyes and as blood was dripping from her mouth, she thought this wasn't good. The necromancers began to approach her and prepared to attack. Seeing this, she panicked, extended her hand forward and with a desperate look started asking for help. At that moment, Jiang appeared and with a serious look, he began to stare at her. Upon seeing that the person from whom the necromancers were fleeing was Jiang, she couldn't help but be shocked. She started reaching out her hand towards him and with a surprised look, she couldn't help but wonder what was happening and how it was possible for him to be so strong. The necromancers began to approach her and prepared to finish her off. With her last bit of strength, she reached out her hand towards Jiang and asked him to save her. Jiang turned his head towards her and with a serious look, he started to gaze at her and remained silent in deep thought. Several necromancers grabbed Mu Hangui's arm, but at that moment, Jiang also grabbed her arm and asked her to flee. She began to look at his arm with a confused expression and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Using all his strength, Jiang pushed Mu Hangui aside and threw her backwards, saving her from the necromancer's attack. While he had one hand extended backwards, he stared intently at the necromancers and asked her to get away from here and stop interfering. She started running backwards, and then suddenly she tripped and fell to the ground. Several seconds later, while she had one hand on the ground, she began to sit up, started wiping her face with the other hand, and while one eye was closed, she began to look at him with the other and thought that Jiang Chen was crazy. A purple energy appeared, and upon seeing this, her expression changed drastically. She couldn't help but be shocked and started wondering what was happening. Jiang extended his hand towards the necromancers, releasing a swarm of insects that quickly advanced towards them and began attacking, tearing their bodies into pieces. Mu Hangui, who was behind Jiang, couldn't help but think that he was very handsome. In an instant, the insects killed and completely devoured the necromancers. While Jiang's body was releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist, he simply remained silent. ManhwaCapped placed both hands on the ground, sat down, started looking at Jiang, and couldn't help but wonder if he really was a useless person from the creation class. Jiagang had told her that he had 2 classes, and she quickly realized that this was his true power. She put her hand over her mouth, started blushing, and looked at Jiang with a loving gaze. Her heart was beating very fast, which meant she was in love. 30 minutes later, the others finally got rid of the necromancers and gathered somewhere in the village. Chu Buling placed both hands on his knees, started breathing heavily, and couldn't help but think that necromancers were very powerful. Duanfeng began touching his head with his hand and with a confused look thought that this was very strange since he hadn't come across another necromancer since he had left that house. Xiaoqi, who was holding the magical staff with both hands, turned her head towards them and asked Duanfeng if it could be possible that ManhwaCapped had the ability to control necromancers. They also didn't know if she had awakened any hidden class, which was very strange for her too. She started pointing to one side with her finger and, with a surprised look, drew the attention of the others and informed them that there were traces of a fight, which meant that the battle had ended recently. Chu Buling began to look in the direction she was pointing and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Duanfeng also started looking, but he was more concerned about Jiang as he didn't know if he was okay. Not far from them were some remains of the necromancers, covered by Little Nine's poisonous mist. They approached the area, and Xiaoqi, who was holding the magical staff with one hand, stood there speechless upon seeing that these were indeed remnants of the necromancers. Duanfeng couldn't help but panic. He asked the others to quickly search for Jiang, as if something were to happen to him, none of them would be able to take the responsibility. After this, the 3 dispersed throughout the village and began searching for Jiang. Several minutes later, they started following the traces and turned a corner. Upon seeing what was in front of them, they couldn't help but be shocked. Duanfeng was in shock. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Xiaoqi was somewhat surprised and began to wonder what was happening. In front of them there was a street with small stairs, and on these stairs sat Jiang, who had both elbows resting on his knees and his head supported on his hand. Beside him was ManhwaCapped. She clenched her fists tightly, sat behind him, and started massaging his back. Near them, on the ground, there were more remains of necromancers. Chu Buling, who was behind them, asked Duanfeng if that was Jiang. Xiaoqi began pointing to the sky with her finger and, with a surprised look, told him that it was indeed Jiang. Duanfeng started looking at Jiang with a confused expression and asked the others not to move because this was too strange. He didn't understand how the granddaughter of a king could be giving back massages to Jiang Chen as if she were a servant. He came to the conclusion that these 2 were probably illusions created by the boss of this secret realm. ManhwaCapped clenched her fists, stood behind Jiang, and started giving him a massage. Both of them looked ahead and saw Duanfeng and the others. Upon seeing that they had arrived, Jiang stood up, pointed to one side with his thumb, and explained to them that the boss was in the backyard of the village. Far from feeling relieved, they adopted an offensive stance. Duanfeng took out his bow and with a serious look ordered them not to move. Chu Buling clenched both fists and prepared to attack. Xiaoqi tightly held the magical staff, stared at Jiang, and asked him to answer the question they were going to ask first. Upon hearing this, Jiang and ManhwaCapped couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. She stood up, positioned herself in front of him, extended her hands to the sides, looked at them with a serious gaze, and told them that if they wanted to harm Jiang, then they would have to step over her dead body first. He began to look at her with a confused look and couldn't help but wonder what she was doing and why she was behaving this way. Jiang put his hand on her face, pushed her aside, stood in front of her, closed his eyes, placed the other hand on his chest, and with a smile explained to Duanfeng that he knew what they were thinking. He revealed to everyone that he wasn't any monster, he just had a little more charm. They didn't respond, and upon seeing this, he told them that their boss was named Jiagang and Aunt Tang cooked very well. Xiaoqi approached him, placed both hands on his chest, and asked if he was injured. He started touching his head with his hand, closed his eyes, and began to smile. Chu Buling couldn't help but feel relieved to see that he really was Jiang and wasn't hurt. On the other hand, Duanfeng remained somewhat confused. ManhwaCapped, who was hiding behind Jiang, grabbed his cloak with one hand and, while blushing like a tomato, asked the others not to be angry with her because she was just being obedient. Jiang turned his head towards her and with an angry look asked her to tell the truth and stop lying. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi was somewhat surprised as she did not expect this from him. Duanfeng began to smile and thought that he really had the skills to conquer women. Chu Bueling also started to smile and thought that he was hopeless. Jiang began to feel overwhelmed and with a shout told them that it was enough already. He also asked if they didn't want to defeat the boss. In response, the others started to smile and changed the subject by saying yes. Some time later, they arrived at the backyard of the village. With a determined look, Jiang gave a strong kick to the door while the others simply remained silent. They opened the door and started entering the backyard. In front of them stood the boss of this secret realm, who was giant and had a murderous gaze. It slightly lowered its head and began staring fixedly at Jiang. A system window appeared and informed everyone that this boss was called the God of the Undead, had a boss rank, and was level 40. Jiang raised his head and began to stare at the boss, silently contemplating. Everyone started looking at the boss and couldn't help but be shocked. With a serious and determined look, Duanfeng revealed to them that this was the level 40 boss. He also asked them to be careful as he would attract its attention first. He assigned Mu Hengku with the task of protecting Jiang. He also asked Xiao Qi not to forget to use the buff and advised her to be careful with the boss's attacks. They couldn't be reckless, they had to try to ensure their own safety while attacking. They had to be very careful because this was no game. The boss simply started looking at them and remained silent, and several seconds later it began to move. Seeing this, Duanfeng asked the others to be careful as it was moving, and also ordered them to separate. But to everyone's surprise, instead of attacking, the boss crouched down, rested its elbow on the ground, and prostrated itself before them, leaving everyone in shock. The boss's body began to tremble. Duanfeng was dumbfounded and with a surprised look he started wondering what was happening. Chu Bueling was also astonished. He was surprised because he didn't know why the boss was begging for forgiveness. Jiang took a step forward, extended his hand towards the boss and his body began to emit Little Nine's poisonous mist. They were all injured, so he decided to take care of the boss. He knew this was a good opportunity, so he called Little Nine and told her it was time to eat. In the blink of an eye, Little Nine manifested in the form of the insect mother. She opened her mouth and prepared to devour the boss. It lifted its head, looked to one side, and upon seeing this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Little Nine began to devour the boss while Jiang simply remained silent and started smiling. Several system windows appeared. He had killed the boss called God of the Undead, and as a reward, the system granted him 76,690 experience points. Little Nine also transferred her 31,224 experience points to him. Thanks to the experience points, he went from level 25 to level 26. Each of his attribute points improved and he also obtained 10 potential points. In the blink of an eye, she completely devoured the boss, and her poisonous mist began to return to Jiang's body. Another system window appeared and congratulated everyone for defeating the boss and completing the secret realm called Village of the Undead. The system started calculating the reward. Seeing that Jiang had defeated the boss, Duanfeng and the others quickly realized that he had also instantly killed all the necromancers in the village. Jiang put his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, he explained to them that it had been a coincidence that his poison could eliminate the necromancers. The system finished calculating the rewards and a mission status window appeared. Duanfeng, who was level 49, received a C rank evaluation. Chu Bueling, also level 49, received a D rank evaluation. Xiao Qi, who was level 46, received a D rank evaluation. Mu Hengku, who was level 36, received an E rank evaluation. And finally Jiang, who was level 26, received a triple S rank evaluation. A medal appeared in the sky, and upon seeing it, everyone was surprised. They had successfully cleared the secret realm called Village of the Undead, which was level 30 and had a nightmare difficulty. The system evaluation was triple S rank. As a reward, the system granted them the Dead Soul Medal, a special item that could be equipped and withstand one deadly attack. It was an item already bound to them and couldn't be transferred or sold. Duanfeng couldn't help but be amazed as the individual reward items were already quite good, and now they had also obtained a very advanced item. They had never before received rewards like these, all thanks to following Jiang. They had won without doing anything. They approached Jiang, put their hands on their knees, bowed their heads to him, and thanked him. He put his hand behind his head and started laughing. Jiang, who had been the best, obtained many rewards. Among them were 2 books, a metal glove, a scroll, a crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, and a shield. He crossed his arms, and while looking at the items, he thought it was no wonder that this was a level 30 secret realm. The death rate was too high. He quickly came to the conclusion that these items must be worth billions. Among the items there was one item that caught his attention quite strongly. This item was called Invisibility Cape. It was of platinum quality and could grant 80 agility points and 50 energy points to the user. By using this cape, one could become invisible for 3 minutes with a cooldown time of 2 hours. Jiang extended his hand towards the invisibility cape and with a surprised look, he decided to keep it. For him, this cape was practical, useful, and fashionable. The other items were not going to be of much use to him, so he decided to sell them when he returned and buy pure blood for the insects. A portal appeared in the sky, along with a system window. Due to the mutation in the secret realm and having completed the challenge, this secret realm was about to disappear, so the system asked everyone to leave as soon as possible. This time the devour value had increased a lot, so if the insects drank a little more blood, they would be able to reproduce for a second time. Night fell, and they went back to the Night's Watch headquarters. They informed Jai Gang that the secret realm had mutated. Jiang had conquered ManhwaCapped, and he was also the one who had cleaned up the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Jai Gang couldn't help but be shocked. He asked everyone to leave the office as he wanted to speak alone with Jiang. Du Feng, who was standing behind Jiang, responded with a understood. Several minutes later, when everyone left, Jiang entered the office. Jai Gang turned his body towards him and with a serious look asked him to confess and be honest, as this way he would be treated leniently. But if he resisted, then he would be severely punished. Jiang became somewhat confused and with a trembling voice, he asked him what he meant by being honest. Jai Gang started staring into Jiang's eyes. He had told the others that the Venom class could counteract necromancers, but Jai Gang knew this was just an excuse to deceive Du Feng and the others. He knew that Jiang was pulling his leg. While Jai Gang's eyes were shining, with a sinister look he asked Jiang to tell the truth and also asked him what he was hiding. He began to look at him with a confused gaze and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. He started sweating, and Little Nine manifested in his consciousness. She was also terrified. He didn't know if the insects were about to be discovered. They were an ancient celestial plague, and if people found out about their existence, he didn't know if they would forgive him. Jai Gang approached him, and with a sinister look asked him to speak. Seeing his expression, Jiang couldn't help but feel afraid and began to tremble. With a trembling voice he tried to explain to him what had happened. Seeing that Jiang was very scared, Jai Gang calmed down and started to smile. He approached him, and while he had one hand on his hip, he placed the other on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and began laughing out loud. Upon seeing that, he also became nervous. He didn't know where his courage had gone when he had killed the monsters in the secret realm. Jiang started sweating like crazy. He began to look at Jai Gang, and it didn't take long for him to realize that he was pulling his leg. He sat on the sofa, and while he had one arm resting on it, he extended the other hand towards the ceiling, and with a calm look explained that he wasn't pulling his leg. It was just that if he didn't want to talk now, then he also didn't want to keep pressuring him. The more cards up his sleeve Jiang had, the happier Jai Gang would be. In the future, Night Watch would count on him to achieve new successes. Jiang finally calmed down a bit, put his hand on his chest, and with a sincere smile asked him not to worry. He decided not to reveal anything for now, but in return he was going to get him epic level equipment. Uncle Jai Gang closed his eyes and couldn't help but start laughing. He appreciated Jiang's intention, but an epic level piece of equipment wasn't easy to obtain. In response, Jiang explained that he was serious. Jai Gang decided that it was time to get serious. He reached out towards the ceiling, causing a magic circle to start appearing. With a serious look, he thought it was good that Jiang had an ace up his sleeve, but there were some things he needed to clarify. From within the magic circle emerged 3 bandaged corpses, and they fell to the ground in front of Jiang. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He asked Uncle Jai Gang what this was and where these corpses had come from. Jai Gang started to stare at Jiang and revealed to him that these guys were at least 3rd grade masters of level 60 or higher. There were even 2 4th grade grand masters with a level above 90. They were not people to be taken lightly, since any one of them was someone whom even Jai Gang could not handle. He was just a corpse collector. Jiang became somewhat nervous, and as a drop of sweat was falling from his cheek, he began to look at the corpses and with a terrified look asked Jai Gang if all these guys wanted to kill him. With a calm look, Jai Gang asked him to stop talking nonsense, as these guys had gone to kill ManhwaCapped, but they had all been secretly eliminated by her protectors. Jiang turned towards him and with a confused look asked why these guys wanted to murder ManhwaCapped. In response, he took out a scroll, and while holding it in his hand, asked him to read the content. Jiang took the scroll with both hands, opened it and began to read. This scroll was a great summer hunting classification. The first on the list was someone of level 46 named Ying Jian, an invincible descendant, who was in the war zone of the capital. Killing him would grant 3 celestial rewards. The second on the list was someone of level 46 named Jai Xuanyu, an invincible descendant, who was in the Madu war zone called Shanghai. Killing him would grant 3 celestial rewards. The third on the list was someone of level 45 named Jiang Wushuang, an invincible descendant. He was in the war zone south of the Yangtze River called Jiangnan. Killing him would grant 3 celestial rewards. The 12th on the list was someone of level 41 named Xiao Beihan, a national defender descendant. He was in the war zone south of the Yangtze River called Jiangnan. Killing him would grant 2 celestial rewards. Jiang did not know what this great summer hunting list was. All were names he had not heard before. Looking a little more closely, he noticed the name Xiao Beihan. With a surprised look, he asked Jai Gang if this was not a member of the Xiao family that protected the country. He began to look at Jiang with a serious expression and responded that yes, all of them were the most outstanding geniuses of his generation's camp, and Xiao Beihan was one of them. He was also going to participate in the Tanjiao camp of the 8 war zones, and Xiao Beihan was going to be with Jiang in the Yangtze River Southern War Zone. With a serious look, Jai Gang explained to him that if one was in the 7th transformation, they were considered as king protector. If one was in the 8th transformation, they were considered as country protector, and if one was in the 9th transformation, they were considered invincible. The top 100 prodigies of Great Xia were at least descendants of sealed kings. ManhwaCapped, being one of the 12 descendants of sealed kings in Jiangnan, had only been able to occupy position 77. On the scroll, there was also information about her. She was ranked number 77, a descendant of the sealed king, and she was in the Jiangnan war zone. Killing her would grant a celestial level reward. Jai Gang began to look at Jiang and explained that if the descendants were powerful, then much more so would be the Xiao family that ruled the country. Several minutes later, Jiang finished reading the entire scroll, approached Jai Gang and returned it to him. With a serious look, he asked if he had shown this to him so that he wouldn't be too unprepared in the Tanjiao camp. He took the scroll with his hand and replied yes, the greater the power he displayed, the more dangers he would expose himself to. He asked Jiang not to expose himself recklessly unless absolutely necessary. He clenched his fist tightly, started looking at the ground with a lost gaze, and explained that the other geniuses had the backing of great powers. But his uncle, Jai Gang, although he had a good master, had not learned the arts well and so far was only a 3rd-level master. He feared he might not be able to protect Jiang adequately. He began to walk and told Jai Gang that he would take this into account and would try not to reveal his power to anyone in the Tanjiao camp. He started looking at the ground again and thought that Uncle Jai Gang not only did not blame him for hiding his power, but was also making great efforts to protect him. He put his hand under his chin, and with a smile, he remembered that they said Jiang's performance in the secret realm had been better than the others. If this got out, then he would definitely be above ManhwaCapped in the rankings. But there was something strange. She hadn't said a single word to anyone since she returned and was keeping his secret. He stood up, and while keeping his hand under his chin, approached Jiang. He started looking into his eyes with an insinuating look, and with a smile asked him to be honest. He asked what he had done to ManhwaCapped. He recalled that in the secret realm there were only necromancers. He thought Jiang's tastes were really strange. Upon hearing this, Jiang began to look at Jai Gang with a confused expression and couldn't help but start sweating. To stop talking about the subject, he quickly turned his back on him, and as he was walking away, he started waving goodbye with his hand and explained that he was going to take a shower and then sleep because he wanted to rest a bit. With a confused look, Jai Gang told him that he had not said this was a bad thing. Several hours later, it began to get dark, and Jiang returned to his apartment. In front of him was a table with a bunch of jars. He placed both hands on the table and with a joyful look started to gaze at the jars. He had bought 33 units of 3rd-level blood and 14 units of 4th-level blood. He had sold most of the equipment to get this. This should be enough for the insects to reproduce in the 2nd generation. He took a jar, removed the lid, began to pour the purple blood on his arm, and with a smile asked the little insects to come out as it was time to eat. He decided to start first with the refined 3rd-level blood. This was equivalent to devouring a master of 3 human transformations with a level above 60. To extract just 1 jar required hundreds of ferocious beasts. He told the insects that their father had made a great effort for this. Little Nine didn't take long to smell the scent of blood. She manifested herself, climbed onto Jiang's head, started looking at his arm with a hungry gaze and explained to him that she also wanted to eat. While the blood was floating around his arm, he began to look at little Nine with a cheerful look and asked her not to eat now, as it was still a long way before she could reproduce. Upon hearing this, she became sad, grabbed Jiang's hair with both hands, closed her eyes and started crying like a little girl. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He grabbed her with his hand, lowered her from his head and threw her on the table on top of a jar. He closed his eyes, and although at first he didn't want to, in the end he also let her eat. She grabbed the lid off the jar and with a hungry look, thanked him saying that he was the best. She removed the lid from the jar, put a straw inside it, and started drinking. She was level 18 and was in the process of leveling up to 19. While she was drinking, Jiang grabbed another jar of blood, removed the cap, and began pouring the blood into his arm again. This was level 4 blood, equivalent to a great human master of level 90 or higher. Upon smelling the blood, the insects emerged from his body and began to drink the blood. A system window appeared and informed him that the reproduction process of 9 miasma wings insect larvae had begun. Each insect could reproduce a total of between 40 and 60 larvae. The divine evolutionary acceleration was in progress. More insects came out of his body and started to drink the blood. And several minutes later another system window appeared to inform him that the insect reproduction process had been completed. Now there was a total of 100,000 offspring. At that moment, Jiang's hand began to release little Nine's poisonous mist, which was made of insects. He started looking at his hand, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a surprised look, he went on alert and began to wonder what was happening. Several seconds later, the insect larvae began to emerge through his hand. He grabbed his hand to prevent the insects from coming out, but it was in vain. The 100,000 insect larvae emerged and started flying around his apartment, devouring everything in their path. Jiang began to look at the ceiling, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but panic and thought that the insects were rebelling. He clenched his fist tightly, extended it towards the ceiling, gritted his teeth forcefully and gave the order to all the insects to return to the insect nest and stay still, as he had not asked them to come out. The insects began entering his arm and started returning to the insect nest. When looking to one side, he saw that the insects had begun devouring everything. They had devoured the painting and part of the table. He did not take long to realize that the insects were terrifying and it was dangerous to let them out while at home since they were capable of destroying it. On the table lay little Nine. She was licking a jar of blood and enjoying every drop. With an angry look, Jiang scolded her for thinking only about eating instead of taking care of her mischievous offspring. He turned his head to the side and his statistics window appeared. Currently, he was level 26, had the identity of Sovereign of Insects, had the profession of Divine Rank Creation, and his talents were Growth of All Things level 1, Divine Evolution level 1, and Ancestral Tree. Little Nine's statistics window also appeared. She was a level 21 insect mother, or also known as 9 Wings of Miasma. She was disaster level. She had an offspring count of 100,000 units and her combat power evaluation was 197 stars. Upon seeing that she had a combat power of 197 stars, Jiang couldn't help but feel joyful and start to smile. This had improved too quickly. She was almost at the level of a 3rd level master. While his body was surrounded by powerful energy, he clenched his fist tightly and thought that everything was ready. Now it only remained to wait and go to the Tanjiao camp tomorrow, reach level 30 all at once, and complete little Nine's second reproduction. Jiang started to imagine the sexy little Nine, and with a joyful look he thought that at that moment, he was going to be able to obtain a new mother insect. At the same time, Jane Tang returned to the headquarters of the Night's Watch. With a surprised look, she asked Jai Gang if he wanted her to seek out Tiandao Wang for him to intervene. She didn't know if it was necessary to make such a fuss over Jiang Chen's matter. Jai Gang was sitting in front of her on the sofa. While he had one hand resting on the arm of the sofa, he put the other under his chin and explained to her that he was doing this just in case. He knew that in the war zone south of the river, Jiang would meet with the prodigy of the Xiao family, Xiao Beihan. The most dangerous thing was that there were no secrets that could be hidden in Tanjiao camp. He started looking at the floor and with a sincere look explained to her that there was something in Jiang that terrified him. He was worried about Jiang's poison. He knew he was hiding many secrets from them. With a serious look, she began to stare at Jai Gang. She couldn't believe that this was possible and also asked him not to scare her. She began to remember what had happened a long time ago. 600 years ago, the Devourer caused disturbances and Great Zia created the Forbidden Professions. Once discovered, users of Forbidden Professions were eliminated directly. She stood up, and with a look full of terror, she explained to him that if Jiang Chen really had a Forbidden Profession, Then it would be revealed at the moment of awakening. She believed that Jai Gang was just being paranoid. Jai Gang clasped his hand with the other hand, started looking at the ground with a look full of terror, and thought that he hoped it was as she was saying, that only he was being paranoid. The next day, Jiang left his apartment and went to a forest. Then he took out a map, held it with both hands, and while looking at it, began to question which way was the right one. He wasn't sure if he had gotten lost again. At that moment, someone shouted loudly for help. Jiang, who was trying to find the way, started looking back and with a confused look began to wonder who was shouting. Behind him there was a giant tree. On the ground beside it there was a sword. At the top of the tree, there was a man with white hair holding onto a branch. He was asking for help because he was afraid of heights. Jiang turned around, started looking up, and upon seeing the man, he remained silently thinking. He decided to help him. He extended his hand towards him and used the ability called Growth of All Things, Vine. By doing this, several branches emerged from the ground and began to advance towards the man. Just before he let go of the trunk and fell from the tree, the branches wrapped around his body, preventing him from falling. Several seconds later, the man finally landed on the ground. He placed both hands and both knees on the ground, and while panting heavily he explained to Jiang that he had been quite scared. He just wanted to save a bird's nest. He had thought that nest didn't seem high up, but upon climbing realized it was really very high. Jiang approached him, started looking at him, and while a drop of sweat was falling from his cheek, remained somewhat confused seeing that the man was afraid of heights yet still decided to climb the tree to save a bird's nest. He didn't know if this man was an idiot. The man stood up. He was an older man. He extended his hand towards Jiang and with a pleasant look thanked him for saving him and also asked what he wanted in return. Jiang, who was lost, asked the man if he knew how to get to the Tanjiao camp. The man turned his back on Jiang, and as he was walking away from him, closed his eyes and with a smile began to ask him to follow since he too was going to the Tanjiao camp because he had a task there. He put his hand behind his head, thanked him, and decided to follow him. Jiang started to follow the man, extended his hand towards him and decided to ask a bit about him. He asked him if he was also a job changer. He was somewhat confused since the man carried his sword behind his back instead of storing it in the system inventory. He started walking in front of Jiang and explained that he actually wasn't a job changer but just an enthusiast who liked practicing with the sword. He turned his head towards Jiang, started looking him in the eyes and with a cheerful smile, explained that when he was young, he didn't have the talent, and after failing to change job, he fought and struggled for almost 10 years and still wasn't even able to afford buying a bathroom in the city. At that moment he was completely desperate and ran to the mountains, found a small abandoned cabin, climbed on top of a table and prepared to hang himself, but when he looked to one side he saw a sword. Seeing this sword, the will to continue living returned in him. Since then, he began practicing with the sword every day on the mountain. Practiced drawing the sword for 20 years and fencing for 30 years, and then suddenly he had a revelation. He asked Jiang if it didn't seem incredible. Jiang, who was somewhat confused, responded that it was certainly something incredible. The man grabbed the sword with his hand, started looking at the ground, and asked Jiang if he wanted to learn how to handle the sword. He knew a special move. Just before he could say the name of the special move, Jiang interrupted him and refused. Upon hearing this, he put away the sword, closed his eyes, and with a pleasant smile thought that Jiang was a bit impatient. He decided to wait for the moment when Jiang would want to learn how to handle the sword. Jiang started looking at the sky and upon seeing what had appeared, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. With a cheerful look, he asked the man to look and also asked him if that wasn't the Tanjiao camp. But to everyone's surprise, the man disappeared. Jiang started looking around and noticing that the man was not there. He became somewhat confused and began to wonder where the man was. He also thought that this old man was too strange. At the same time in Tanjiao camp, several helicopters started flying in the sky. At the entrance, there was a receptionist and in front of the desk there was a huge line of people. He asked all geniuses who were going to enter the camp to first come and line up for registration. Each one would receive an identification bracelet which could not be removed unless one was eliminated. A man with black hair began to approach the entrance. A while later, it was Jiang's turn from Chu City. He received the identification bracelet and started putting it on his wrist. In this camp, Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao were also present. They brought their hands to their chests, started looking at Jiang with a loving gaze, and couldn't help but start blushing upon seeing that he had also come to the camp. For Mu Hankyu, he was her master, and for Luo Sandao, he was her benefactor. Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat confused as he didn't know what was happening. Being a benefactor was fine for him, but being her master wasn't. They too started to fight among themselves. With an aggressive look they began to insult each other. Luo Sandow did not know why Mu Hankyu was calling Jiang love. She had advised her many times to read fewer romance novels so that she would not fantasize senselessly like men. Mu Hankyu responded that she was right. Now she really knew what true love was. According to her, Luo Sandow was nothing. While the two of them were fighting, Little Nine manifested herself. She took out a piece of watermelon, closed her eyes, and while she was eating it, explained to Jiang that she was enjoying watching the two of them fight. Jiang remained silent as this information was overwhelming for him. Lu Sandow began pointing at her with her finger and asked why she was so close to Jiang without any reason. Mu Hankyu approached him, grabbed his arm, started mocking Lu Sandow, and asked her to stop being so narcissistic since she wasn't following him. According to her, Jiang had the final say. Jiang did not say a single word. Upon seeing this, Lu Sandow began to point at her with her finger and with a mocking smile told her that she had said this a long time ago, and now it had come true. Mu Hankyu started touching the tips of her fingers. She began to look at the ground and explained to her that Jiang was very handsome. Luo Sandow approached her, put a hand on her shoulder, closed her eyes, and while laughing asked her if they were good friends again now. Mu Hankyu started to look at her and explained that she felt they were now both better friends and rivals in love. They could only be considered friend-enemies. Seeing this, Jiang began to sweat and thought that girls were very strange. At that moment, a loud bang was heard not far from them. Everyone started looking towards the direction of the bang and saw a curtain of smoke. As the curtain of smoke was disappearing, Jiang began to wonder what was happening. Luo Sandow started to look a little more closely and realized that someone was fighting. The same man we saw at the entrance of the camp appeared. He started rolling up his sleeves, clenched his teeth tightly, and with an aggressive look, began to ask who was fighting. Not everyone had entered the camp yet and someone was already fighting. He didn't know if this person was looking for death. Jiang, who was behind him, started staring at him intently and realized that he was the patrol instructor. He didn't know if the instructors had third-level strength. The instructor approached the place of the fight, but someone gave him a strong punch in the stomach, causing his body to be thrown backward. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but stay in shock. The instructor's body was thrown backward and fell to the ground. He put his hand on his chest, opened his mouth, and while bleeding, gave the order to the others to notify the superiors, as this was getting out of hand. Luo Sandow was left speechless upon seeing that a third-level master had been thrown into the air in a second. With a surprised look, she began to wonder who had hit the instructor. With a serious look, Mu Hankyu revealed to her that they were the standouts from Jiangnan's war zone. A woman with red eyes, who was wearing assassin clothes, appeared. She put her hand on her hip, started staring at the instructor and remained silent. Her name was Tang Ying. She was an assassin. Her strength was extremely terrifying. She was the youngest assassin of Tianjilu. It was said that recently she had assassinated a great level 4 master in Sakura country. Another man who had red hair appeared, his body surrounded by powerful energy. He began to look at him and couldn't help but start smiling. His name was Bai Feng and he was known as the Little God of Death. He was a disciple of the chief commander of the East Sea Defense Line. He was the brightest and most promising seed in the military district but had psychological problems. He tended to lose control easily and turn into a demon. Another blue-haired man appeared. He extended the sword into the sky, began to stare at Jiang and started to smile. His name was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather was one of the 7 guardians of Great Xia. He had the profession of Blue Lotus Immortal Swordsman, comparable to a divine-level profession. Luo Sandow began to look at Xiao Beihan with a terrified gaze and told Jiang that she knew this damn dog. The epic sword he had in his hand had been stolen from her house. Jiang began to look at him with a calm gaze, and upon seeing that he was Xiao Beihan, there was no longer any doubt in him that he was a prodigy since his strength far surpassed that of Xiao Yuanwu. The people did not know who was being attacked by the 3 together. In the middle of them there was a shirtless man with orange hair. He stood up, adopted an offensive stance and prepared to attack. While the smoke curtain was disappearing, he clenched his fist tightly and decided it was time to counterattack. With a murderous look, he clenched his fist tightly, and using all his strength, gave a strong punch to the ground, breaking it into pieces. He was an invincible descendant. His name was Jiang Wu Shuang. It was said that he had 3 professions and all were unique and hidden. He was strangely strong since the 3 together could not defeat him. Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandow started to look at Wu Shuang with a surprised gaze. Even Jiang himself was shocked, as Wu Shuang was 3rd on the summer ranking list. He didn't know if his little insects would be able to face this guy. At that moment, Xiao Beihan gathered momentum, jumped up, grabbed the sword with both hands and prepared to attack. Jiang looked up and seeing this, thought it wasn't good. Xiao Beihan landed on the ground, gripping the sword forcefully, causing the ground to start cracking. He was very close to Luo Sandao, but luckily Jiang grabbed her by the hip, jumped and dodged his attack. Xiao Beihan started staring at Wushwang with a serious look and praised him since his wind fist was very powerful. Jiang started looking at Xiao Beihan and caught his attention. Xiao Beihan began to sheath the sword, and upon seeing Jiang he was somewhat surprised. He had heard that he had been the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. He drew his sword again, started pointing the tip towards Jiang, and while his body was surrounded by a powerful aura he began to stare intently at Jiang. Despite also despising the useless Xiao Yuanwu, today Jiang was going to die. Originally he had planned to deal with Wushwang first and then take care of an ant like Jiang. But since he was here, he decided to start with him. Jiang did not let himself be intimidated. He extended his hand to the side, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. With a look full of determination, he told him that although their strength was different, the Xiao family was really just as rotten at its core. Xiao Beihan extended his sword to one side and began approaching Jiang. Seeing this, Jiang extended both hands to the sides and prepared to attack. Although he had promised Uncle Jai Gang not to show his power, now there was nothing else that could be done in this situation. Luo Sandao, who was behind them, simply remained silent. Just before the combat could begin, someone launched a powerful slash towards them, which split the ground in two. This person ordered everyone to step aside as the Grand Instructor known as the King of the Celestial Sword had arrived. Seeing this, both Jiang and Xiao Beihan deactivated their powers. He began to look in the direction of the attack and couldn't help but start wondering who the King of the Celestial Sword was. This instructor was the same person that Jiang had saved from the tree. He extended the sword towards them and with a serious look, explained that if anyone dared to cause trouble before the camp started, they would have to face his sword. Jiang began to look at the instructor and couldn't help but be shocked and start sweating. He couldn't believe that the strange old man he had encountered on the road was the chief called King of the Celestial Sword. With just one movement of his sword energy, he had made the four great geniuses tremble until they were immobile. He didn't know if his small insects had also been destroyed by his sword's shockwave. After launching the attack, the old man grabbed the sword's hilt with one hand, began to sheath it and started staring intently at Jiang and Xiao Beihan. One of the men standing behind him was the Vice Commander Yang Guang. With a calm look, he informed him that all 300 geniuses were present. He asked him to please prepare to go up on stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man sheathed his sword and began walking towards the stage. The people who were present in the camp started conversing among themselves. Some had heard that there were many Tianjiao camps in the Jiangnan area, but none had ever had a king-level figure in charge. For them, this was terrifying, as even standing dozens of meters back, the King of the Celestial Sword could kill them with a single move. One of them explained to the others that this was very strange since they had said that the old master was living in seclusion. He didn't know why he was coming out now. Some of them just heard the instructors talking privately that it seemed like the old master was going to take the initiative to ask for this. They didn't know if he wanted to recruit a disciple. If this were the case, then they should do well. Although some knew well that people like them should stop dreaming about it because if he really were recruiting, then he would only recruit the best. Tang Ying started to stare at the old man and couldn't help but be shocked to see that the old celestial had come. Bai Feng, who was standing next to her, began to look at the old man with a surprised gaze and couldn't help but feel excited as he had finally met the living legend in person. Xiao Beihan started to look at the old man with a determined gaze and decided to defeat Jiang Wuxuang once the camp began in order to leave a good impression on the old master. Wuxuang cracked his fingers and couldn't help but feel excited since he had thought they wouldn't be able to invite the old man. He decided to make him his master. Mu Hankyu clenched her fists tightly, brought them close to her face, and couldn't help but be left open-mouthed and astonished at the same time. Jiang started pointing at the old man with his finger and with a confused look asked Luo Sandao if they recognized that powerful old master. She got very excited, approached Jiang, clenched her fists, and with a joyful look responded yes, she had been hearing about his legends since she was young. She began to recall the old man's incredible feats. One day a powerful red dragon appeared, but the old man jumped on its head and using all his strength drove the sword into its skull, causing it to open its mouth and start screaming in pain. She explained to Jiang that the old man was not an awakener but could suppress a group of 7th transfer seal kings and become #1 under the Zhen Empire. His skills were even comparable to those of an 8th transfer from the Gen Empire. Once he had killed a dragon with a single blow. Muhankyu put her hand under her chin, closed her eyes and began to think. She explained to them that although both were at the level of a Seal King, the senior Celestial Leaf King was the most respected existence by her grandfather. Her grandfather once asked her to become his disciple, but he rejected her. At first she was very frustrated, but then heard that many descendants of the Gen Empire and Invincibles had also been rejected. Jiang started looking at the old man and with a confused look asked them if they were sure it was very difficult to become his disciple. Muhankyu approached Jiang and with a sincere look asked him if he was joking. As far as she knew, Jiang Wushuang and Baifeng had been rejected by the Sword God before. Jiang had seen Jiang Wushuang and the rest of their abilities. It was unimaginable how difficult it was to become a disciple of the old man. Upon hearing this, Jiang began to look at her with a shocked expression and started to wonder if it was really that difficult to become the old man's disciple. Luo Sandao approached them. She began pointing towards the sky with her finger, and with a serious look explained to them that they might not know it, but the old master had only accepted 2 disciples in his entire life, and that had been more than 20 years ago. Jiang began to recall how the old man had been hugging the tree like a lunatic. He also remembered how when he was putting away the sword he had asked him if he was willing to learn from him. Jiang closed his eyes and began to question whether the strange old man who climbed trees was the king of the celestial sword that everyone was really talking about. According to him, they did not seem like the same person. While a drop of sweat was falling from his cheek, with a forced smile he responded that now he understood everything. The old man got on stage and coughed to get everyone's attention. With a serious look, he introduced himself as Gu Kaishan, the chief instructor of Tanjiao Camp. He put both hands on the table and reminded everyone that, as they all already knew, the Tanjiao Camp in their Jiangnan area had been performing below average in recent years because the fights here were just a farce. If one did not dare to give it their all here, in a real battlefield with real dangers, they would only end up dead and without burial. He revealed to everyone that there were more and more monsters in this world. He grabbed the microphone tightly and with a smile told them that they needed more capable geniuses. Therefore, to better showcase and unleash their geniuses' abilities and make a better selection, this year he had established a new rule for the Tanjiao Camp in the Jiangnan area. He called this rule Death Quota. Upon hearing this, Yang Guang, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but be shocked. With a look full of fear, he interrupted Gu Kaishan and tried to stop him. But he put his hand in front of him indicating that he should not speak anymore and with a smile explained to everyone that here he was the one who had the last word. Therefore if something happened, he was going to take all the responsibility. Yang Guang started sweating like crazy and with a confused look began to wonder what death rate Gu Kaishan was talking about. His superiors had not mentioned this before and there hadn't been one before in the history of Tanjiao camps. There were many powerful geniuses down there, so he didn't know if this was going to create chaos. Gu Kaishan took the microphone, brought it close to his mouth, and with a serious look told them that today 10 of them were going to die for him in each round of the test. He also added that if anyone wanted to withdraw, they could do so now. Many of the participants panicked. A boy started looking at his friend with a look full of fear and explained to him that although this was terrible, he couldn't withdraw because otherwise his whole family would be shamed. His friend swallowed hard and with a trembling voice told him that he didn't want to die. Wu Shuang, who was standing in front of them with crossed arms, remained calm, began to smile and thought that this was expected from the senior Celestial Blade King. According to him, the Tanjiao camp in Jiangnan area should have done this years ago. Xiao Beihen turned his head back, started staring at Zhong and with a smile came to the conclusion that this rule had been made especially for him. When the camp starts later, he was going to be able to fulfill 2 of the old master's quota. Zhong started looking at Xiao Beihen and began wondering what this guy was plotting. With a calm look, he concluded that with this quota, even if the conflict escalated later and he killed Xiao Beihen, Uncle Jai Gang and the others wouldn't have to worry too much. Several minutes passed and no one withdrew. Seeing this, Gu Kaiten, who was holding the microphone in one hand, put his other hand on his waist and couldn't help but start smiling since according to him it seemed like everyone had some pride. Behind him stood the 4 vice commanders. He extended his hand to one side and with a shout, announced that the entrance evaluation to the camp had officially begun. There were 300 people in the first round. Half of them were going to be eliminated. He grabbed the hilt of his sword, and while unsheathing it, with a serious look he explained to them that within the camp, 150 advancement flags had been randomly hidden. He also added that he didn't care what methods they used to get the flags. The round was going to end at dawn on the second day, and those who had the flags would advance to the next round. He unsheathed his sword, began pointing its blade at them, and while his eyes were shining, asked them to fight confidently and kill confidently. They could fight alone or form alliances. They were even allowed to destroy the entire camp if they wished. In short, he wanted to see their bloodlust. After saying this, he raised the sword to the sky and gave everyone the order to disperse as the test had begun. Upon hearing his order, everyone started running backward. Some knew that with their current skills, the best method was to find flags, hide, and avoid ruthless people. According to them, this was the safest way to advance to the next round. While everyone was running, Xiao Beihan began to smile. As his body was surrounded by a powerful blue energy, he unsheathed his sword, extended it to one side, and started walking towards Jiang. While little by little he was getting closer, Jiang, who was standing next to Manhwa and Luo Sandao, remained silent. Jiang extended his hands to the sides, started staring at Xiao Beihan, and gave them the order to look for nearby advance flags since he was going to take care of him. Manhwa did not know what Jiang was thinking. With a panicked look, she asked him if he was sure. Just before she could finish the sentence, he extended his hand to one side, adopted a defensive pose, and told her that this was an order. Upon hearing this, Manhwa and Luo Sandao turned their backs on him and started running. While Xiao Beihan's body was surrounded by powerful blue mana, he began to laugh and mocked him by asking if a rookie like him who hadn't even made a second transfer wanted to be a hero. Jiang extended his hand to one side, causing it to start releasing the poisonous mist of Little Nine. Although Xiao Beihan's sword energy was truly astonishing, it was much inferior compared to Xiao Yuanwu's. Even though he was now much stronger than before, he didn't know if it would be possible for him to deal with Xiao Beihan using only poison without exposing the existence of the mother insect. With a calm look, he asked him to stop talking nonsense. Xiao Beihan listened and decided not to waste more words on a dead corpse. Using all his strength, he launched a powerful slash towards Jiang. While Jiang's body was surrounded by Little Nine's poisonous mist, he prepared himself for defense. But just before Xiao Beihan's attack could reach him, someone asked him to stop and threw some small knives at his attack, shattering it into pieces. This person was none other than Tang Ying. While she was holding knives in her hands, she began to stare at Xiao Beihan with an angry look. Xiao Beihan, who was holding the sword with one hand, began to look at her with a serious expression and asked what she was doing. When looking to the side, Jiang saw Tang Ying with a surprised look. He began to question whether she was the female assassin. Tang Ying put her hands on her hips, approached him, and shouted if he had forgotten their agreement with Bei Feng. They had agreed to kill Wu Shuang once the camp started, yet he constantly went off to deal with insignificant matters. She didn't know if he was using these excuses deliberately because he was actually afraid of Wu Shuang. Xiao Beihan clenched his fist tightly and with an angry look asked her who had said that he was afraid. Both turned their backs on Jiang and started walking towards the area where Wu Shuang was. Xiao Beihan, who was furious, asked her where he was. He decided to deal with him first since it wasn't too late to handle the trash afterward. Tang Ying began pointing in the direction where Wu Shuang was and explained that he had headed towards the forest and Bai Feng was chasing him now. Jiang deactivated Little Nine's poisonous mist, started looking at them and felt relieved since things had really taken a turn. He didn't know who Tang Ying was but felt that she was intentionally helping him. Once they moved away a bit, Tang Ying turned back, put her finger near her mouth and winked at him. Seeing this, he realized that she was indeed helping him. But he didn't know why since they didn't even know each other. She began to look down with a sad expression. She was the niece of Tang Jin. His aunt had asked her to secretly take care of Jiang Chen in the Tanjiao camp. But with her current abilities, she couldn't fight Xiao Beihan directly. She could only use Wu Shuang's name to try to delay his movements. A man with black hair who was carrying a bow on his back and holding several flags in his hands approached them, knelt before him, and explained that his father was the subordinate of his grandfather. These 3 advancement flags he had were a sign of his dedication to him. He was the 6th venerable transfer descendant named Huang Yongchao. Xiao Beihan approached him and with a serious look told him that he did not need the flags. He also added that if he really wanted to show his loyalty, then he could help him do something. Tang Ying crossed her arms and remained silent. Huang Yongchao, who was kneeling before him, explained that his subordinate would serve him with the utmost loyalty. Tang Ying began to look at Xiao Beihan and thought that this was not good since now Jiang would have to take care of this himself. But she hoped that Manhwa and Luo Sandao could protect him. At the same time, Luo Sandao obtained 2 advancement flags. While she was holding them in her hand, she closed her eyes and with a joyful smile explained to Jiang that she had just found 2 flags. She arrived at the area where Jiang was and placed the flags on the table. Jiang, who had one hand resting on his waist, with a calm voice asked them both to take the flags first since he was going to another place to take a look. She rested both hands on it and told him that they were going to help him find it together, and ManhwaCapped, who was standing next to her, crossed her arms and remained silent. At that moment, someone shot an arrow, which began to move at great speed towards them. Jiang didn't take long to sense this. He put his hand under the table and asked them to be careful. Just before the arrow could get close, Jiang threw the table into the sky with all his strength, causing it to collide directly with the arrow. The attack was so powerful that the table was shattered into pieces. Luo Sandao started looking up, and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but panic and start feeling scared as she didn't know what was happening. She quickly hid behind Jiang, placed both hands on his arm, and peeked out a little to see what was happening. He went on alert and with a serious look, shouted and asked who was attacking and if they wanted to steal their flags. ManhwaCapped drew the two daggers, held them in both hands, and adopted a defensive stance. The person who had launched the attack was none other than Huang Yangchao. He jumped, drew his bow, started aiming at Jiang, and while the arrow was surrounded by a powerful energy, he began to stare at him and revealed that he did not want the flag but wanted to take his life. He prepared to shoot the arrow towards Jiang, causing the arrow to start emitting even more energy. They looked up at the sky, and upon seeing that it was Huang Yangchao, they revealed to Jiang that he had the hidden profession called Extreme Archer of the Sun Chaser. He was level 39 and his father was a venerable of 6th transfer. He was a subordinate of Yahello from the Zhang Empire. Luo Sandao did not know if her Eternal Earth Shield would be able to stop the attack. With a penetrating gaze, Huang Yangchao launched the arrow towards them. It began advancing at great speed towards them. The blade grew larger and was covered in energy. As the arrow gradually approached, Jiang decided to do something about it. He asked both of them to step aside. He jumped, and while his eyes were shining, he began to advance towards the attack. He extended his hand, causing the palm to start releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. With an angry look, he explained to them that he could tolerate everything else, but if they wanted to kill him, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless, since after all someone had to fulfill the old master's death quota. Luo Sandao, who was behind Jiang, couldn't help but clutch her chest in fear, and ManhwaCapped, who was holding the two daggers, started looking at him with a surprised expression and couldn't help but begin wondering what he planned to do. Jiang launched Little Nine's poisonous mist towards Huang Yangchao, blocking the attack. The mist was so powerful that it not only blocked the attack but also shattered it, and began advancing towards him. While Huang Yangchao was flying in the air, the poisonous mist approached him. While holding the bow with one hand, he started looking around, and upon seeing poison, he couldn't help but panic since he had been told that Jiang was of the life type. With a look full of fear, he asked others not to hide and to come attack all together. Just before he could finish speaking, Little Nine's poisonous mist reached him and impacted his body, corroding and tearing him into pieces, causing him to start screaming in agony. The poisonous mist grew larger and the insects began to devour his body. His companions turned their backs on him and started to flee out of fear. They did not want to fight against a guy who had awakened the hidden poison class. Now that even long-range shooters like Huang Yangchao had not been able to deal with him, much less would those who had close combat classes be able to. They thought they were lucky since they escaped in time. Otherwise, they would have been cannon fodder. In a matter of seconds, the insects began to devour Huang Yangchao's body. Jiang, who was standing next to him, was controlling the swarm of insects. At the same time, in the observation room were Yang Guang and Gu Kaishan watching everything that was happening in the camp through some cameras. Gu Kaishan started to look at Jiang, and seeing how strong he was, he couldn't help but praise him upon noticing that he not only had the creation class, but also had the poison class. Yang Guang, who was standing behind him, was speechless. With a surprised look, he began to wonder how it was possible that Jiang had killed so quickly a second transformation prodigy. For him, Jiang Chen was incredible. He didn't know why Chuozheng City's night watch hadn't reported anything. While he was deep in his thoughts, Gu Kaishan turned his head towards him and with a serious look asked him to go inform the others and also bring some great masters of the spatial system, since this was an emergency moment. They needed transfer at any time to prevent Jiang from killing too many people. Hearing his voice, Yang Guang snapped out of his trance and responded affirmatively, deciding to go inform immediately. He turned his back on him, started running, clenched his teeth tightly, and with a worried look decided to take advantage of the fact that the elder had not changed his mind to leave quickly, because if the prodigies really began a massacre, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Kaishan put his hand under his chin, started observing Jiang and coughed to get Yang Guang's attention. Upon hearing his voice, he stopped running, turned around with a surprised look and asked if there was any problem. Deep down, he didn't know if this old man was regretting all of this. Gu Kaishan put his hand under his chin, started looking at the ceiling with a lost gaze, and asked him to bring 10 third-level ferocious beasts and release them separately. He also gave the order to place the advance flag on the ferocious beasts. Yang Guang turned around, gave a military salute, and with a confused look responded with an understood. He couldn't help but be somewhat impressed, since the move the old man had just made was astonishing, because in this way, those demons could go first to fight for the advance flag and avoid harming others. At the same time, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan surrounded Wu Shuang. The three drew their weapons and prepared to attack, while on the other side he crossed his arms. Bai Feng had been fighting against him for several minutes and was quite tired. He put his hand on his chest where he had the wound and began to pant heavily. Wu Shuang started looking at him and reminded them again that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. He didn't know if they really wanted to die. He mocked them by asking if they would feel proud after winning in a 1-against-3 fight. Xiao Beihan gripped the sword tightly, causing the blade to start emitting a powerful blue energy. He began to stare intently at him and explained that although it was dishonorable to win with superior numbers, he couldn't avoid fighting people who weren't boring. At that moment, the loudspeaker started to sound and notified everyone that Huang Yongchao had been eliminated by Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this, everyone was in shock, as they couldn't believe Jiang had made the first kill. Unlike the others, Wu Shuang remained calm. With a worried look, Xiao Beihan thought that although Huang Yongchao had average strength, at least he was good and was in the second transformation. In this camp full of geniuses, he was among the top 50. He was much stronger than Xiao Yuanwu and yet had been killed in the blink of an eye. Tang Ying, who was holding several knives with her fingers, with a terrified look, she thought that this was not good, since her aunt had told her that Jiang was only level 26 of the creation class. She did not know how he, a person of level 26, could have instantly killed a person of level 39 from the combat class. Not even she, an assassin, could have killed Huang Yongchao so quickly. Bai Feng started looking towards the sky and with a smile came to the conclusion that this time the Tanjiao camp was full of hidden talents. Wu Shuang brought his hand to his face, started looking at them, and with a smile asked if they were not going to face an expert like Jiang. They ignored him and prepared to attack again. But just before they could make a move, the camp notified everyone that 10 third-level fierce beasts were going to be released, and each one was going to have an advancement flag. Everyone who possessed the advancement flag would get an additional score in the ranking. All those who were among the top 10 would receive a reward, with the first place reward being 100 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beihan and the others jumped and moved away from the area. Wu Shuang, who had his arms crossed, began to smile. Once everyone left, he stood still and thought that the King of Celestial Sword had given them new toys. He thought this was fine and decided to compete for and seize the blue flag. At the same time, Jiang started to look to one side and couldn't help but be surprised when he remembered that they had just entered the camp and the first place was already going to receive a reward of 100 million. For him, this prodigy camp was too generous. If he took first place and obtained the rewards and resources, the insects would be able to reproduce faster again. At that moment, something giant began to fall from the sky. Jiang, who wasn't far away, went on alert and started wondering what this was. A giant mutant beast in the shape of a wolf fell from the sky and landed near Jiang. Liu Sandao, who was next to him, explained that the first fierce beast had fallen beside them. Jiang began to look at the beast with a confused gaze and realized that this was a third-level beast. Mu Hankyu, who was nearby, panicked and asked everyone to be careful since the strength of this beast was equivalent to a level 90 awakened. Little by little, the beast started to stand up. Liu Sandao looked with some attention and she realized that it was in a state of paralysis. She asked him if they should take advantage of this situation. While little by little the beast was getting to its feet and regaining consciousness, Jiang began to advance towards it and prepared to attack, making his hands start to release the poisonous mist. He decided to take advantage of this and asked the others to move away. He prepared to attack, but at that moment someone launched a powerful slash towards him. However, he reacted in time, jumped and dodged the attack at the last second. He couldn't help but feel somewhat confused as he didn't know who had launched this attack. Several seconds later, he landed on the ground, clenched his fist tightly and began to wonder what was happening. The person who had launched the attack was Xiao Beihan. He was standing on top of the beast's head and holding the sword with one hand. He began to stare at Jiang and with a smile thought that not only had he killed Huang Yongchao in a second, but now he dared to steal the advance flag. Jiang extended his hand towards him, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist, and asked him if he was going to fight, then stop all this talk. Xiao Beihan jumped and used the technique called Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. He launched a powerful slash towards him which started destroying everything in its path. His attack collided with Jiang's, causing the poisonous mist to start disappearing. He positioned himself on top of the beast's head, and while his sword was surrounded by a powerful energy, he thought it was no wonder that Jiang was so arrogant since it turned out that he had the hidden poison type. It was said that the poison type was difficult to handle, but in front of his sword's wind, it amounted to nothing. Mu Hankyu clashed her fist with her palm, started looking at him and with a serious look thought that Jiang was in danger since the wind could face and defeat the poison type. She thought they should help him as soon as possible. Lu Sandao, who was next to her, started looking at her with a surprised look and explained to her that Jiang's poison wasn't an ordinary poison. If they went to help, all they would do is cause more problems. Jiang adopted an offensive stance, and while his body was surrounded by poison, he began to stare intently at Xiao Beihan and decided it was time to end this. He used the technique called Poisonous Mist Dragon, causing a giant dragon made of poison to appear. It opened its mouth and prepared to attack. Seeing the size of the dragon, Xiao Beihan couldn't help but panic and think that this wasn't good. He decided not to stand idly by, grabbed the sword firmly, brought his fingers close to the blade of the sword, and realizing that this poisonous mist was not going to disperse with a strike, decided to absorb it. The dragon opened its mouth and prepared to attack. He extended the sword towards the sky and used the technique Forbidden Spell, called Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus, causing a giant flower to appear behind him. The giant flower began to absorb the poison dragon. He asked him to watch how his sword's energy was going to consume all of his poisonous mist. While Jiang's eyes were shining, he started to smile and asked if he was serious. With his sword energy blocking the view, it was even easier to swallow. Little Nine manifested herself. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and began to consume the flower that Xiao Beihan had created. For her, this sword energy was very delicious. Thanks to this, Jiang gained 2,000 devouring value. He started looking at Little Nine and thought she was eating the whole flower. He reached out his hand towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the flower that Xiao Beihan had created broke into pieces, releasing poisonous mist. The poisonous mist attacked Xiao Beihan, causing his body to be thrown backward and crash into the ground. He opened his mouth and began to scream in pain. Jiang clenched both fists tightly, and now that Little Nine had consumed the energy of the flower, the poison dragon became even bigger and more terrifying. Xiao Beihan fell to the ground, grabbed the sword with one hand, and thought this was not possible. He did not know what kind of poison could annihilate a sword's energy. Jiang attacked him using the poison dragon, but just before the attack could impact against him, he hugged himself and used the life gem, causing a barrier to appear around his body. He took the sword, stood up, and seeing that his poison couldn't break through the life gem's shield, he thought Jiang was doomed to die. He started looking at him and thought that the Xiao family really had second chances, but it was a pity because in this battlefield there were cameras everywhere, and he couldn't let the insects reveal their true form. He turned his head to one side where Lu Sandao was and with a calm look asked if she could create an opaque earth shield that covered the entire place. She clenched both fists tightly and told him that she would try. She extended her hands towards the sky, causing her energy to start advancing towards the sky. She used the technique called Earth Protection Shield, cover. By doing this, a shield was created around the area. Xiao Beihan started to look towards the sky with a confused look and asked him what he was doing. Lu Sandao put both hands on her knees, lowered her head, and began to pant heavily as she had used a lot of energy to create the shield. While Jiang's hand was releasing the poisonous mist from Little Nine, he started looking at him and asked if he could guess how while Xiao Beihan's body was surrounded by the magical barrier. He extended the sword to one side and with an angry look asked Jiang if he was really comparing the worthless power of that piece of trash with his. According to him, Jiang was naive. Jiang simply remained calm and silent for several seconds. At that moment, Little Nine reappeared. She began to stare at Xiao Beihan with a sinister look and started to smile. While Jiang's body was surrounded by Little Nine's poisonous mist, with a calm look he asked him if he was really comparing the current him to the past him. Thinking this way was indeed naive, he began to get tired of him and ordered Little Nine to manifest and give him a beating. She extended her hands to the sides and while her body was releasing a powerful energy, she began to advance towards Xiao Beihan and decided to follow Jiang's order. Xiao Beihan put the sword in front of his face to defend himself from the attack, and with a confused look he began to wonder who she was. Little Nine started moving at high speed and began attacking him, but he started blocking the attacks using the sword, no matter from which direction she attacked. he managed to block all the attacks. Upon seeing this, Jiang was surprised. With a perplexed look, he began to wonder if he was using the energy of the protective sword. He did not expect Xiao Beihan to have this kind of ability at a moment like this. Luckily for Xiao Beihan, the beast appeared. It gave a great leap, opened its mouth and prepared to attack Little Nine. She and he started looking to one side, and upon seeing this they went on alert. Jiang didn't take long to realize what was going to happen. He extended his hand towards her, causing his hand to start emitting the poisonous mist. He began staring intently at the beast, and upon seeing that it had also awakened, he decided that now it was time to unleash all their power. He extended his hand towards the beast and summoned 2 dragons made of poisonous mist and gave them the order to corrode Xiao Beihan and cover Little Nine. He also summoned the small insects and told them that there was top-quality fierce beast meat. The first to arrive would be the first to eat the beast. Upon hearing this, they appeared, started advancing towards them and prepared to attack. Now that the dragons and small insects had appeared, Little Nine began running towards him and started smiling. Xiao Beihan put both arms in front of his face and thought this was not good since the sword's energy had been corroded and now he could no longer cause damage. The beast turned around, opened its mouth, and seeing that Little Nine was ready to attack, began to roar to warn Xiao Beihan about the attack. Little Nine approached him, and now that he could no longer block the attacks, she began to hit the magic barrier with all her strength. Her fists started impacting against the barrier and it gradually began to weaken. Jiang, who was nearby, started watching them and realized that Xiao Zhenguo favored some grandchildren over others, and for this reason it was much more difficult to defeat Xiao Beihan than Xiao Yuanwu. She began to hit even harder, and little by little the barrier started to crack. While her eyes were shining, she started staring at him. Xiao Beihan, who was inside the barrier, couldn't help but start sweating and panicking. Even though the barrier was strong, Little Nine was going to break it with blows. It was only a matter of time. If before she had needed 3 seconds, now she would need at most 3 minutes. At the same time, in the surveillance room, Yuan Guang began to observe the fight. According to the screen, it could be seen that there was a blue magical barrier in the area which prevented people outside from seeing inside. Upon seeing this, he realized that Xiao Beihan was at a disadvantage now that Jiang had blocked the surveillance. He gave Fang Chengyuan the order to conduct a manual investigation, and if the situation was not good, to stop the combat immediately. He was Fang Chengyuan, the great master of the 4th level of the spatial system. He joined his fingertips together and with a serious look responded with an understood. Behind him sat Gu Kaishan, who had his legs crossed and his head resting on his hand. He remained somewhat confused as he couldn't believe that their superiors didn't want Zhang Guo's grandson to be injured or end up dead. Yuan Guang turned around, put his arms behind his back, and with a calm voice explained to him that although that was true, no one knew what would happen if he got injured or ended up dead. He didn't know if he was really prepared for a battle with Xiao Zhenguo. He also asked him if Commander Duan from the Jiangnan War District knew about this. Gu Kaishan started looking at him and remained silently thinking. Feeling his gaze, Yuan Guang couldn't help but panic. With a confused look, he told him that although he had ordered the prohibition of leaking any information within the Tanjiao camp, once it ended, the superiors would know what had really happened. Gu Kaishan, who had his head resting on his fist, began to look at the ceiling with a lost gaze and sank into his thoughts. He knew that Xiao Beihan's strength was also considered outstanding. He didn't know if Jiang Chen could really kill him, and neither did he understand why he had created an anti-vision barrier. At the same time, Jiang's attack succeeded and he defeated the beast without much difficulty. While its body was surrounded by poisonous mist, it began to fall to the ground. Jiang, who was beside it, crossed his arms and thought that although this fierce beast was powerful, when facing the insects, it had really found its nemesis. Little Nine's attacks also started to take effect, and now Xiao Beihan's barrier had several cracks and was about to break. She walked away, clenched her fist tightly, and upon seeing this, couldn't help but start to smile. He grabbed the sword tightly and panicked at the thought that this was the end. He didn't know how it was possible that the life jade was starting to break. In the barrier there was a crack much larger and deeper than the others. Jiang began to look at the barrier and with a calm voice asked Little Nine to attack from this part since this was the weak point. At that moment, the voice of someone entered his head and asked him not to play too much since the great master of the space system named Fang Chengyuan had arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but be shocked and panic at the same time. He reached out to Little Nine, began to absorb her and gave her the order to return. Little Nine, who had a clenched fist and was hitting the barrier, couldn't help but be somewhat confused as she didn't know what was happening. Now that an instructor who had a spatial system had sent a telepathic warning, he needed to finish this fight quickly or else he would be discovered. He summoned a giant insect, which began to approach the magic barrier and started to explode. Xiao Beihan, who was inside the barrier, started to look at the insect with a perplexed gaze and couldn't help but start sweating and panicking as he didn't know what this was. Just before he could realize what was really going to happen, it was already too late. The insect that Jiang had summoned exploded, causing the energy to start entering inside the barrier. Because of this, a great explosion began to generate inside. The energy that was inside the barrier was so great that once it broke, it created a great explosion with the same force as a nuclear explosion. The explosion also broke the barrier that Luo Sandao had created. She put both hands on her belly and started falling to the ground. Lu Hengqiu, who was next to her, started running towards her, reached out her hand to grab her, and she asked her if she was okay. The explosion also created a large curtain of smoke. Several seconds later, once the curtain of smoke began to disappear, it could be seen that part of the ground was broken. There were flags lying on the ground, and now all that remained of Xiao Beihan was his arm and his sword. Jiang approached the area, took his sword, started looking at the arm, and seeing that only his arm remained, he began to question whether he had been rescued by the Great Master. Now that he had doubts, he decided to take the arm first as interest, since he would have the opportunity to recover the capital later. He approached Luo Sandao, threw her the sword, and asked her to take good care of the sword that belonged to her family. As little by little the sword was descending towards the ground, she raised her hands to catch it, and while she was starting to blush, she thanked him. Mu Hengqiu picked up the flags that were lying on the ground, and Luo Sandao picked up the sword. Both approached Jiang. She had collected 3 advancement flags, so she told him that they were already among the top 10. Jiang decided to share the flags with them, but Mu Hengqiu refused, since she wanted to see him surpass Jiang Wushuang and win first place, and Luo Sandao also refused because for her having the sword was more than enough. At the same time, someone slammed the table hard. This person was Yuan Guang, and next to him was Fang Chengyuan. He put both hands on the table and with an angry look asked him what he was doing and why he hadn't been able to teleport Xiao Beihan in time. At the beginning, he closed his eyes and stayed thinking in silence. Then he opened them and with a calm voice explained that the poisonous fog was too strong. His spiritual energy had barely approached it. He hadn't seen anything clearly, and the energy was corroded by the poison. Then he heard an explosion. He had tried to teleport Xiao Beihan with all his strength, but it was already too late. Yuan Guang started pointing at him with his finger, began staring into his eyes intently, and asked how it was possible for the poison to corrode mental power. After saying this, he told him not to excuse himself from responsibility. At that moment, someone gave a loud shout and ordered Yuan Guang to shut up. Upon hearing that, he stood up, turned around, and with a trembling voice tried to apologize. This person was Gu Kaishan. He started staring at Yuan Guang and with an angry look asked him if he knew why he always got stuck at the peak of the 5th transformation. He explained that the reason was because he always followed the powerful and could not pass the test of the heart. A moment ago, he had mentioned the great general of the sword, consequences, and so on, and for this reason he hadn't even bothered to respond. If Gu Kaishan dared to do it, he also dared to assume the consequences on the battlefield. Even those invincible in 9 transformations could die in combat, so Xiao Beihan was nobody. Yuan Guang took several steps back, got a little nervous, and explained that he had not mentioned Xiao Zhenguo. He had only mentioned Commander Duan. Gu Kaishan turned his back to him, slightly turned his head back, clenched his fist, and with a calm look gave him the order to first report inside the camp, but keeping the information strictly confidential outside. Tomorrow at 6 before the evaluation and the camp ended, no one eliminated could be allowed to leave the camp, including Xiao Beihan. He turned his back on them, started walking towards the door, and told them that first he was going to go to the Southern Theater Command. Yuan Guang and Fang Chengyuan started looking at him and remained silent. At the same time, a system window appeared in the sky and informed everyone that Xiao Beihan had been eliminated by Jiang Chen. Everyone started looking towards the sky, and upon seeing this, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded as they were unable to believe that Xiao Beihan had been eliminated. They were in shock and thought they had heard wrong, since he was the legitimate grandson of the great general of the nation. In another part of the camp, a beast in the shape of a boar appeared. It tried to attack Tang Ying and Bai Feng, but they jumped and dodged the attack without much effort, causing its body to hit the ground. Tang Ying couldn't help but stay in shock. She couldn't believe that Jiang had really eliminated Xiao Beihan. Bai Feng remained calm, and with a serious look thought this was very strange. In another part of the camp, a beast in the shape of a white lion appeared, but someone gave it a strong blow, causing its body to hit the ground. The person who had defeated this beast was Wushuang. He sat on top of the corpse of it, crossed his arms, and started to smile, and thought that this was very interesting. Someone started to open the lid of the cup. This person was the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military district, named Duan Xinghai. After removing the lid from the cup, he began to bring it closer to his mouth for a sip, started staring at Gu Kaishan, and asked if he had found any good talent for which he had urgently summoned him. In front of him was Gu Kaishan, who closed his eyes, extended his hand towards the sky, used an ability called Forbidden Listening, and while his hand was surrounded by powerful energy, he concentrated. Duan Xinghai started to look at him and remained silent. Gu Kaishan's energy began to advance towards the sky and started to create a barrier around the area. Once the barrier was successfully created, both went to another room, sat down to have a cup of tea and chat a bit. Duan Xinghai crossed his legs, took the cup of tea and asked him why he was being so cautious, and it didn't take long for him to realize that this matter was more important than it seemed. Gu Kaishan, who had one hand resting on the chair, placed the other on the table, and remembering that old Duan had extensive knowledge and was theoretical, he decided to ask him something. He began to stare at Duan and with a serious look asked if poison could corrode mental strength. Duan took the teacup, started bringing it closer to his mouth, closed his eyes and with a smile explained that theoretically it was possible, but it was very difficult, adding that poisonous mist and miasma affected the physical body, but mental strength was different. Mental strength consisted of the source of the soul which belonged to thoughts, forming a kind of intention energy. To corrode this energy, Duan could not estimate the intensity of poison needed. Gu Kaishan started to look at Duan and with a serene gaze asked him if he had seen anyone manage to do this. Duan put his hand under his chin, began to look at the ground and with a thoughtful look replied that no, adding that he knew a poison king who was at the pinnacle of the fourth transformation. But even so he could not do it. Duan raised his head and with an insinuating look asked him if perhaps in the Tianjiao camp there had emerged a poison prodigy with terrifying power. If someone could really corrode spiritual strength, then it was a lethal weapon. Gu Kaishan crossed his arms, started shaking his head, closed his eyes and revealed that a conclusion could not yet be reached. Duan remained calm. Since Gu Kaishan had volunteered for the Tianjiao camp, he hadn't asked anything out of respect. But now he asked if something was happening and also why he wasn't telling the truth. Gu Kaishan opened his eyes, started looking Duan in the eyes and asked if it was possible that the poisonous mist had its own consciousness. Duan reached out to him, started laughing and asked if he was joking. He didn't know how poison could have consciousness, unless it wasn't actually poison and just a form of camouflage. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan realized something. With a perplexed look, he asked Duan what the form of camouflage was. While a drop of sweat was falling from Duan's cheek, with a calm look, he began to think. Several seconds later, he remembered something. He started to imagine some ancient ruins that were somewhere in the realm. He had seen in ruin number 0 a record which mentioned a kind of calamitous insect called 9 wings miasma that could transform into the form of poisonous mist. He began to imagine little 9 hugging her legs. She had been born in the 9 hells. Her birth had caused a great ancient calamity, which had almost destroyed the world in the past. Upon hearing the name 9 wings of miasma and ancient calamity, Gu Kaishan couldn't help but become alert and think that this was not good. Duan extended his hands to the sides, closed his eyes, started laughing out loud, and asked him if he was scared. He also mentioned that this type of calamity had been extinct for a long time. Nowadays it was impossible for it to exist. Gu Kaishan remained silent. Then a portal in the shape of a crack began to appear. He got up from the chair, turned his back on him, and while he was walking towards the portal, he no longer had any doubt that Duan was the chief commander since he could explain everything reasonably. Today he had learned a lot. He said goodbye to him with the excuse that he had some matters to attend to at Tianjiao camp. Duan extended his hand towards him to try to stop him and continue talking. He asked him to wait as he still hadn't told him the good news. But Gu Kaishan paid no attention and entered inside the portal. Once inside, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, thought of little 9 and how she was a natural disaster. It was no longer surprising to him that Jiang Chen, who had awakened a divine level class called Growth of All Things, was strong enough to become number 1 on the hunter list. He opened his eyes and with a serious look thought that Jiang still had many secrets. This in Dazia was grounds for decapitation. According to him, Jai Gang was a traitorous master who was really causing problems. A few days ago, Jai Gang appeared with a pleasant smile and explained that he had someone named Jiang with excellent talent but not yet fully developed. He also added that he even got into trouble with the Xiao family. He hoped Gu Kaishan could take care of him while he was at the Tianjiao camp. He turned around and listened silently. Back to the present, he started walking towards the other end of the portal, and it didn't take long for him to realize that Jai Gang had asked him to take care of him, but in reality wanted him to cover for him. He He exited the portal, and while he had one hand behind his back, he snapped his fingers with the other. The sword could kill, but it could also protect the world. Buddha and demon were in a single heart. He had said that he wanted to make Zhang his disciple, so from now on he was going to be under his protection. He started walking and thought that calamities should not be underestimated, so to avoid misunderstandings, he decided first let Hong Yao confirm it to be more sure. He launched an arrow, which started to move backward at great speed. This arrow contained an order for Hong Yao. He had to go in the name of the master to relic number 0 to investigate the 9-winged miasma calamity. It was related to his little apprentice brother, so he asked him to be very careful. He entered the surveillance room where Yang Guang was and asked how the entrance evaluation for the camp was going. Yang Guang turned his head back and with a calm look explained that it was coming to an end. Those awakened with ordinary talents were competing among themselves to get the flags, and elite talents had already taken care of 9 fierce beasts. Now only one remained. A powerful beast appeared, but Lei Zi and Liu Baizai joined forces to defeat it. The beast tried to attack, but he gave it a strong punch in the face, causing its body to crash into the ground. Then another fierce beast appeared. Tang Ying and Bai Feng began to collaborate with each other to kill it. She jumped up, climbed on top of it and ended its life. At the same time, behind Zhang Wushuang there was a pile of beast corpses. He had instantly killed 3 fierce beasts that had been released in the area. After doing this, he started heading towards the direction where Zhang was. Gu Kaishan started looking at the screen and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be perplexed. He asked him where Jiang Chen was. In response, he revealed that Jiang had killed a total of 2 fierce beasts, and they had just released the 9th fierce beast near him. The 9th ferocious beast appeared, jumped and prepared to attack Jiang. He and the others started looking towards the sky, and upon seeing the beast, he couldn't help but feel happy as now he was going to get another flag. As the beast was slowly approaching, Jiang extended his hand, and while his eyes were shining, he began to smile and told Little Nine that it was time to eat again. Just before the beast could approach and attack, Jiang extended his hand towards it, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist in the process, which quickly started advancing towards it. Little Nine manifested, and without much effort began to devour the beast. Thanks to this, he obtained 2,000 devouring value. The body of the beast fell to the ground, and Little Nine slowly began to devour it. Jiang, who was standing beside, simply remained silent. While Little Nine was devouring the beast, she ascended from level 21 to level 22. And upon doing so, she couldn't help but start smiling. Upon seeing that she had leveled up, Jiang couldn't help but start smiling with joy. His joy didn't last long as a fist made of spiritual energy appeared in the sky and began to descend towards them. They looked up and upon seeing this, went on alert. Mu Hankui drew her 2 daggers, adopted a defensive stance, and with an alert look she revealed to Jiang that someone had launched a surprise attack on them. Luo Sandow decided not to stand idly by. With a determined look, she extended her hand towards the attack and used the skill called Earth Protection Shield, causing a powerful green shield to appear around them. Jiang extended his hand towards the attack, and upon looking a little more closely he soon realized that this fist style was Wushwang's. The energy of Wushwang's fist began to impact against Luo Sandow's shield, causing it to gradually start breaking. Her shield didn't last long, and in a matter of seconds it shattered into pieces. Due to the difference in strength, she and Mu Hankyu were sent flying backward and started bleeding from their mouths. Jiang was the only one left standing. He adopted an offensive stance, and with a look full of determination, he decided it was time to counterattack. Just before Wushwang's fist could reach him, Jiang extended his hand towards the fist, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist which began to halt the attack. Several seconds later, Jiang's body was sent flying backward. He firmly planted his feet on the ground to stop his moving body, and put his hand in front of his face to block any other surprise attack. Little Nine's poisonous mist was so powerful that all that remained of Wushwang's attack was a curtain of smoke. Once the curtain of smoke began to disappear, Wushwang appeared, while his body was surrounded by a powerful energy. He clenched his fist and with a suffocating look, began to approach Jiang. Seeing that even his poison could devour the wind from his fists, it was no wonder that geniuses called Jiang the demon of poison. The body of Mu Hankui fell to the ground behind Jiang. While the smoke curtain was disappearing, he put his hand near his face, started looking at Wushwang and thought that it was not in vain that he was called the 3rd genius of Daxia, praising him by saying that his punch also had quite a bit of strength. Jiang clenched his fist tightly, causing it to start releasing poisonous mist. With a smile, he asked him if he had come to compete with him for the fierce beast. He extended his hand to one side and prepared to defend himself. Wushwang began walking towards him, started laughing, and revealed to him that he knew this fierce beast had been poisoned by him and all that remained now was its corpse, so there was nothing left to steal. Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression changed. With a serious look, he asked him what he meant by this. Wushwang clashed his fist with his palm, and while his body was surrounded by a red energy, he began to smile and with an arrogant look asked Zhang not to misunderstand him, as in reality he was just curious and wanted to get to know. Zhang extended his hand towards the sky, and while it was surrounded by Little Nine's poisonous mist, he began to stare at Wushwang and asked him if he was willing to bet his life just to satisfy his curiosity. Wushwang clenched his fist tightly, and with a smile replied yes, adding that one must be at least willing to bet their life. Upon seeing this, Zhang decided it was time to get down to business. He extended his hand towards him and threw the poisonous mist at him. Wushwang began to stare intently at Zhang and with a smile, started to move his fist with great speed, creating powerful energy around his fist in the process. Just before the poisonous mist that Zhang had released could hit Wushwang, he opened his legs, used the skill called 1,000 Feet Walls, and launched a powerful blow towards the attack, creating a powerful barrier in front of him. Then, he launched another powerful blow towards Zhang, and the energy of the blow was so strong that it began to shatter his poisonous mist and started to rapidly advance towards him. Upon seeing this, Zhang, who had his hand extended towards him, couldn't help but be shocked. He soon realized that this attack was very powerful. Just before Wushwang's strike could reach him, he put his hands over his head, jumped and moved away from the area, although in the process he received a small part of the attack. His body began to move backward. He firmly placed his feet on the ground, lowered his head and thought that his boxing style was too fierce and fast, and his poison was not so strong and was very slow. Little Nine put her hands near her face and with a worried look she began to worry about him. Now Zhang had his face and clothes full of scratches. He put his hand near his mouth, started looking at him and with a smile asked Little Nine if she would be able to level up several times if she devoured Wushwang, who had a huge amount of meat and blood. He appeared in his consciousness, and Little Nine manifested herself. She placed her hands on her chest and explained that although she had leveled up many times, she was not going to be able to defeat Wushwang, but still she was willing to die instead of Zhang. He turned around, started to sweat and with a confused look asked her if she was sure. This was the first time he saw Little Nine so scared. He concluded that the only way to win was by using the self-destruction ability of the insects, because he had been fighting for a long time. He was now very tired. He put his hands on his knees and while his body was shaking, he began to look at her and seeing that she could not defeat him, he ordered her to hide and not come out since he was going to find another way. She decided to listen to him and stay hidden and not go out. Jiang could in no way let Little Nine die or everything would be lost. He came out of his consciousness and while his whole body was trembling, he supported a hand on the ground to rest for a bit. Due to the attack, a smoke screen was created and as the smoke screen gradually disappeared, Wushwang began to approach him, and seeing that he could no longer move, he thought that he did not seem like someone who could have defeated Xiao Beihan. Jiang decided not to stand idly by. He placed his hand on the ground, began to stare at him intently and used the ability called Growth of All Things, causing vines to start emerging from the ground. Just before Wushwang could make a move, the vines began to burrow into the ground and created a barrier around his body. He started to look up and couldn't help but start smiling when he saw that this was Jiang's divine talent. According to him, it was interesting to use a barrier to deceive others. He concluded that Xiao Beihan had also been defeated within a barrier. At the same time, in the surveillance room where Yang Guang and Gu Kaishan were, he turned around and explained to him that Jiang had blocked the vision again. Gu Kaishan, who was standing behind him and was observing the barrier, gave Fang Chengyuan the order to be ready to rescue someone if necessary. He put his hand close to his forehead, gave a military salute, and replied with a understood. Yang Guang was somewhat confused and as a drop of sweat was falling from his cheek, he explained to him that according to the situation of the battle just now, Jiang Wushwang should be fine and he did not need to be rescued. Gu Kaishan began to stare at the screen and told Yang Guang that he had said this to save Jiang Cheng. Yang Guang turned around and was even more confused. He asked him if he wasn't being a bit hypocritical. Gu Kaishan approached him and asked him to stop talking nonsense since Jiang Wushwang was level 46 while Jiang Chen was level 26. Jiang was his disciple and he just wanted to protect him. At the same time, inside the barrier, Jiang stood up, reached out to the sky and gave the insects the order to come out. Upon hearing the order, thousands of insects shot out from his palm towards the outside. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with insects, which began to stare intently at Wushwang. He started looking up, and upon seeing so many insects, he couldn't help but be shocked and become alert at the same time. It didn't take him long to realize that this was Jiang's true ability. Jiang, who had his hand extended towards the sky and was releasing the insects, fell silent. The insects began to advance towards him and prepared to attack. He spread his legs, adopted a defensive stance, used the ability called Move Mountains and Overturn Seas, and prepared to defend himself. While Jiang's eyes were shining, he began to stare at him intently, began pointing at him with his fingers, and started to release even more insects, which began flying towards him. In an instant, thousands of insects appeared in the sky and prepared to attack. While Wushwang's body was surrounded by a golden energy, he prepared to defend himself. He clenched both fists tightly, leaned back, began to look at Jiang, and with a smile used the skill called Overlapping Mountains and Staggered Peaks. Then, he struck the ground using both fists, and by doing this, hundreds of fists made of energy emerged from the ground and began attacking the insects, destroying them into pieces. Upon seeing this, Jiang decided to change tactics. With a serious look, he moved his fingers downward and decided to control the insects to dodge the attacks. While Wushwang was distracted hitting the ground, several insects dodged the attacks and began to quickly approach him. He raised his head, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Once the insects got close enough, Jiang clenched his fist, and at that moment the insects exploded, creating a large smoke screen. But to his surprise, Wushwang jumped up and came out as if nothing had happened. Jiang started looking up and seeing that he was alive, went on alert and began to wonder what was going on. Wushwang began to descend towards Jiang, and with a smile finally realized how Xiao Beihan had lost. He extended his hands towards the ground, used the skill called Wind Fist, and a powerful golden energy began to move towards Jiang. He put his hands over his head and thought this was not good. The energy began to create great pressure, which started to make Jiang's body begin to fall towards the ground. His energy was so strong that Jiang fell to the ground and his body began to tremble. He soon realized that this Wind Fist was several times stronger than the previous one. He did not know if this was the strength of an invincible descendant. 2 insects had exploded near him and had not even scratched him. Little by little, Jiang began to run out of strength. With a tired look, he began to look at Wushwang and concluded that to finish him off it was necessary to make dozens or hundreds of insects self-destruct. For him this was very difficult since it had been very complicated for him to raise these insects. He had no other choice. Near Wushwang a large explosion was created and then more began to be created. He did not fall into the trap and quickly stepped back. But to his surprise, this was what Jiang had planned. While he had one hand supported on the ground, he extended the other towards Wushwang, causing several vines to emerge from the ground. Just before the vines could get close, using only one hand, Wushwang blocked the attack and asked him not to exert himself since the fight had ended. Jiang couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't believe that Wushwang no longer wanted to continue fighting. He asked him what he meant by this. Wushwang, who was standing in front of him, recognized that he was worthy of being his rival. He was only in the first transformation and was already forcing Wushwang to use 80% of his strength. He was eager to fight him when he became stronger. Jiang placed a hand on his knee and as he was getting up, realized that what he had said before about betting his life was to force him to give it his all. All this was just to see if he was a worthy opponent. Wushwang put his hand behind his neck, closed his eyes, began to yawn and told Jiang that he was tired and was going to sleep for a while. After saying this, he asked him if he could take care of the last fierce beast. Jiang began to look at him and with a serious look asked him if he was leaving him the first place. While Wushwang was touching his neck, he turned around and with a calm look explained that he did not mean this. He was just tired. He wanted to leave since he needed to find a good place to sleep for a while. Upon hearing this, Jiang felt a mix of frustration and anger at the same time. He clenched his fist, began to shout and asked him to stop lying, as he was not one of those fools who were affected by pride. Wushwang turned his back on him, and as he was walking away, he closed his eyes and couldn't help but smile, since he knew that he had not been mistaken and that Jiang really was an interesting opponent. At the same time, in the surveillance room, Gu Kaishan crossed his arms, and while watching the screen, told them that one should not rely on strength to oppress the weak. According to him, Wushwang was truly an invincible descendant, and today he had indeed made Gu Kaishan look at him with new eyes. Fang Chengyuan was poisoned again and his mouth filled with foam. Yang Guang approached him, placed both hands on his back and began to help him. Gu Kaishan gave them the order to release the 10th fierce beast on Jiang Chen to let him win first place. A fierce beast with the shape of a centipede and a scorpion's tail began to descend from the sky. It opened its mouth and prepared to attack. Jiang, who was standing on the ground, began to look up, extended his hand and prepared for battle. In a secret realm called Heritage Zero, which was an abandoned village full of fog, night fell. A red-haired woman who was the great disciple of the celestial king of the sword, the older sister of Jai Gang named Hong Yao, who was in her 7th transformation, set foot on top of a rock, and with a serious look she realized that this place was enough to irritate people. She assumed that those awakened with less than 6 transformations could not enter here. In front of her appeared several spirits which noticed her presence and began to approach. Seeing this, she took a leap, firmly grasped the sword and decided to seek information about Gu Kaishin's apprentice. Just before the spirits could make a move, she began to move at great speed and without much effort cut their bodies in half. In front of her was a tombstone, which was emitting an evil energy similar to Little Nine's poisonous mist. She began to observe the tombstone, and it didn't take long for her to realize that it was the source. She didn't know what kind of entity this tombstone was, as it had an ancient presence from about 100 years ago but still remained very strong. The tombstone had several cracks. She approached and decided to use the information database on relics to search for some information about this tombstone. While her eyes were shining and with one hand she was holding the sword, she landed near the tombstone and gave the system the order to activate divine consciousness. Several system windows with information began to unfold around her. She started to stare at the tombstone and used the total awareness skill called speed reading. Several seconds later, the system fully loaded the information, making a photo of an insect appear. The photo began to fall to the ground, but at that moment, she caught it with her hand. She approached the photo, began to look at it and couldn't help but be shocked and start sweating, as this insect belonged to the mother insect called Nine Miasma Wings, an ancient monster, a strange species born in the extremely dark Jiu realm, who once caused a great catastrophe which almost led to the end of the world in the 4th century. Luckily now this species was extinct. The entire body of this insect was pure black-purple color with 9 wings on its back. It had a strong venom that could transform into poisonous mist. Its toxicity could corrode everything in the world, including spiritual voids. While the tombstone was surrounded by a powerful evil energy, the moon came out, and she thought this was not good since Jiang had a hidden calamity. She decided to tell Master about this as soon as possible. At the same time, in the Tanjiao camp, the beast opened its mouth and prepared to attack. But some time later, its body fell to the ground, and the insects began to devour it. Jiang, who was standing next to it with his hand on his waist, started observing the beast. The insects had devoured a total of 4 beasts. Their devouring value had increased quite a bit. If he got first place in entering camp evaluation, he would be able to complete 2nd transformation very soon. He turned back to where Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao were, reached out his hand to the sky and explained to them that 10 blue flags were more than enough for him to stay in first place. He gave each of them a flag so that at least they could enter the top 10. Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao took the flags, closed their eyes, and with a pleasant smile, they thanked Jiang as they had qualified in this round without doing anything. At the same time, in another part of the camp, Bai Feng and Tan Ying managed to defeat the fierce beast shaped like an eagle. Now its corpse was lying on the ground. Tan Ying, who was lying on the ground next to the beast's corpse, began to wipe her forehead with her hand, and while she was breathing heavily, she couldn't help but feel happy since they had finally managed to defeat the beast. Bai Feng, who was standing beside, realized that the entrance evaluation for the camp was about to end. He thought that Jiang Wuxuang would definitely come in first place. At that moment, the speaker began to sound because the camp entrance evaluation had ended. Those who had advanced to the next round could gather in the square, and those eliminated had to leave the camp within the next 3 minutes, and offenders were going to be punished with death. Jiang began looking at the sky and was somewhat surprised. Seeing that the first round had ended, he didn't take long to realize that the 10 fierce beasts that had been released into the camp had been killed. While his body was giving off Little Nine's poisonous mist, he thought that leftovers from beasts were also food. He decided to let out the insects and gave them an order to go look for other fierce beasts and eat everything they could while avoiding people as much as possible. At the same time, the nurses arrived at the camp and began to take away the participants who were injured. On one of the stretchers was Xiao Beihan, who had lost an arm and had it bandaged. He hadn't died. He was conscious and very angry. He started looking up at the sky, clenched his teeth, and felt relieved as he was finally going to be able to leave the camp. He asked Jiang Chen to wait because when he returned home, he would see how his grandfather would punish him. Someone wearing boots stepped onto stage. This person was none other than Gu Kaishin. He crossed his arms and with a serene look gave orders for all those who had advanced in round to come with him to the Forbidden Zone for next test. Upon hearing this, the participants began to converse among themselves. Gu Kaishan had not mentioned doing the next test in the Forbidden Zone. The 8 great forbidden zones of China. Each one was a place with natural treasures, but they were also extremely dangerous places. Although some were afraid, others knew that there was nothing to fear since they had the King of the Celestial Sword to guide them. Some had heard that it was not easy to enter the forbidden zones, so they did not know how so many people were going to go. While they were conversing, Gu Kaishan grabbed the handle of the sword and slowly began to unsheath it. While his eyes were shining, he started to stare at them, unsheathed the sword and began to point at them with the blade. He knew that according to Hong Yao's research, Jiang Chen had the forbidden calamity called 9 Wings of Miasma. He began to look at them and decided to use the celestial sword. Then he started swinging the sword quickly and accurately. Dawn was almost upon them and the person who was supposed to come would arrive soon. He put his knee on the ground, bent down, threw the sword towards the sky, put his other hand near his face and lowered his head. The participants began looking up at the sky and witnessing this, they couldn't help but be shocked and start wondering what was happening. At that moment, the ground began to shake and several seconds later, it started to break. In the area where they were, it detached from the ground and began to fly. Gu Kaishan decided to prepare in advance as this was the only way he could overcome the time difference. While rocks were floating around him and his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he extended his hand to one side and used a technique called Imperial Sword Flight. Upon doing this, his sword came out of the ground, and while it was surrounded by an orange aura, he decided to go to the south of the Jiang River to the forbidden zone of Dream Lake. Gradually, the ground began to move towards the mountains. They were amazed to see that this was the strength of Daxia's first king. They couldn't believe that he could move all of Tanjiao's camp. This was something only predecessor Wang Tiandao could do in this world. Jiang turned to Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu and asked them how much they knew about Dream Lake's forbidden zone. Both began to look at him with an uncertain gaze. Luo Sandao was not sure, and Mu Hankyu remembered that her grandfather had mentioned it once. The danger level of Dream Lake was very high, and even though it was the least dangerous forbidden zone in China, its difficulty did not lie in the hidden threat, but in the distortion of time and space. In addition to this area, there were countless dimensional fragments, portals connected to each other. The space within these dimensional fragments was even larger than the blue planet. These fragments were constantly moving, so it was very easy to get lost and not come out. Jiang approached Mu Hankyu and began to look at her with a calm gaze, realizing that the space within Dream Lake was chaotic. He asked her if the space also affected time. With a serious look, she revealed to him that the time within these spaces was also completely different from outside. It was said that 100 years ago, an ordinary worker entered Dream Lake with the mindset of risking it all. He only needed 2 hours to become a 7 transformation king. But as he himself had said, in reality more than 200 years had passed. Mu Hankyu's grandfather had also explored this place. He had been lost for 3 days after entering, but in reality more than 3 years had already passed in the outside world. Jiang was somewhat surprised, and while a drop of sweat was falling from his cheek, he came to the conclusion that the chances of winning or losing at Dream Lake were random. Luo Sandao began to look at him and she asked him not to worry, since if old man Wang Tiandao dared to take them inside, they could be sure that he already knew a safe route. Jiang began to smile and thought that he wished it was as she was saying. This sounded like even though Dream Lake was a dangerous place, it was also a good place. For some strange reason, he felt that Gu Kaishan was doing this because of him. While the sky was starry, Gu Kaishan crossed his arms. Now that Hong Yao had found the calamity of the 9 wings, it was likely that Xiao Zhengguo would soon surpass him, and then this secret would not be able to be hidden. He hoped to gain enough time in Dream Lake to go look for allies. The next day, several men arrived at the area where the Tanjiao camp used to be, but now all that remained was a large hole in the ground. They stood on top of a rock and started observing the area, realizing that the King of Celestial Sword had taken away all of Tanjiao's camp, which is considered as best upcoming generation's camp in their southern war zone. They thought he might have rebelled against them. They didn't know why Commander Duan hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, someone jumped. Commander Duan, who had his arms behind his back, began to quickly move towards them and thought that Gu Kaishan was an old fool. He did not know if he was asking him to bet his life with him. 2 minutes ago, Gu Kaishan sent him a message, explaining to Duan that the situation was very urgent. So for this reason he was taking the little ones to the forbidden area for a test. He asked him to continue as usual since he was going to assume all the consequences. Duan approached them and one of them informed the others that the commander had arrived. Duin, who had his arms behind his back, remained calm and thought that Gu Kaishan was very careless. Now he had left him a lot of problems. The men panicked and one of them explained that they had arrived late. He feared that they were no longer going to be able to reach them. The other man revealed that his son was still up there. If something happened to him, he didn't know what he was going to do. Duin began to approach them, started looking at the ground and fell silent. He passed between them, extended his hand back and asked them to stop making noise, explaining that Gu Kaishan had said they were going for a selection test and would return the same day, so there was nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, the two men couldn't help but be shocked. Duin opened his eyes and began to sweat. With a confused look, he started to wonder if it was really necessary to rush into the Forbidden Zone for that invincible embryo. He didn't know if he was trying to hide or run away from something. He began to remember what Gu Kaishan had told him and his expression changed. He couldn't help but be shocked and start wondering if this was about the 9 miasma wings. The arrow that Gu Kaishan had launched reached the city and began to descend towards the headquarters of the Night Watch. The arrow contained a secret message for Uncle Jai Gang. Gu Kaishan revealed to him that Jiang Chen was hiding a major calamity. As his master, he would take him to a forbidden area to hide temporarily. Jai Gang should try to find allies from the Sealed Kings while he was away, since when he returned, he feared there would be a fierce battle. Upon reading the message, Jai Gang could not help but be shocked and become alert at the same time, as he did not know what was happening. A few hours later, he met with Jane Tang, sat on the sofa, bowed his head, put his fist on his forehead, closed his eyes and remembered that Jiang had killed a member of the Huang family, had cut off Xiao Beihan's arm and now carried with him a calamity. He feared this was going to be a difficult challenge. Jane Tang sat next to him, and she tried to comfort him by saying that no challenge was easy, but they were going to overcome all challenges since he had decided to protect Jiang Chen no matter what happened. She advised him that it was better to focus on the path ahead and stop worrying about the past, adding that she had spoken with her father who was willing to support them. She began to imagine her father, Duin, Hong Yao, and Gu Kaishan. Now they had the Celestial Sword King, Jai Gang's elder sister, her father, and Commander Duin. With 4 sealed king powers, they were going to be able to handle any storm that came their way. Jai Gang stood up, started walking towards the door and thought she was right. His elder sister had already gone to meet the master. Now he decided to visit the sealed king of the Mu family and merchant Luo family. Even if he had to lie, he was willing to fight for more allies for Jiang. Jane Tang began observing him and she remained silent. He turned his head back, started looking at her with a serious gaze and decided that if things went from bad to worse, he would use the same energy he had when he burst into Xiao family and give it his all. Upon hearing this, Jane Tang, who had a cheerful look, began to smile since it had been years since she last saw Jai Gang so excited. Several hours later, day broke, and Gu Kaishan's sword grew huge and positioned itself under the island. He began to use his power, and they started heading towards the Forbidden Zone. He asked Hong Yao what she thought they should do after returning. Hong Yao, who was chewing gum, blew a bubble and with a calm look thought that Jiang's 9 miasma wings were cool. She wished she could raise one herself. Gu Kaishan quickly moved his finger back and launched a small arrow which destroyed Hong Yao's bubblegum bubble. He slightly turned his head towards her and with a serious look called her silly girl and asked if she could be serious for once. Hong Yao began to look at him with a tender gaze and explained that Gran Xia had no tolerance whatsoever towards calamities. If even he couldn't solve it, she would be even less able to do so. After saying this, she asked him if he could take down a great Zhengguo general in one blow. Gu Kaishan became enraged and gave her a soft blow on the head, asking her to watch her tone. She closed her eyes, began to touch her head and started screaming in pain. He closed his eyes and began to imagine his disciples. He had a lot of reputation, yet he ended up taking in a group of strange disciples like them. He began to imagine Hong Yao raising her spear. She was always noisy and rowdy. She never cared about anything. According to him, Jai Gang was a stubborn and obstinate person who had a one-track mind. Jiang Chen had divine talent, but still insisted on playing with the forbidden. A small bump appeared on Hong Yao's head. She approached him and with a smile asked why he was so determined to protect Jiang Chen. He turned his back on her, opened his eyes, and while observing the landscape, he asked her if she really wanted to know the reason. Then, he raised his head, began to look towards the sky and explained to her that when he had taken her as a disciple, it had only been because she was wearing red armor and he thought it looked cheerful. As for taking Jai Gang, it had been even more random. He had mistaken Gu Kaishan for a regular client outside of a club. At that time, when the heir of the Xiao family tried to forcefully marry Tang Jin, Jai Gang went to stop him, and Gu Kaishan was willing to give his life to protect him. The men from the Xiao family pounced on Gu Kaishan and the battle began. Jai Gang took advantage of the commotion, grabbed Tang Jin in his arms and fled from the area. Not everything needed a reason. He was doing this because he cared about Jiang. He began to look down with a sad gaze since now Jiang Chen was the same. At the moment he had met him, he had known that they were going to get along well, so he simply had accepted Jai Gang's wishes. If Jiang was his disciple, then there was no reason not to protect him. Hong Yao approached him and thought that he was the best master in the world. He acted tough, but in reality, he was very protective. He asked her to stop flattering him. According to her, there was only one way to truly protect Jiang Chen. She rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and with a pleasant smile mentioned the supreme military commander of the Great Xia, one of the three invincible supremes. Gu Kaishan began to look at her with a calm gaze and remained silent. She opened her eyes, started to caress his shoulder with her finger, and revealed to him that the only way to protect Jiang was with the help of Jiang Wuxuang's grandfather, the martial god Jiang Xuanji. At the same time in Paju Cave, a battlefield of countless races, someone clenched their fist tightly and began to quickly bring it down towards the ground. Several men began to approach a man wearing a red cape, but at that moment he struck the ground hard, breaking it into pieces and creating a large shockwave, which began to expand everywhere, repelling the men. The shockwave was so powerful that the men lost consciousness and began to fall to the ground. The man wearing the red cape was the invincible martial god named Jiang Xuanji. While his body was surrounded by powerful energy, he clenched his fist tightly, stood up, started walking around the area, and seeing that countless races had dared to invade Great Xia, he decided to kill them all mercilessly. His blow was so powerful that it created a large hole in the cave floor. Standing in front of him were several more men. He began to walk towards them and concluded that after this battle, the countless races should calm down for a while. He gave the order to the men to guard the entrance of the cavern. They addressed him as martial god and responded with a "understood, master." At that moment, someone with energy similar to Jiang Wuxuang started contacting him, leaving him somewhat confused since he did not know why he was being contacted now when Wuxuang was supposed to be at the Tanjiao camp. But to his surprise, Gu Kaishan began appearing in front of him, addressed him as martial god and told him it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Xuanji began to stare at him and couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and go on alert. Seeing that the Celestial Sword King had contacted him through Wuxuang, he thought he had encountered problems in the camp, so he asked Gu Kaishan to speak clearly. He reached out his hand towards the sky and with a calm look replied not entirely, adding that he was doing very well. He wanted to make a deal with him. He began to imagine Jiang Cheng surrounded by the poisonous mist of Little Nine and revealed to him that he had taken a new disciple named Jiang Chen, who had a divine level creation class but possessed the calamity called 9 miasma wings. He wanted him to protect his life. Xuanji began to stare at him, and upon hearing that Jiang possessed the ancient calamity 9 miasma wings, he could not help but go into shock. According to him, Gu Kaishan must be joking since Great Xia had always believed it was better to kill than let any calamity go free, asking him if he believed the martial god was omnipotent. Gu Kaishan remained calm and with a puzzled look asked him if this was true. In response, Xuanji asked him to name his terms. While his eyes were shining, he began to look at him and asked if he had heard of the Tiexu Hall in Yunmeng Marsh, adding that only he knew the way to all Grand Xia. He could take Jiang Wuxuang and give him something fortuitous. Xuanji's eyes also began to shine and he started imagining the Tiexu Hall, the legendary treasure of Celestial Tao. If Wuxuang could go there, his cultivation would advance a lot. He reached out to one side and his cape began to float. He could accept Gu Kaishan's conditions, but with one condition. Jiang Chen was not allowed to use 9 miasma wings during the Prodigy tournament, and if he couldn't obtain first place in the overall ranking of Great Xia's prodigies, he himself would throw him into the battlefield of myriad races for him to defend himself. Gu Kaishan turned his head back, and with an indecisive look began to think about it. Xuanji turned his back on him and as he was walking away, started looking at the ground and explained that if he really wanted to save Jiang's life, then he had no other choice. Gu Kaishan began to look down and with a desperate look agreed, since sending Jiang to the battlefield was still better than being killed by General Xiao and the others when they returned. Xuanji began to walk, and while he was looking at the ground, he remembered that the 9 miasma wings was an ancient exotic species. According to him, it was impossible for her to reach a natural calamity scale in this era. Moreover, this generation of Great Xia had produced 3 other divine talents, and Jiang was only the 4th and he was just in the creation type. He knew that without using the calamity, Jiang would not be able to pass Wuxuang's test, let alone be able to finish first. He clenched his fist, and while his cape was flying, with a determined look, he thought that even if by some miracle Jiang managed to cause some trouble, as a martial god, he could eliminate any evil spirit from the world in seconds. At the same time, the island reached up to the Forbidden Zone, which was a place full of portals. Jiang began to observe the place and with a surprised look realized that they had already officially entered the Yunmeng swamp. He asked the others if they remembered the way to get here. ManhwaCapped was dumbfounded and explained to him that remembering the path in these constantly changing dimensional fragments was impossible. The Celestial Sword King had relied on aura to guide the way. It was said that Yunmeng Swamp had 10 levels, with the 10th and 9th being relatively safer. The deeper they went, the easier it would be to get lost. Her grandfather had gotten lost at the 7th level years ago. Jiang sat on the ground, joined his hands and prepared to meditate a bit. He felt that he was already lost. Now that the path could not be remembered with eyes and brain, he decided to sit down and meditate, letting the spiritual sense guide them. ManhwaCapped and Luo Sandao also sat down, joined their hands, and they too prepared to meditate. Jiang entered his mind where the tree of all things was located. For now there was no wind in his mind. However, the tree was moving towards something and he did not know if it could be marking the way. He closed his eyes and concluded that there was something ahead that the tree was desperately longing for. Looking a little more closely, he saw that a rose-shaped fruit had grown on the tree. At that moment, an information window appeared. He had obtained a red functional fruit, which was a skill copy card. After using it, he could randomly copy one of the target's abilities and merge it with himself. The copied ability had no class restrictions. There was a possibility that the copied ability could be improved or worsened during the process. And last but not least, he must complete the copy within 3 hours or the card would expire. He began to observe the system window with a perplexed look and could not help but be shocked to see that this card allowed him to copy abilities and also it had no restrictions. In the Tanjiao camp, everyone was top-notch prodigies, so he could choose anyone he wanted. The most valuable targets were going to be Jiang Wuxuang, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying. He closed his eyes again and decided that he couldn't do this since the ability to copy was random and he could end up with a useless ability. According to him, it was difficult to choose. He only had 3 hours to copy the ability, so he didn't know if it was simply better to take the risk. While he was distracted deep in thought, Gu Kaishan drew everyone's attention. He put his foot on the rock and revealed to everyone that they had arrived at the 6th layer of Yunmeng Swamp, called Taixu Realm. Ahead was Taixu Hall, the place he was taking them to, asking everyone to get ready. Jiang came out of his thoughts, began to look at Gu Kaishan and decided to test the copy card with the master. He couldn't help but start smiling since he remembered that Gu Kaishan always said that he knew a move, and had even said that he wanted to take him as a disciple, so he simply decided to copy the move and consider it as an early lesson. Some time later, the island reached a temple, which was on top of a floating island, and the only way to go up was by using the magical steps, which were floating. This was the Taixu Temple. The participants began to talk among themselves. They were going to become very strong this time since previously in the Magic City there was a legendary sealed king who had become king here in one step. And not only that, even he had become one of the 3 invincibles of Great Summer. Moreover, he wasn't the only one since the Great Dreamer had also attained enlightenment here. Next to the temple, there were some beautiful mountains. It had a trial called the Hall of Great Emptiness. There were 3 levels. On the first one there were 1008 steps. Each time someone climbed a step, there was a chance to receive a heavenly reward. Gu Kaishan, who had one hand behind his back, extended the other towards the temple and explained that the second level was called the Steel of Great Void. The Great Dreamer was the only person who had managed to reach this level. As for the third level, it was inside the temple. No one so far had managed to enter. This was going to be the last test. Out of 150 people, the first 10 were going to be selected according to the number of steps they climbed to represent the Jiangnan War Zone and enter the general final of geniuses from the 8 main war zones of Daxia. Once he finished explaining this, the temple test began. Everyone got excited, started smiling, and began running towards the steps. With a smile full of excitement, Luo Sandao also started running. But Jiang grabbed her by the shoulder, stopped her and said it wasn't good to be in such a hurry since the temple wasn't going anywhere. Unlike the others, Tang Yin, Bai Feng and another boy sat on the ground, put their hands together and began to meditate. Jiang slightly turned his head back, and with a serious look asked Luo Sandao to watch carefully since none of them were in a hurry and they were all meditating to adjust their mental state. Luo Sandao thought Jiang was right, so she, ManhwaCapped and Jiang sat on the ground, put their hands together and began to meditate. ManhwaCapped mentioned that in a place like the Taixu Temple, each person could only ascend once, so it was better to adjust their mental state to the maximum before ascending. Hong Yao sat on top of her spear and it began to fly. Gu Kaishin, who was standing on top of the spear, put his arms behind his back, started observing them, and upon seeing that they could remain calm without haste, he couldn't help but praise them. Jiang started to look up and decided to copy the skill of the Heavenly Sword King before climbing the steps, to prevent the copy card from becoming invalid. He began with the skill copying, hoping that the old man had not deceived him. Gu Kaishin started to stare at others and a system window appeared as a target to copy. Jiang selected Gu Kaishin. The system warned him that there was a possibility that the copied skill could degrade or improve during the process. After this warning, it asked him if he wished to start copying a random skill. Jiang began to stare at Gu Kaishin and responded with a yes, thinking that it was time to start with this. He hoped to have a little more luck. He did not ask to improve his skills, he just wanted them not to degrade. Another system window appeared to inform him that the skill he was copying was called Opening of the Sky. It was of legendary quality. He stood up and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised and alert at the same time. He felt relieved since the old man hadn't deceived him and this move really existed. The skill card began to copy Gu Kaishin's skill, and suddenly Jiang was teleported to another place. He started to inspect the place and couldn't help but be shocked, and it didn't take long for him to realize where he was. A sword appeared in his hands, swinging it with precision and strength, cutting through space and time. Jiang was perplexed as this force was the same that Gu Kaishin had with the sword. Jiang was in a forest and he was shirtless. He grabbed the sword tightly, began to observe the blade with a confused look, and started to wonder why he was practicing with the sword. While the leaves were falling, with a look full of determination, he swung the sword precisely and cut the leaf in half. Then, he raised the sword above his head. Although it seemed that not much time had passed, Jiang had even grown a beard. He raised the sword to the sky and a powerful blizzard began to form around the blade. He used all his strength and launched a powerful slash towards the ground. His attack was so powerful that it split the mountains in half. Jiang already had long hair and a long white beard. He had become an old man. While with one hand he was holding the sword, with a tired look, he began to look to one side and thought that man follows the earth follows the sky, and he follows the Tao. The progress of skill copying reached 120%, and he obtained several skills. The first was called Man's Strength of Purple Quality. The second was called Earth Knife of Purple Quality. The third was called Sky Knife of Legendary Quality. And the last was called Great Path Power of Shadow Knife Quality. Jiang, who was sitting on the ground and was meditating, was somewhat surprised. He had incredible luck since not only had he copied everything, he had also broken down the celestial sword into 4 styles. With a calm look, Hong Yao explained to Gu Kaishin that Jiang Wushuang and the others had already started climbing and only Jiang remained here, adding that at the beginning of the test is when benefits were given. She did not know what had happened to Jiang and if he had fallen asleep. Gu Kaishin started to look at Jiang and remained thinking in silence. Several minutes passed, and Jiang, Luo Sandao, and Mu Henkyu continued meditating without moving. Seeing this, Gu Kaishin thought that this was a bit strange since adjusting the state did not take so much time. Hong Yao's spear began to tremble. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but be shocked and go on alert. She asked the master why her spear's heart was resonating. Gu Kaishin's eyes filled with surprise and he began to look at Jiang. The celestial sword beneath the island also started to tremble, and he revealed to her that not only was her spear resonating, but even the heart of his sword was resonating. Upon hearing this, Hong Yao panicked. She didn't know if Jiang had succeeded. Back then, it was also a rare talent, but her mind was inflexible. She had always wanted to break down the celestial sword, saying that it could be divided into 4 movements, which had led her to be stuck at the master level for so many years of cultivation. She couldn't believe that finally someone had a revelation now. Gu Kaishin started to stare at Jiang and realized that the sensation that had just appeared and disappeared was very familiar. He couldn't believe this was happening and thought it was a divine illusion produced by the temple. Hong Yao was somewhat surprised and she asked the master to pay attention since Jiang had begun to move towards the steps. Jiang started to walk towards the steps, and Hong Yao became somewhat nervous as she did not know which step he would be able to reach. She had tried very hard and had only managed to reach step 301. And Jai Gang was even worse as he had only managed to reach step 298. She did not know how the great dreamer had reached the top. According to her, this was terrifying. At that moment, a list appeared in the sky. The invincible descendant Jiang Wushuang had reached step 289. The little god killer of the East Sea Baifeng had reached step 253. The Tianji killer named Lu Tangying had reached step 248. The young master of the city of 10,000 demons Lazy had reached step 211. Mu Hankyu had reached step 199 and Luo Sandao had reached step 170. The participants began to converse among themselves. If they had known they were going to come to the temple, they would have prepared mind potions. The first 100 steps were tests of illusions, and the following steps were even more difficult. Each step was going to feel like carrying several mountains. One of them drew attention from others and asked them to be quiet since the poisonous demon Jiang was about to start climbing, adding that surely he was going to be another Jiang Wushwang. Jiang started to look at the ground and remained silent. Then he approached the step, lifted his foot and with a determined look thought that if the first steps were tests of illusions, with his mental strength there should be no problem. Once he stepped on the first step, his eyes filled with surprise and he couldn't help but be shocked and go on alert. At that moment, Xiao Beihen's grandfather appeared. While his eyes were shining, he began to unsheathe the sword with one hand, and with a suffocating look decided to finish him off without leaving him a place to be buried, since he couldn't believe that he had dared to mess with the legitimate grandson of the Xiao family. Jiang panicked and began to wonder if he was Xiao Zhenguo. He unsheathed the sword, leaped forward and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Jiang started covering his head with his arms and prepared to defend himself. Due to the difference in strength, Jiang's body was sent flying backward, and he fell on his butt against the ground. At that moment, Jai Gang and the others appeared in front of him to protect him. Jiang, who was behind them, panicked and asked them to flee from here. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhenguo moved at an incredible speed and using the sword, cut their bodies into pieces, approached Jiang and with a look full of hatred decided to finish off anyone who stood in his way. The blood of Jai Gang and the others fell on Jiang's face, and seeing that they were dead, he couldn't help but be terrified. He climbed completely onto the step and while his body was trembling, he began to cry. Huang Yao and Gu Kaishan approached a little, and upon witnessing this, she began to wonder if little Jiang had gotten stuck on the first step. But Gu Kaishan explained that this step tested the four-dimensional system: spirit, physicality, agility, and strength. All the prodigies of the camp had been tempered from a young age with celestial materials and earthly treasures, but Jiang was the only self-taught one. In this trial, he was going to suffer a great disadvantage. Upon hearing this, she panicked because if Jiang lost, then the god of war would send him to the battlefield. Back to the test, Xiao Zhenguo defeated Jiang, who was now on his knees on the ground. He accepted defeat and was willing to die since anyway, he had harmed everyone and no longer wanted to live. At that moment, a white branch appeared around Xiao Zhenguo's sword. Jiang began to raise his head and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. A white branch pierced through Xiao Zhenguo's body, causing him to gradually begin to disappear. Jiang, who was kneeling, started observing this and couldn't help but wonder if this was the illusory world. Now that Xiao Zhenguo had been defeated, Jiang left the illusory world. He couldn't believe that he had just fallen into an illusion, but it felt too real. But then he thought that it couldn't be real. Uncle Jai Gang and the others had been killed, and instead of fighting for his life, he had been seeking death. He clenched his fist tightly and while blushing, prepared to step onto the next step. Seeing this illusory world mocking him, he called upon the spiritual tree and decided to give it a good beating. Jiang prepared to put his foot on the next step, and then 2 system windows appeared in front of him, causing him to go on alert. He obtained 5 Star Wish fragments. 1,000 fragments could be combined into a complete Star Wish fragment if the user had a skill level between level 1 and level 3. Consuming 10 star fragments could increase by 1 level, and if the user had a skill level between level 4 and level 6, it would require 100 star fragments to improve. Jiang began to observe the system windows and he couldn't help but start smiling upon seeing that he had obtained 5 Star Wish fragments. The market price of 1 fragment was millions. He had just started and the system had already given him such a generous reward. These fragments were not going to serve him for improving skills, but however if he sold them, then he could get enough money for the little insects to feed well for a while. Jiang stepped on the second step and several seconds passed with no illusion. Then he appeared in his subconscious, and slowly the branches of the spiritual tree began to grow larger and larger. He started to observe this and couldn't help but become alert. Jiang began to smile as he realized that the spiritual tree of all things had directly blocked the illusion. For him, this tree was incredible. Jiang stood still on the second step while the other geniuses who had not yet begun to climb started looking at Jiang and thought that he was acting strangely since just a moment ago, on the first step, he was crying and angry. He had been stuck on the first step for a long time, and now on the second step, he was laughing out loud. Seeing him like this, they thought that he would not be able to pass beyond the second step and would be considered the weakest of all. Gu Kaishan and Hong Yao simply stayed watching Jiang's behavior in silence. Upon hearing the mockery of others, with a determined look he decided to show everyone what a crushing victory was, but then he looked back and seeing that the elder Gu Kaishan was watching, he decided it was better to pretend a little so as not to draw too much attention. He started looking forward and was somewhat terrified to see that Jiang Wuxuang had already reached step number 300. For now, he decided it was better to surpass him and then think about what to do next. With a disappointed look, Hong Yao explained to Gu Kaishan that little Jiang Chen had gotten stuck on the second step. According to her, he was not going to be able to reach step number 10. Gu Kaishan began to look at Jiang and he couldn't help but be in shock. He asked Hong Yao to stop talking and watch what he was doing. Jiang prepared to put his foot on step number 3, and again the spiritual tree blocked the illusion. He put his arms behind his back, started to hum a song and without much effort began to go up step by step, as if this were just a simple game for children, leaving everyone in shock and with their mouths open. They did not know what was happening and how Jiang had climbed 100 steps at once just by singing. They came to the conclusion that he had deliberately gotten stuck on the first 2 steps because he liked the illusions of those 2 levels. They no longer had any doubt that he really was the master of poison. In the blink of an eye, Jiang surpassed Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao. He started waving goodbye to her with his hand and while humming told them that he was going to climb 300 steps without fear. Mu Hankyu began to look at Jiang with a gaze full of love and she couldn't help but start to blush like a tomato upon seeing that he was singing to cheer her up. She decided to give her best effort. Luo Sandao thought that her benefactor was incredible, but the song he was singing was too embarrassing. Seeing the ease with which Jiang was climbing, Hong Yao couldn't help but be perplexed and start sweating. She didn't know if the Taeksu Hall test had any flaws. She couldn't believe that Jiang had climbed more than 200 steps so quickly and without slowing down. Gu Kaishan began to look at Jiang and with a calm gaze told her that even he had not seen anyone do what Jiang was doing. Jiang passed by and surpassed 2 geniuses who were left terrified. No one knew what was happening or how Jiang could climb so fast. They did not know if he was climbing the same steps as them or if they were in an illusion. Not far away, on the highest steps were Jiang Wuxuang, Tan Ying, and Bai Feng standing on the same step. Jiang started to look up and upon seeing this, became alert. He did not know why the 3 had stopped on step number 299 and were not advancing. Gu Kaishan began to observe them and explained to Hong Yao that every 300 steps formed a level. Even for the celestial geniuses it was difficult to surpass it. With a cheerful look, she remembered that she had also had to give her all at that time to pass that step. After that, each step felt like the weight of a mountain. She did not know who would be the first among the celestial geniuses to cross this first level. Jiang reached step number 298, and the 3 turned around. Jiang Wuxuang could not help but start smiling since Jiang had not disappointed him. Tang Ying could not help but feel happy seeing that Jiang had caught up with them so quickly, while on the other side, Bai Feng simply remained silent. Jiang Wuxuang began to smile and his body started to emit a powerful energy, making several chains appear. He decided to take the first step, leaving Tang Ying in shock. Jiang began to look at the chains with a surprised expression. He had a divine level class and did not know if Jiang Wuxuang had a double divine level class. He had never heard of this before, and did not know if these chains were actually meant to conceal his power. At that moment, one of the chains broke in half. Jiang Wuxuang clenched his fist tightly and stepped up to the next level, breaking all the chains. He closed his eyes, extended his hands to the sides and a purple energy began to enter his chest. As the purple energy was expanding everywhere, Bai Feng started to look at Jiang Wuxuang with a perplexed look and he did not take long to realize that this energy was the reward for having reached step number 300. Tan Ying was speechless, but for her this was not surprising since after all, he was Jiang Wuxuang. He turned around and while his body was releasing purple energy, he revealed that in the Palace of Emptiness there were 18 steps. The last step every 300 steps was the most difficult. By climbing it they would be able to obtain rewards. This step seemed to be testing willpower, but in reality it was a review of soul strength. He started to look at Jiang with a lost gaze and mentioned that his origin was not good, since as a child he had not been purified by the treasures of heaven and earth. Compared to them, his foundations were somewhat deficient. He suggested to him to proceed with caution and not rush into breaking barriers. He should slowly seek a way among them. While he was explaining this, Jiang took a small leap and climbed to step 300, leaving everyone speechless. Jiang approached him and with a confused look asked if it was really so difficult to climb this step and also if he was acting just like him. Jiang Wushwang was somewhat shocked and angry at the same time. He was unable to believe that Jiang had climbed this step so easily. A system window appeared and for having climbed 300 steps of the Taeksu Hall, he obtained a origin crystal as a reward. A green crystal appeared in Jiang's hand. He started to look at it and couldn't help but feel happy since this was an incredible reward. Although the insects could not use it. He had heard that Uncle Jigang had been in the third transformation for many years, but thanks to this, he had been able to ascend to the fourth transformation. This crystal was much more powerful than the reward that Jiang Wuhusang had obtained. Little Nine manifested, and with a hungry look asked Jiang to climb faster since she wanted to eat the trail. Jiang started to look at the taxi hall and with a confused look asked her if she was referring to the trail that was on top of the hall, to which she replied with a yes. At that moment, Little Nine's stomach began to growl, leaving Jiang somewhat confused. She started forcing Jiang to climb faster. He asked her to wait since even though she really wanted to eat, it wasn't necessary to push him. Tang Ying and Bai Feng turned around and upon seeing this, they were left speechless, while on the other side, Jiang Wushwang became furious. He clenched his teeth tightly and began to look at him with a gaze full of rage. He could not allow Jiang to surpass him. He started to shake his fists, and 8 hands appeared behind him and he began to climb like crazy so as not to let Jiang surpass him. Bai Feng was somewhat surprised to see that the war god Jiang Wushwang had refined his body. His eyes filled with rage and he could not help but become furious, letting out a suffocating energy. For him, people like them were truly annoying. According to him, they should die. He extended his hands towards the sky and used the technique Blood of Gods and Demons called Dye the Sky Blue. His body began to release ghosts. He decided not to let them surpass him and also started to climb quickly. Several seconds later, 2 geniuses arrived at them and upon seeing that Tang Ying was standing and not competing with them, they thought this was very strange. She turned to them and with a serene look, explained that she was an assassin and could not be compared to those ogres. One of the men felt relieved to hear this, but at that moment, Tang Ying began to smile and little by little her body started to transform. She transformed into a snake and with a murderous look, she also began to climb quickly. The 2 men were left speechless and then hugged and thought that Mr. Tiger had not deceived them and that people were really too terrifying. For them, the 4 were admirable geniuses, but Jiang, who was climbing as if nothing, was the most terrifying. Hong Yao was surprised to see that Jiang Wushwang had made 8 hands appear. Bai Feng had gone crazy and Tang Ying had transformed into a snake. According to her, Jiang was really impressive since with his own strength he had caused everyone to lose their composure. Gu Kaishin closed his eyes and started laughing out loud, and told her that it was no wonder that he was his favorite disciple. In the blink of an eye, Jiang reached the top. He was the second in history to have achieved this. Now that he had reached the top, he could not help but feel somewhat relieved and relaxed. Hong Yao noticed something and her eyes filled with terror. She did not know what Jiang was going to do. Jiang extended his hand towards the sky, letting out the insects. He decided to let them out voluntarily so they could do whatever they wanted. All the insects slowly began to advance towards the Taeksu steel. Hong Yao started to observe them and she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang had released the 9 miasma wing. He had released all the insects to envelop the Taeksu steel. It was so mysterious that even the invincible dreamer had used it for enlightenment. The insects, who were very hungry, in a blink of an eye devoured the Taeksu steel, leaving no trace. Upon realizing this, Gu Kaishin was shocked. Jiang had absorbed the Taeksu steel by himself, something he could not understand. While Jiang was standing at the top of the Taeksu temple, Jiang Wushwang ascended several steps and began to stare at him silently. With a look full of hatred, he accepted defeat this time, but swore to give his best when they competed in the ranking of prodigies of the Great Xia. Instead of continuing to ascend, Wushwang turned around and started to descend. Bai Feng and Tang Ying looked up and upon witnessing that even Jiang Wushwang had given up, he thought it was better to withdraw. According to her, this was no longer worth it since climbing up here had almost cost them their lives, and advancing further would harm their essence. Realizing that Jiang had reached the Taeksu temple, Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao began to smile and could not help but feel happy. According to them, the master was incredible, and fortunately they too had completed their mission. A ranking window of the system appeared in the sky. The first on the list was Jiang Chen with 1008 stages. The second was Jiang Wushwang with 623 stages. The third was Bai Feng with 609 stages. Fifth was Tang Ying with 600 stages. Sixth were Lei Zi and Liu Bijai with 304 stages, and the last were Luo Sando and Mu Hankyu with 300 stages. Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, began to smile, since without Jiang Chen, the others would not have been able to get this far. Hong Yao started looking at Jiang with a tender look. For her he was incredible, and this new generation was much stronger than they were back then. Several minutes passed and Jiang stood still doing nothing. And upon realizing this, Hong Yao became somewhat confused and with a surprised look began to wonder why he continued standing there in a trance when everyone else had already come down. Jiang was in his subconscious. The Taixu steel was teleported to the insect nest, and little Nine hugged it, and her level rose from 22 to 25, obtaining several thousand devouring value. When she had said that she wanted to eat the steel, she meant to take it back to the insect nest. Now she was enjoying it and even had leveled up several times. While she was hugging the Taixu steel like a baby, Jiang, who was on the ground, put his hands on his hips, started observing her and couldn't help but start smiling, since the devouring values of the insects had also increased drastically. At this rate, they were going to be able to breed a third generation soon. He didn't know if the steel and 9 miasma wings were connected in some way. The statistics window of the Taixu steel appeared. It was originally an abyssal anchor stone. Located at the bottom of the abyss, it was a compact artifact and one of the fundamental essences of the abyss. The Taixu steel came from the abyss, and given that little Nine was the ruler of the abyss, it was not surprising that she wanted the steel more than anyone. Jiang emerged from the insect nest and returned to reality, and at that moment, in the place where the Taixu steel had been, poisonous mist began to appear. Upon noticing this, Jiang went on alert and became confused at the same time. While his body was surrounded by poisonous mist, he was transported to another place. He had been recognized as the master of the Taixu realm. No matter where he found himself, with a single thought, he could teleport back to the Taixu realm at any moment. No one except the master could open the doors of the Taixu hall. Jiang was somewhat surprised and realized that the Taixu steel was the key to the Taixu realm. Only he could teleport here at any time and no one else could open it. He could use the Taixu hall as his final trump card. He left the realm, jumped, and decided that it was better to leave now. There were too many eyes watching right now. He wanted to avoid entering the hall for now to check it later. While he was in the air, Hong Yao and Gu Kaishan appeared and took him by both arms. He asked Jiang to come with him for a moment. They began to fly high and disappeared from sight. All the participants of the camp started to look at the sky and thought that the celestial king of the sword had captured Jiang, thinking that it must be related to the Taixu steel. Some thought that this was happening to him for being too arrogant. Not far from the area there were snow-capped mountains. They went to another remote area. Gu Kaishan began to stare at him. One of the three invincible figures of Great Xia, the dreamer. Only he could observe the Taixu steel in search of enlightenment. He wanted to know how Jiang had used the 9 miasma wings to absorb the Taixu steel. With a serious look, Jiang stayed thinking in silence, and upon seeing that Gu Kaishan knew about the 9 miasma wings, he thought that he had summoned him to this place to kill him. With a cheerful look, Gu Kaishan asked him if he really thought he would be able to turn the 9 miasma wings into a poisonous mist and deceive everyone. Hong Yao, who was next to him, closed her eyes and started laughing since Jiang's expression was very cute. Jiang calmed down, as judging by their appearance, they did not want to kill him. He decided it was better to tell the truth. With a serious look, he revealed that the 9 miasma wings and the Taixu steel came from the abyss, sharing the same origin. Or rather, that the Taixu steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wings. Far from becoming alarmed, Gu Kaishan remained calm and told him that he should be aware of the Great Xia's stance on Calamity. Now he had two options. He could stay in the Yunmeng swamp forever and live as an exile clinging to his life, or he could return with him and fight for his survival. Millions would want him dead, even those at the general or invincible level. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but panic. He swallowed hard and was astonished, since it wasn't just his imagination before. The old master had come to the Yunmeng swamp only to give him an exit. He didn't know why they hadn't met before. While he was lost in his thoughts, Hong Yao approached him. She started to point at him with her finger and with a serious look caught his attention, asking what he was thinking about and reminding him that the master had asked him a question. Upon hearing her voice, he came out of his trance. With a confident look, he decided to return. Although he carried a calamity with him, he had only killed bad people and did not believe he had done anything wrong. Since his conscience was clear, there was no reason to flee. Hong Yao began to look at him and she started to smile upon seeing his determination. Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, began to laugh heartily. He expected nothing less from his disciple. Even though he did not want to admit it, even Jai Gang was not as good as him back then. Jiang was somewhat confused since he did not know what Uncle Jai Gang had to do with this. She closed her eyes, rested her fist on his shoulder, and asked him to remember that she was his older sister and Uncle Jai Gang was the second older brother. She explained that back then, Jai Gang had almost died at the hands of General Xiao when he had assaulted the Xiao family to steal Aunt Tang. The master had told him to hold his position, but he did not want to drag the master in, and as a consequence, in the end, he was exiled to Chujiang City. Jiang realized that Uncle Jai Gang also held a grudge against the Xiao family. Gu Kaishan turned his back on them and mentioned that old grudges no longer mattered, whether they were invincible or generals. As long as Jiang's will was firm, they as master and disciple would face them together. When they returned to Jiangnan, his sword would open a path for Jiang. These words were more than enough to make Jiang excited. While he had his arms crossed, Jiang knelt before him asking him to accept the reverence of his disciple. At the same time in the city, the sun rose and in a skyscraper, a meeting among generals took place. The supreme commander of the war zone of Jiangnan named Duan Xinghai intertwined his hands and with a calm look mentioned that since all 12 titled kings of Jiangnan had gathered except Gu Kaishan and Nian Hongya, he decided to get straight to the point. Everyone started to pay attention and he explained that based on their research, the poisonous mist of Jiangchen was actually the 9 miasma wings. According to the Great Zia's taboo ordinance, anyone who awakened a type of calamity or controlled a taboo object must be killed mercilessly. Asking for others' opinions on this, Mu Hankyu's grandfather, a red-haired man named Mu Henian, raised his hand and with a smile said that although the 9 miasma wings had caused great catastrophe in past eras, it was almost impossible for it to grow to that scale in the present. He believed that as long as Jiangchen was under proper supervision, it shouldn't be a big problem. And in the worst case they could simply take the 9 miasma wings and destroy it. There was no need to kill Jiang. Tang Jing's father, a man named Tang Wangchuan, raised his hand and he agreed with his assessment since the Great Zia's taboo ordinance had been issued 500 years ago. Back then, Great Zia was incredibly weak, but today, Great Zia was strong and they could negotiate taboo matters more flexibly. Two of the generals started to talk among themselves to see who had been connected with Jiang Chen from the beginning. They had heard that Mu Henian's granddaughter had gotten quite close to Jiang in the prodigy camp. Jiang Chen belonged to Jai Gang, and Tang Wangchuan's daughter, Tang Jin, was also getting involved with Jai Gang. Upon hearing this, Tang Wangchuan became furious and at that moment, the door of the room shattered into pieces, creating a large curtain of smoke, leaving everyone in shock. The person who had destroyed the door was none other than old Xiao Yuanchen from the Xiao family, who wanted to kill Jiang at all costs. While his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he began to point the sword at them and with a look full of hatred, he told them that anyone who dared to speak for Jiang Chen must first be prepared to taste his sword. Upon seeing General Xiao, Duan panicked and apologized to Gu Kaishan. If it weren't for General Xiao intervening, perhaps he could have helped negotiate this, but now he was alone. He hoped that he would not blindly protect Jiang and sink as well. After a few hours, Duan, Jai Gang, and the others arrived at the area where the camp was going to land, and he explained that General Xiao had deployed the Celestial Punishment Squadron. They were all hidden in the nearby mountains. According to Jai Gang, this was a grand scenario and he also realized that Jiang Chen and the others had to return soon. With an angry look, he grabbed the sword's hilt. If a fight broke out, he and Tang Jing were going to draw their swords. The old grudges and the new ones were going to be resolved together. He told Duan Feng that the night watch of Chujiang was now in his hands. Duan panicked and began shaking his hands. When he had intervened in the wedding, Duan had been with him, and now he was willing to cause trouble again. Yun Xiaoke, who had her eyes closed, put a hand on her waist and told them not to look at her, asking if they needed a healer. Feng, who was next to her, asked her to get lost since he enjoyed a good brawl and there was no way he would miss this. With a smile, Tan Jing asked old Jai not to be so formal since they were family. She started to point at the sky and saw a bright light, wondering if that was not Jiang Chen and the others in the distance. Not far away on a mountain was old Xiao's squadron, who located their target. He began to point towards the sky with his finger and gave the order to the Heavenly Punishment Squad to prepare, and also asked the divine crossbows to get ready to shoot. Upon hearing his order, the men took out their crossbows and began aiming at the sky. At the same time, the Tanjiao camp began to approach the area quickly. Hong Yao started to look down and upon seeing so many people she began to smile. Since this situation was similar to when Jai Gang had gone to the wedding, this was perfect for her as last time she hadn't vented enough. Gu Kaishan remained calm and asked her what she was doing. With so many people watching, at least they should pretend that there was first courtesy. and then take action. Otherwise, people would think that their whole family were brutes. Gu Kaishin's body began to emit an orange energy. Hong Yao noticed that his killing intent was even stronger, thinking that where there was a master there must be a disciple. Behind them was Jiang. She turned her head back and with a cheerful smile, asked what his opinion on this was. But he didn't even respond as he was once again lost in his thoughts. He was in the insect nest and around him were thousands of insects. A system window appeared informing that the reproduction of the 9 miasma wings had finished. The mother insect was level 27 and she had an offspring of 5.11 million. Seeing that the reproduction of the 3rd generation had been a success before the war, he felt happy. And although it wasn't enough to defeat the nation, it was more than enough. Hong Yao touched his shoulder and asked him not to be afraid since although he was not very strong, he had the master in her, making him come out of his trance. With a surprised look, he began to wonder what was happening. He started pointing at the mountain with his finger and explained that he was not afraid. He had just seen Uncle Jai Gang and the others on the mountain. First, he wanted to go see them and give them a gift. Gu Kaishin gave him permission since they were going to pass by there later anyway. Upon hearing this, he began to smile, and while his body was surrounded by poisonous mist, he jumped and started descending. Wushwang began to observe Jiang and with a surprised look asked that he not die since he had not yet played enough with him. Tang Ying realized that he had a calamity and it was no longer surprising to him that he had been able to kill Xiao Beihan in an instant. Bai Feng felt somewhat worried about him as she did not want the second person in all of the history of the Great Xia who had completed the Ladder of Emptiness to die. Jiang began to distance himself from them. Mu Hankyu started looking at him. Her master did not know if her grandfather was going to come help or not. Luo Sandao, who was next to her, told her that worrying now was useless. This level of war was something they could not help with. Causing no problems was more than enough. Some time later, Jiang landed in the area where Jai Gang and the others were, and seeing that they had come, he couldn't help but feel happy. He approached Uncle Jai Gang, took out a green crystal from his inventory, extended his hand towards him and reminded him that at first he had said he was going to gift him a set of epic equipment, but he hadn't been able to obtain it but now believed that this was equivalent to it. Jai Gang extended his hand towards the crystal, began to observe it, and couldn't help but be shocked as it was an origin crystal. This was equivalent to having the key to enter the 7th realm. Jiang took out several more items. Among them there was equipment and weapons. To Aunt Tang he gave a silk scarf, to Duong a bow, to Chu Buling a dagger, and to Han Ki platinum level equipment. At the same time old Xiao and the Heavenly Punishment Squad arrived at a cliff. He was furious and his eyes were filled with rage. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen had descended, he ordered them to prepare. At that moment, Duan Feng appeared, and using his hand began to signal him to stop. He asked him to wait a moment since more than 100 days had passed since the Tanjiao camp had disappeared. It was being taken care of by Gu Kaishin so they could not be careless. The old Xiao turned his head back, started to stare at him and began to think, then he started to look down, and with a serious look decided to kill Gu Kaishin along with Jiang if he did not know how to appreciate what he had. After several minutes, the camp arrived near the area. Duan Feng began to observe it, and asked Gu Kaishin to surrender and hand over Jiang Chen. He and Xiao Yuanchen were great fighters from Jiangnan. Once the battle began, the city was going to suffer great losses. According to him, it was better to sacrifice Jiang. Gu Kaishin, who was standing on top of the camp, refused to give up as in this life he had nothing to be ashamed of in Jiangnan, nor in the Great Xia. He had brought back 150 heroes from the district, and not only this, but he had also taken them on a visit to the Palace of Emptiness. The parents of the participants remembered that the Palace of Emptiness was a place of miracles, where many great ones sought power without success. They did not expect that the King of Celestial Sword would have a way to enter. Now their children were going to succeed. They could not just stand by doing nothing, and although they could not save Jiang Chen, they were not going to join the Xiao family. Duan turned around, extended his hand to one side and with a smile explained that with these 150 heroes, the reputation of Jiangnan was going to rise like the tide. At that moment, the old Xiao Yuanchen appeared and while his eyes were shining, he used his power, making 2 giant blocks of water appear. He was so powerful that the water from the rivers and the sea began to concentrate in the sky, creating a huge block of water. As his body was surrounded by water, he revealed that Jiang Chen could control a calamity. According to the law of Great Xia, he should be executed, and as for Gu Kaishin, he was acting against the rules, protecting those who could control the forbidden. He had sealed off Tianjia's camp and all the examiners. According to him, Gu Kaishin had put the camp in danger. Everyone started to look up and saw that the water was slowly approaching the camp. Xiao Yuanchen could control the sea, Both he and Gu Kaishin were strong, so the others decided to be neutral and not join any side. With a calm look, Gu Kaishin asked Jiang to return and ordered Hong Yao to take care of the flight of the Tianjiao camp. Upon hearing this order, she began to use her powers and started controlling the camp. Jiang created a barrier around Jai Gang and the others so they would not intervene in the battle. He jumped up and using the poisonous mist began to fly. He apologized to them and also asked them to stay in the barrier watching without intervening. Upon seeing the barrier, Jai Gang was somewhat confused as he did not know when he had invoked the spell. He turned his head back and explained that he could not handle the spell, it would only dissipate once the battle ended. Gu Kaishin began to control his sword, making its blade emit a powerful golden energy. Old Yuansen started flying, extending his sword sideways, causing a large tornado made of water to appear behind him. He couldn't believe that Gu Kaishin really wanted to draw his sword against him. He leaned the sword on his shoulder. Yuanchen had a power superior to the 8th level and also possessed more than 10 forbidden water spells. And Gu Kaishin only knew how to use a sword. He did not know what he was afraid of. Both prepared to fight, but at that moment, someone invoked an ice barrier which appeared between the two, preventing them from starting to fight. The person who had created the barrier was General Duan. While he was controlling the barrier using his fingers, with a sincere look he asked both of them to calm down since if they were really going to fight, not only would the camp suffer but even the Jiangnan base next door would also suffer the consequences. For everyone's sake, he asked them not to fight. At that moment, Xiao Beihan appeared and told them that for the good of the people it was better for him and Jiang Chen to have a duel to the death. Upon hearing his voice, Duan turned around and seeing that he had appeared, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Now he had a new arm. Using the sword, he began to fly. He started to observe his arm and couldn't help but start smiling. Jiang had cut off his arm that day, and today he was determined to kill him with his own hands. Xiao Beihan began to advance towards them. Duan Feng extended his hand towards him asking him to stop. According to him, Xiao Beihan's idea was better since the grievances of the young should be resolved by the young and the old generation should not intervene. Jiang also started to fly. He began to stare at Xiao Beihan. He knew that he was not good enough to have a 1 versus 1 death match, so he asked what his conditions were. He started to smile and thought that he was a very smart boy. His 2 conditions were that he could not use Little Nine nor her poison. Xiao Yuanchen began to fly and could not help but laugh out loud, as it was no surprise that he was his grandson. They were doing this for the peace of Jiangnan and for the well-being of the people. Gu Kaishin unsheathed the sword and with an aggressive look, he began to point the blade at them, and told them to stop saying nonsense. Just because they were on a high moral ground they could not do what they wanted. He prepared to fight and mocked Yuanchen saying that if he had guts then he should stop harassing the children and come fight him. But Jiang grabbed him and stopped him saying that they could not let others think that they were brutes. He started pointing at himself with his finger and with a confident look revealed that he did not need Calamity to win, since he had another way of dealing with him. Upon hearing this, he was somewhat confused and asked what other way he had to deal with him. Jiang reminded him that he had said he would teach him a secret technique. Gu Kaishin was shocked to see that he wanted to learn the technique now. Hong Yao, who was flying, panicked and thought he was joking since she had taken more than 10 years to learn the secret technique and Jai Gang still had not been able to master the technique until now. Xiao Beihan started laughing and mocked Jiang asking if he wanted him to wait 10 years so that he could learn the technique. He began to smile and said it wasn't necessary. Just 5 minutes were more than enough. Gu Kaishin got angry and started shouting, explaining that the sword style was not something that could be learned so quickly. Xiao Beihan began to laugh even more, while on the other side, Yuanchen remained silent. Jiang took Gu Kaishin's sword, clenched his other fist, and with a confident smile asked him to teach him the technique. He started looking at the sword and fell silent. At that moment, the sword began to resonate and upon realizing this, he was shocked. He started to look at Jiang with a confused look and did not take long to realize that he had been the one who had caused the resonance of the heart of the sword in the space of the void. Jiang approached Gu Kaishin, put his hand near his mouth and began to whisper, asking him to please trust him. Gu Kaishin started to gaze at the ground and remained listening in silence. A while later, he turned his head towards Xiao Yuanchen and with a serene look decided to trust him and asked him to show him what he knew. Seeing this, Jiang, who was behind him, could not help but start smiling. Seeing that Gu Kaishin had given permission to Jiang for a death match against Xiao Beihan, Duan Feng began pointing towards the sky with his finger, causing it to begin releasing a powerful energy. With a determined look he decided to build a combat platform. Xiao Beihan, his grandfather, Gu Kaishan and Jiang stood still without making any movement, and not long after, a small island rose from the sea and began to fly until it was positioned in the middle of them. Du and Feng used his power again, causing a barrier to appear. Only Xiao Beihan and Jiang could enter, preventing anyone from interfering. The arrogant Xiao Beihan descended onto the combat platform with a smile full of confidence. He was eager for the fight to begin so that he could teach Jiang a good lesson. Last time he had won with the help of 9 miasma wings, but this time everyone would see how he was going to be defeated. At the same time, someone began to hit the barrier, but the attacks were useless. This person was none other than Jai Gang. He drew his sword and started launching powerful attacks with the intention of breaking through the barrier. He was very furious and ordered Jiang Chen not to participate in the fight. He did not understand how Gu Kaishan could allow this. He began to despair as his eyes filled with guilt, since if he had not let Jiang enter the camp, none of this would have happened. Upon seeing his behavior, the aunt was somewhat confused. She tried to console him by saying that the master was not someone who made choices without thinking about the consequences. Gu Kaishan unsheathed the sword, and while holding it with both hands, he began to point the blade towards the sky, causing it to start emitting an intense golden energy. He asked Jiang to remember that the sword of heaven was the sword of will. He had to win the fight, and to do this, he had to act without thoughts and let himself be guided by his heart. Jiang began to observe the sword with a surprised look and fell silent. Gu Kaishan brought the sword closer to his face, and with an aggressive gaze, he asked him to observe carefully. He used the technique called Energy Slash and, using all his power, launched a powerful cut towards Xiao Yuanshan, and it started to approach him at enormous speed. Upon seeing that Gu Kaishan had attacked, he decided not to stand idly by and drew his sword, began to point the blade towards the sky, clenched his other fist tightly and used the ability called Total Defense, making his body start to emit an intense and powerful red energy. He could not believe that the old man was thinking that his attack could have any effect. Du and Feng began to look up, and upon witnessing this, he could not help but start sweating and panicking. His eyes filled with confusion as he did not know what was happening and thought that this made no sense, since both had agreed to let Jiang and Xiao Beihan have a fight. Xiao Yuanshan prepared to defend himself from the attack, but to his surprise the attack was not directed at him, as it passed by with great speed on the side, leaving him in shock and somewhat confused. The attack began to move quickly towards the sky, until several seconds later it impacted against a barrier that was in the sky, causing it to break into pieces. The reality was that hidden in this barrier was a giant dragon. Gu Kaishan's attack impacted against the dragon, cutting its tail in half. The dragon's eyes began to shine, and with a murderous look, it started to stare at Gu Kaishan. Xiao Beihan began to look up at the sky and saw how the dragon's tail was falling to the ground. The dragon began to disappear into a crack, and with a look full of hatred called Gu Kaishan bastard, and it decided to come back for him. Several seconds later, the crack began to close and the dragon disappeared completely. Du and Feng started to look at the crack and was shocked, since this dragon was called Black Dragon, who lived under the Yangtze River. It was very dangerous. Everyone's attention had been fixed on the duel, and Gu Kaishan had been the only one who could perceive its presence. He rested his sword on his shoulder, and with a calm look revealed that this dragon was trying to have a chance to obtain the 9 miasma wings. This dragon has an 8th grade cultivation, half that of the 9 miasma wings. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that this old thief was indeed skilled. Gu Kaishan, who had the sword resting on his shoulder, turned around, closed his eyes, and began to laugh heartily, asking Jiang if it wasn't impressive to see the master wielding the sword for the first time. Jiang approached him, clenched both fists, and was impressed. Seeing this, Gu Kaishan asked him if he had learned something. Jiang began to smile and, with a look full of confidence, extended his hand towards the ground, making green energy appear. He started to use his power and decided to borrow Uncle Jai Gang's sword. A root appeared, and Uncle Jai Gang, who was somewhat confused, handed over the sword, causing the root to wrap around it. Jiang borrowed his sword, began to observe it, and couldn't help but start smiling. Gu Kaishan, who was behind him, was somewhat confused and with a surprised look asked why he didn't want to use his master's sword and why he had borrowed Jai Gang's sword, to which Jiang replied that soon he would understand why. He jumped up, got on the combat platform, and decided to wield the sword just like his master to look cool. Gu Kaishan, who was watching all this, thought that he was a very strange kid. Ong Yao descended to the island and was shocked, her eyes filled with worry, as she did not know how the master could allow this. According to her, this was equivalent to sending Jiang to death. She remembered that Duanfeng was receiving benefits, and seeing that he still did nothing, she began to wonder what kind of invincible he was. She could not allow this to happen, so she decided to take Jiang away from here. Gu Kaishan, who was observing Jiang, remained silent in thought. She decided to intervene, but at that moment, her body stopped and she lost control. She became somewhat confused as now she could not move. Gu Kaishan crossed his arms and with a sincere look explained that in this arena of life and death, only Jiang and Xiao Beihan could enter. He knew that Jiang was strong. It's just that he had not manifested his power yet. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with regret. A single energy could keep everyone away except for two people. This was the true power of an invincible being. She remembered that she had just spoken ill of him. In a calm voice, Gu Kaishan explained to her that Jiang did not want to provoke a war and did not want to see Jiangnan in ruins. Hong Yao turned her head towards him and with a surprised look, she asked if it was necessary to sacrifice Jiang's life for the good of others. Gu Kaishan turned to her and with a serene look explained that Jiang Chen was not going to die since he had just taught him how to use the celestial sword. Upon hearing this, Hong Yao was left in shock and speechless at the same time. She did not know if the master was joking. At the same time, in the combat arena, both drew their swords, and Xiao Beihan began to laugh out loud, thinking that the old man was crazy if he believed that using the celestial sword was something that could be learned at a glance, calling Jiang trash. Xiao Beihan's mockery did not affect Jiang, who gripped the sword tightly, and while it was surrounded by golden energy, he began to show a confident smile, and decided to teach him if he really was trash. Xiao Beihan clenched his fist tightly and his body began to emit a suffocating malevolent energy. He wanted to see if he had the courage to fight against him without using the 9 miasma wings. Bai Feng and Jiang Wushuang were also observing this. Bai Feng asked him his opinion on who was going to be the winner. With an uncertain look he replied that if Jiang used the poisonous mist, then he was going to be the winner. The tension in the atmosphere began to heat up, and Bai Feng reminded him that according to the rules, Jiang was not allowed to use this. Jiang Wushuang explained that then he was going to die since Xiao Beihan had experienced defeat, and had gotten back up and focused his heart on martial arts, becoming stronger than before. Xiao Beihan began to look at Jiang with a gaze full of hatred, and the sword began to emit a green energy. The sword he had in his hand was ranked 20th on the list of divine weapons of Great Xia. Jiang put the sword close to his face and adopted an offensive stance. Xiao Beihan began to point the sword at Jiang and with a smile praised him for having initiative. With his broken sword, dying under the glow of the moon was going to be an honor for him. Jiang started to look at him and with a smile asked him to stop talking so much. Then he raised the sword into the sky and it began to emit a purple energy. He placed his other hand in front and asked Gu Kaishan to watch closely and try to correct him if he had any mistakes. He used the technique sky knife called the Sword of Humanity, and using all his strength launched a powerful cut towards Xiao Beihan, causing him to go on alert and be surprised at the same time. The energy of the attack was so strong that the others began to cover their faces with their arms and close their eyes. No one knew what this was or why their eyes hurt. At that moment, Hong Yao appeared and using her power, created a red barrier around them, and ordered the people with weak souls to close their eyes. She couldn't believe that little Jiang had so much power. Gu Kaishan's eyes filled with surprise and he couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't believe that Jiang had really learned it, although it could only attack the soul. Just before the attack could hit, Xiao Beihan accurately swung the sword and deflected the attack without much effort. He began to feel excited and with a smile mocked him, asking if this was the famous sword of the sky that he had been talking about so much. According to him, it had no abilities. Upon seeing that the attack could target the soul, he revealed that the Xiao family was recognized for its powerful soul. He gripped the sword tightly, raised it into the sky, causing a golden moon to appear behind him. He used the ability called Star and Moon Cut and launched a powerful attack towards Jiang. He began to clean the blade of the sword and couldn't help but laugh. He adopted a defensive stance and revealed that the first attack had only been a test. The second attack was the potent one. He grabbed the sword tightly and with a look full of hatred revealed that this attack was not aimed at the soul. Jiang used the technique called Earth Knife. He launched a powerful cut towards Xiao Beihan, and it effortlessly cut the moon in half. In the process, it also wounded Xiao Beihan, who began to bleed, his eyes filled with surprise as he did not know how this was possible. The attack that Jiang had launched was so powerful that it also left marks on the ground of the arena. Duanfeng, who was floating the island with his powers, began to look up, and upon witnessing this, he could not help but be stunned and start to sweat as he realized that arena was going to explode. According to him, someone with a second level power could be capable of doing this. The arena began to shake, causing the sea water to start floating, and Duanfeng decided that it was time to reinforce it. At the same time, Jiang's attack reached Xiao Beihan, who quickly drove the sword into the ground, creating a small golden barrier around his body, blocking the attack. In the process, he was aware that he had to block the attack because otherwise he would lose his life. Due to how powerful the attack was, Xiao Beihan began to sweat, and with a look full of rage he mentioned that one must lift their head and look towards the northwest where the floating clouds were. He had to lean on the sword that was longer than 1,000 miles. Without hesitating for a second, he used the forbidden spell called the Maximum Essence. At that moment, the swords of the participants of the Tanjiao camp began to fly, leaving everyone somewhat confused. Some even raised their hands in order to control their swords. But it was all in vain. Now no one was able to control their sword, nor did they know what kind of spell this was. All the swords that were being controlled by Xiao Beihan began to emit a powerful energy, and in the blink of an eye, the sky filled with sharp swords. Xiao Beihan, who had the sword stuck in the ground, used the divine weapon technique called Soul Moon, which allowed him to make all the swords return to the sect. Once he used this technique, the blades of the swords headed towards Jiang and slowly began to fall. Jiang, who was holding the sword with one hand, adopted a defensive stance. He did not know what was happening. With this attack, Xiao Beihan was sure he could kill Jiang. While with one hand Duanfeng was making the arena float, he grabbed his wrist tightly using the other hand. He started to sweat since he knew that these two were crazy. With a look full of panic, he ordered his subordinates to bring support to help reinforce it, since otherwise the arena would collapse. Upon hearing his order, the two men next to him joined their hands and began to use their power to help reinforce. Xiao Beihan stood up, gripped the sword tightly, causing it to start emitting a suffocating energy. He began to look at Jiang with a confident gaze and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Certain that Jiang had already lost, it didn't matter if he had awakened a divine level class or even if he had learned to use the celestial sword. Without the help of the mother insect, he was nothing. This spell was going to break down his body into 1,000 pieces. The swords began to advance towards him at great speed. Jiang adopted a defensive stance and asked Xiao Beihan why he was underestimating his opponent. He started to swing the sword and couldn't help but smile, and upon seeing that the attack was approaching him, he had no other option. He used the celestial sword technique called Curse Cutter. He launched a powerful counterattack, which impacted against the swords, creating a huge explosion in the sky that blinded everyone. Xiao Beihan was no match for Jiang. His attack began to slowly disintegrate Xiao Beihan's body. His eyes filled with tears and fear. He didn't know how it was possible for Jiang to be so strong. In a matter of seconds, the explosion disintegrated his body until only ashes were left. Xiao Yuanchen, who was flying nearby and observing the battle, was terrified to see that his grandson had been massacred. Even Uncle Jigang was shocked and his eyes filled with astonishment. He fell to his knees on the ground. The abilities that Jiang had used had been the dream he never reached when he was young. Hong Yao was terrified. She gritted her teeth due to fear and began to sweat. She couldn't believe that he had learned to use the celestial sword in 5 minutes. Gu Kaishan clenched his fist and couldn't help but smile. With a proud look, he mentioned that although Jiang's energy was not enough, he had really learned to use the technique. He had not only learned to use the techniques but also improved them, something that at the time Jigang had not managed to achieve. Jiang Wushuang was amazed. He started looking up at the sky and with an excited look thought that this guy was a monster. He feared that someone like him would be the most terrifying opponent. Bai Feng, who was next to him, covered his mouth with his hand and couldn't help but sweat. He was shocked to see that Jiang had learned to use the sword in just 5 minutes. Tang Ying put her hand near her forehead and she couldn't help but be stunned, seeing how powerful Jiang was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu hugged each other and both started to cry upon seeing that he had really won, realizing that he was truly strong. Jiang's attack left a large hole in the island that started from one end and ended at the other. At the same time, 2 men appeared in the sky. The man with black hair thought that the disciple of the King of the Celestial Sword was someone quite interesting. He suggested not to kill him for now, as he wanted to take Jiang as a stepping stone for Tanjiao. The man with orange hair who was flying beside him revealed that on this trip, he had actually not come with the intention of killing Jiang. The man with black hair, who had his hands behind his back, was an invincible known as the god of the sword Jai Linkyu. He began to observe Jiang and with a smile mentioned that seeing the current situation, even if he did not act, Xiao Yuanchen would not just stand by. The man with orange hair was another invincible known as the god of martial arts Jiang Xuanji. He began to look at Xiao Yuanchen and with a serious look confirmed Jai Lingqiu's words. Xiao Yuanchen filled his mind with the idea of killing Jiang to avenge the death of his grandchildren. But just before he could make a move, a powerful energy appeared and began to expand in all directions, causing him to go on alert. He knew that the god of war Jiang Xuanji was interfering. He turned his head back and with a serene look asked him to please release his energy and not interfere, explaining that his grandson had tragically died and as a grandfather, he should take justice into his own hands. Jai Lingqiu decided not to interfere and let Jiang Xuanji take care of cleaning up the mess since after all he was just passing by watching the show. Jiang Xuanji crossed his arms and his body began to emit a powerful and suffocating energy. He reminded Xiao Yuanchen that he was already of an age, and asked if he did not understand the rules that whoever gambled their life in a death match must be ready to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yuanchen lowered his head and with a sad look thought that he was right. But at that moment, Jiang, who was holding the sword with one hand, jumped up, began to approach him, and caught his attention by saying that he had a fourth technique asking him to get ready. With this strike Jiang intended to cut those who should be cut by all humanity in the name of his master, Uncle Jai Gang and Aunt Tang. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, Yuanchen turned back and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Gu Kaishan panicked and with a confused look extended his hand towards Jiang asking him to stop and not do anything reckless. Hong Yao covered her mouth with her hands. She was terrified to see that Jiang had dared to draw the sword in front of the great Yuanchen. Jiang Xuanji, who had his arms crossed, thought that Jiang was crazy, as playing with the whiskers of a tiger was like seeking one's own destruction. Jai Lingqiu closed his eyes and began to smile thinking that now there was no way to protect Jiang. Xiao Yuanchen unsheathed his sword, clenched his fist tightly and began to use his power, causing a wave of water to appear beneath his feet. He revealed that facing death had its price. For him this was a joke. He could not believe that a simple second-level ant had dared to unsheath his sword against him. Jiang did not pay any attention to this. He grabbed the sword with both hands and with a determined look prepared to attack, causing a powerful energy to appear around the blade. Using all his power, Jiang used the celestial sword technique to defend justice and expel evil, called uppercut. Using all his strength he launched two powerful cuts towards Xiao Yuanchen. As the attack was approaching, he stood still. After launching the attack, Jiang began to observe him and remained silent. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wuxuang was dumbfounded and amazed, thinking that Jiang was crazy. This blow was too strong, comparable to an all-out attack from level 5 Sea Kings and Mountain Kings. Bai Feng's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded, thinking that Jiang was seeking death by launching such a powerful attack. Tan Ying began to sweat and she remained silent. The poisonous demon had challenged the heavens. If he were in the city of 10,000 demons, the monkey would have devoured him upon seeing such an action. Xiao Yuanchen clenched his fist and began to control the water, and with a calm look revealed that even Jiang's master was not a rival for him, so there was no way his disciple would have a chance. While the drops of water were floating through the sky, he snapped his fingers, causing the water to interpose in the trajectory of the attack, blocking it as if nothing. He thought he had blocked the attack, but upon seeing what was in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Jiang's attack was only a distraction. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with insects that began to approach him at great speed. Xiao Yuanchen put his hand in front of his face and didn't take long to realize that this was the power of the 9 miasma wings. Jiang extended his hand to the side, revealing that he knew he would never be able to defeat him with the sword. The previous attack had only been a distraction. Now that he was not in the arena, there were no rules preventing him from using the power of the 9 miasma wings. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yuanchen put his arm in front of his face and his eyes filled with surprise. This was something he had not expected. Jiang began to stare at him intently, clenched his fist, and with a wicked smile ordered the insects to explode. At that moment, the insects began to explode. The explosions slowly started to approach Xuan Yuanchen, who stood still, knowing that there was no way to escape anymore. Jiang extended his hand towards him, causing the insects to come closer and explode, creating a big explosion. He thought this was not enough, so he used more insects and created a bunch of explosions. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with explosions, and seeing this, Du Feng and the others panicked, turned their backs on Jiang and began to flee from the area, knowing that this was very dangerous. Yuanchen used his power, which transformed the explosions into blood. He began to stare intently at Zhang and with an angry look decided to eliminate him since otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He used the technique the curse of water called blood explosion and launched a burst of blood towards Zhang, causing it to hit directly against his chest, making him go on alert. A blood barrier was created around Zhang. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused as he didn't know if this was a forbidden spell. The spell began to take effect, causing Zhang's blood to slowly start coming out from inside his body through his eyes, nose, ears, and nails. He started looking at his hand and upon seeing the blood coming out he couldn't help but be shocked. The blood from his body was being controlled by Xiao Yuanchen. The blood barrier that was around Zhang began to become more intense, causing all of his blood to slowly start coming out of his body. He began to look at his hand and his eyes filled with confusion and fear, as he did not know what kind of spell this was. As the smoke curtain from the insect bombs was disappearing, the figure of Xiao Yuanchen became visible. He started staring intently at Zhang with a murderous gaze, clenched his fist tightly, and used the ability called Compress Blood. At that moment, Zhang's blood began to shoot out like jets from his nose, eyes, ears, mouth, and nails. Seeing this, Zhang was shocked and his eyes filled with terror. He knew that this was not good. Uncle Jai Gang realized that if this continued like this, something bad was going to happen. He tried to act but was unable due to the barrier that Zhang had created around them. He could not help but despair and began to hit the barrier with both fists. He knew that this was his fault for having allowed Zhang to enter the Tanjiao camp. But fortunately, Gu Kaishan and Hong Yao were not going to allow this to happen. Both jumped, drew their weapons, and prepared to intervene. Seeing this, Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu, who were worried about him, also filled with courage. Both jumped and began to advance towards Zhang as they were not going to allow him to die. But just before they could make another move, some ropes made of energy appeared and wrapped around their waists, leaving them immobile. They were somewhat confused as they did not know what was happening or where these ropes had come from. The ropes brought them back to the floating island. The man with pink hair put his hands on his hips and mentioned that jumping to rescue Zhang in a situation like this was seeking death. The other man who had summoned the ropes and was standing next to him simply remained silent. Luo Sandao, who fell on her butt on the island, realized that the gray-haired man was her father, while on the other side, Mu Hankyu, who was lying next to her, turned around and realized that the other man was her grandfather. Mu Hankyu stood up, and with a desperate look asked her grandfather to please save Zhang Chen. Luo Sandao did not fall behind. She also stood up, turned around and with a firm look asked her father if they had any treasure that could save Zhang's life. Luo Sandao's father did not lose his composure in this situation and with a calm look replied that they had no treasure that could save him. Mu Hankyu's grandfather began to look at her and with a sincere expression mentioned that once the forbidden curse of blood explosion affected the opponent, all that was left was to wait for death. The one who had cast the spell was Xiao Yuanchen, so all they could do was watch. The king of the celestial sword and the others had gone to save Zhang. Now all that remained was to see if they could negotiate with Xiao Yuanchen to spare Zhang Chen's life, something that was not going to happen since he wanted to avenge the death of his two grandsons at all costs. While Xiao Yuanchen was flying in the sky and had his fist clenched with which he was controlling the blood spell, Gu Kaishan appeared, began to draw the sword with his hand and ordered him to stop. Hong Yao, who was flying next to him, started shouting, called Xiao Yuanchen an old bastard and ordered him to undo the spell. Of course their plan did not work. With a sincere look Xiao Yuanchen revealed that there was no more time. As Zhang was about to explode, he was relieved as he would finally be able to avenge the death of his two grandsons. Seeing that the persuasion plan had not worked, Gu Kaishan drew his sword and launched a powerful cut towards him, thinking that he was seeking death. Upon seeing this, Hong Yao decided not to stand idly by. She unsheathed the scythe, used the technique called Blade that opens the sky, and launched a powerful cut towards him. But just before the attack could hit, Xiao Yuanchen used his power and created a powerful water barrier called Flow that softens the hard, which stopped the attack without much effort. While with one hand he was holding the sword, he turned to Gu Kaishan and admitted that his sword was good and also asked if he really believed that his sword would be a rival for him. Gu Kaishan put his hand in front of his face, started staring at him and decided not to give up. He wanted to see how many more attacks he would be able to block. Hong Yao gripped the sword tightly, causing a powerful orange energy to appear around the blade. With a look full of determination, she decided to smash this guy along with her master. At the same time, the blood spell began to take effect more and slowly the energy barrier started to get smaller, causing intense pain to our boy. In a matter of seconds, Zhang lost a lot of blood. He put his hands on top of his head and began to scream in pain. Upon hearing his screams, Hong Yao's and Gu Kaishen's attention was focused on Jiang. They panicked as they realized that this was not good. Xiao Yuanchen began to observe Jiang, and seeing that he had reached his limit and was about to die, he couldn't help but smile and mocked Gu Kaishen, asking if he wasn't going to hurry up to say goodbye to his dear apprentice. His eyes filled with joy. With a penetrating look, he clenched his fist tightly and used the blood explosion skill. At that moment, Jiang began to lose even more blood, which started to condense inside the barrier, causing it to begin to contract. Due to the pressure, not long after, Jiang's body began to grow larger, until several seconds later, a great explosion was created, which created a curtain of smoke in the sky. Upon seeing this, Uncle Jai Gang was shocked and could not help but start crying. Auntie's eyes filled with tears. She could not believe that Jiang had died. Gu Kaishen was left speechless and his eyes filled with terror upon seeing that his beloved apprentice had died. Hong Yao, who was next to him, could not help but start crying, even though she had not known Jiang. For her, he was like a little brother. Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu were shocked and terrified at the same time. With a desperate look, Mu Hankyu thought this was impossible, and she came to the conclusion that Jiang was joking with them. Luo Sandao did not want to believe that he had died, so she thought she was right since Jiang always used to joke. Xiao Yuanchen, who was wielding the sword with one hand, raised his head and started laughing like a madman, and told his grandson Xiao Beihan that grandpa had avenged his death. While he was enjoying this moment, Gu Kaishen began to advance quickly towards him and filled with courage. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to kill Xiao Yuanchen at all costs. Hong Yao also began to advance towards him. She was not going to let her master act alone. She firmly believed that together they would be able to kill this bastard. Upon observing this, Duan Feng's eyes filled with fear as he realized that a death battle was about to begin. He explained to the god of war that if he did not intervene soon, the south of the Yangtze River would fear for its life. The god of war thought that he was right. In the blink of an eye, Gu Kaishen and Hong Yao reached Xiao Yuanchen and prepared to attack. But at that moment, the god of war used his powers, causing a powerful energy to appear around their bodies, leaving them immobile. Hong Yao tried to move, but her body started trembling, while on the other side Gu Kaishen made no movement. Xiao Yuanchen tightly grasped the sword and remained silently observing them. The god of war mentioned that although they wanted to have a decisive battle, they could not fight here, so he suggested changing places to fight. At that moment, poisonous mist began to appear, and Jiang's voice started to sound. He did not want anyone to intervene in the battle that the two of them were going to have. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Yuanchen turned back, and upon seeing the poisonous mist, his eyes filled with confusion and many questions. He did not know what was happening here. Not long after, once the poisonous mist began to dissipate, Jiang, who had previously died in the explosion, appeared and started staring at him intently. Upon seeing that Jiang was alive, Gu Kaishen and Hong Yao were shocked. They did not know how this was possible. With a serene look, Jiang asked old Xiao if he really believed that he would kill him so easily, revealing that he had many more cards up his sleeve than he imagined. Xiao Yuanchen began to observe Jiang with an incredulous expression. He did not know how it was possible for Jiang to be alive when he had just seen him die with his own eyes. Bai Feng started to sweat and many questions came to his mind. He did not know if Jiang had any other type of hidden power. Jiang Wushuang, who was standing next to him, was stunned and his eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that Jiang had resurrected from the dead. Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu fell to their knees on the ground, began to hug each other and could not help but cry out of joy, and thought that Jiang had just been joking. Chu Bueling was stunned and realized that Jiang had the aura of the dead, which was the effect of the undead metal. Yu Xiao clenched her fists, began to observe Jiang with a joyful look, and couldn't help but smile. She confirmed Chu Bueling's words, explaining that it was the metal they had obtained earlier in the village of the dead. According to her, it had an incredible effect. Jiang extended his hand towards the sky and began to release poisonous mist. Now that Xiao Yuanchen hadn't been able to kill him, he decided it was his turn. He gave the order to all the insects to come out, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with hundreds of thousands of them. Xiao Yuanchen began to look up at the sky, and upon seeing so many insects, he realized that this was a calamity. He could not believe that Jiang had dared to use this. While the insects were flying through the sky, Lingqiu, who had his arms behind his back, mentioned that the number of insects was absurd. Jiang Xuanji remembered that Jiang had just changed jobs. He did not know how it was possible to form so many insects in such a short time. He began to observe Jiang and with a confident smile admitted having underestimated him before. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku's gaze also fixed on him. With a smile he realized that Jiang Xuanji had made a decision. Xiao Yuanchen decided not to stand idly by and began to release energy to repel the insects. Jiang Xuanji decided to bet everything he had since he also wanted to fight against Jiang until the end. He asked him to turn Xiao Yuanchen into dust. He started showing 2 fingers and with a determined look used a forbidden spell. But just before he could use the spell, the god of war used his power and a powerful energy appeared around Xiao Yuanchen's body. He tried to move but was unable. He did not know why the god of war was doing this. Jiang decided not to waste this moment. He began to control the insects, making them start to approach him, creating a bunch of small explosions. Upon witnessing this, Mu Hankyu could not help but be astonished. According to her, it was strange since there was no reason for the god of war to help Jiang. Her grandfather began to observe Jiang and with a smile mentioned that the reason behind this was very simple. With a smile, Jiang extended his hand towards him, causing all the insects to start moving towards him. Her grandfather explained that people who possess calamities were too cautious to risk fighting someone like Xiao Yuanchen. But nevertheless, Jiang was different since he had raised hundreds of thousands of insects in a very short time and his talent was incomparable. And such an existence was enough to make him different from the rest and nullify all the rules. She understood that showing the calamity had not been reckless, but intentional. The hundreds of thousands of insects began to explode near Xiao Yuanchen. With a look full of rage he mentioned that all of them must die. According to him, the people of Daxia deserved death. The explosions slowly began to consume his body, causing him to open his mouth and start screaming in agony. He asked Jiang not to think that he would be able to finish him off so easily, revealing that he still had an ace up his sleeve. The insects of Jiang began to explode near Xiao Yuanchen, creating a bunch of explosions. In the midst of the explosions was Xiao Yuanchen, who started to stare intently at Jiang Xuanji with a penetrating gaze. He knew that the technique that Jiang Xuanji had used was just an illusion. If he used all the power he had accumulated throughout his life, maybe he would be able to break the illusion. Being in a life or death situation, there was no longer any need to hold back or think about the consequences. He was determined to break the illusion and escape from Great Xia. Without wasting another second, he used the forbidden spell called the Power of Divine Soul, successfully breaking Jiang Xuanji's illusion. Xiao Yuanchen's body began to emit a powerful red energy, and just before the explosions could harm him, he moved out of range of the explosions and began to advance towards Jiang. Jiang, who was flying in the air, looked down and upon seeing that Xiao Yuanchen was alive and approaching, he could not help but become alert and think that this was bad. Xiao Yuanchen drew the sword, and with a look full of hatred and rage asked Jiang to prepare to die. Jiang put his arm in front of his face to defend himself, and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. He did not expect that he would be able to break the seal of the god of war and escape alive from the explosions. Xiao Yuanchen, who was filled with rage, approached Jiang to attack. He put his arms in front of his face to defend himself from the attack, but just at that moment, a powerful blue lightning bolt of energy appeared and pierced Xiao Yuanchen's chest, leaving Jiang somewhat confused. Due to the pain, Xiao Yuanchen opened his mouth and began to spit blood. His eyes were full of surprise as he did not know what was happening. The energy transformed into an arrow, leaving him immobilized. This energy was being controlled by the invincible sword god Lin Ku, who told him that it was all over. If he moved another centimeter, he would ensure that Xiao Yuanchen's head fell to the ground and his soul was completely destroyed. Xiao Yuanchen was shocked. He could not believe that even Lin Ku was against him. At first, Jiang remained observing in silence without interrupting, but then he realized that this was the perfect opportunity to attack. He began to look at Xiao Yuanchen with a gaze full of rage, extended his hand towards him and started to release the insects. In the blink of an eye, the sky was once again filled with insects. Now that Xiao Yuanchen was seriously injured and could not move anymore, Jiang ordered the insects to self-destruct. Thousands of insects began to advance towards him and started to self-destruct, creating thousands of explosions. Xiao Yuanchen began to writhe in pain. He could not believe that they were doing this to him. He was the great general of the state, who had fought for the Great Xia and had risked his life on countless occasions, suppressing waves of beasts, quelling rebellions, and even battling the order of the ancient gods. Little by little the insects and explosions started to devour his body. With a desperate look, he began to scream, saying that he was the central pillar of Daxia. Several seconds later, Jiang ordered the insects to stop exploding. Lin Ku's attack had made a large hole in his chest, and the insects had already devoured his limbs. The body of Xiao Yuanchen descended to the ground and he fell to his knees. With a lost look, he began to look at the ground and asked Jiang if he was really going to kill an old man like him. Jiang also descended to the ground, and while his hand was surrounded by poisonous mist, he started laughing, revealing that he had already destroyed his physical body, and the only thing left now was his soul. He couldn't believe that he kept asking such stupid questions. Xiao Yuanchen was kneeling on the grass. He bowed his head before Jiang and with a desperate look admitted that he and the Xiao family had been wrong. He was determined to compensate him in exchange for him forgiving his life. This was tempting for Jiang. He turned his head back and with a smile asked Master and Uncle Jai Gang what they thought about this. Behind him were Hong Yao, Gu Kaishan, and Jai Gang, who were shocked to see that Jiang wanted to spare the life of the guy who had tried to kill him. Jiang did not respond, and while the insects were devouring Xiao Yuanchen's body, he raised his head and with a look full of despair called the attention of the war god Jiang, asking him to save him. If he survived, then he was willing to go to the abyss to fight. Jiang Xuanji began to observe Yuanchen and started thinking about this tempting offer. He began flying above them. Xiao Yuanchen was the general of the war district of Jiangnan. Jiang Xuanji asked if he was willing to admit guilt for allowing the family forces of the Xiao family to oppress the market and seize it by force. Xiao Yuanchen, who was kneeling in front of Jiang, saw an opportunity to survive, and without losing another second, admitted to being guilty of everything. Jiang Xuanji began to look at him with a serious expression and explained that considering that he too had once made merits for the Great Xia, after compensating the merits and faults, all properties of the Xiao family were going to be confiscated, and Xiao Yuanchen was going to be marked with a seal on his soul, and would be exiled to the battlefield of the abyss as a vanguard soldier, who must fight until death. While the insects were devouring Xiao Yuanchen's body, his eyes filled with fear, but since he had no other option now, he accepted Jiang Xuanji's conditions.